Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to another Canadian weather live stream. It feels like it's been forever since I've been on here. We are starting out pretty early this Saturday morning. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. We are going to be doing coverage for Ontario, Quebec, possibly Maritimes, and then also out in Alberta, possibly later today. So quite a bit on the docket, and we'll jump right into it. Did want to mention that we do have a new email address. We are building a new website as well. We've been hard at work at a lot of stuff on the days off, in quotation marks, because they're never really off. So we do have a new email address at the bottom of the live stream, and that's going to be info@canadianweatherlive.ca. So we have our own domain now. That website will be out hopefully by the end of the month. What else? We have a new media tool for sending photos and videos. Nightbot will talk about it in the chat. Actually, the comment is right there for the link. If you do want to upload or share videos rather than emailing them to us, it will make it much easier for everybody. You can submit all the information and then it goes through our portal. So that's another thing that's new that we've been working on the back end. It's also got a link below in the description for the YouTube video. So if you need to submit anything, you can do so through that new portal. Hopefully everything works. So let's get right into this. Let me flip right over, and actually I'll just do this one here. So we've got Connor will be out chasing a little bit later, but what we're jumping on immediately here are our storms west of Ottawa, and I'll show you what the track is of these. Some of this is severe, and we're going to highlight the issues and update everybody with everything that's going on. So good morning to everybody in the chat. I know there's a lot of comments there, and we will get into our chat here shortly. So you can see storms came off Georgian Bay and moving through eastward at this point. So they're coming towards the Ottawa River Valley into Quebec as well. We've had some severe warnings up that way. So we'll just cut into this and go through everything. So I'm going to zoom in. This is all west of Barry's Bay. We do have a pocket of very strong straight line winds right now along Highway 60 through Algonquin Park coming towards Madawaska and 127. You can see this bright flesh tone area. Those are over 100 kilometers an hour, but these are off the surface. This is not on the, on the surface itself. We're talking 3 kilometers up. So down at the surface, I'm expecting 60, 75 kilometers an hour, but it is a pocket that is highlighted over everything else. So I'll switch this up actually while I'm doing it. I prefer the orange. Bear with me for a second. So obviously this area right in here is where those strong straight line winds are. They are tracking just along 60 and moving eastward with the storms. You can see how that's kind of gotten quite windy. Again, we are farther from the radar, so it is higher up in the storm. So it's not 100 kilometers on the surface, but we're probably talking 60 to 75, maybe even up to 80 on the surface. And so that is the one area of concern as far as winds are as we speak about winds. There is some areas of a small hail. Let me just switch over here. Just you can see a few pixels on the leading edge of our storm system as it's moving towards the Ottawa River. So very heavy precipitation and lightning in this. It is severe warned from Environment Canada, and all the way down through Haliburton is not severe warned, but just very heavy precipitation. And then we were showing, I believe, a little bit of hail on our storms here right by Kinmount, Cobeconk, north of Fenelon Falls, and that's why that has a severe warning on it. I'm just going to look to see if there's any winds in here that are concerning. Nothing as far as winds we're speaking of other than where our orange circle is. So heading towards Barry's Bay essentially at this point, and we'll see if those winds subside, but some very strong winds aloft at this point early this this morning. And again, I'm just going to back this out here. We can see there are more storms here on the Quebec side that are moving northeast. There is a severe warning down by Rouyn-Noranda, just across the Ontario-Quebec border. And then in Val-d'Or as well, there's some storms just coming from the southwest direction there. So just a bunch of morning storms at this point. We are expecting stuff later on as well for southern Ontario. Watches will probably go up later on, but we do, and even Ottawa area, eastern Ontario, I can show you guys what's coming up for those areas. So this is what we're dealing with. These are the two kind of a big line that is moving through the area, eastward basically at this point, but this morning, and we are expecting stuff later on today. Like I said, Connor will be heading out on the road, and he'll be trying to live stream for us from some of these storms. He's targeting kind of probably Peterborough area, but we will see models were not doing that well with this. They did not project things properly, so models have been a little bit off this morning or overnight, and so a little bit wasn't expecting to be on this early, giving you guys updates on storms. So those strong straight line winds continue to be there. And right now, give me 1 second, I'm just going to update something here. So right now that pocket is still along Highway 60. It's a very small pocket of those winds. Again, very high up, because we are getting away from the radar, but it is an enhanced area of straight line winds. So this is moving eastward, and again, we'll head towards Barry's Bay. We'll see if those strong winds sustain in that. Otherwise, we're talking a whole bunch of rain with maybe a little bit of hail and obviously quite a bit of lightning. Northern Quebec, we do have, let me just take a look at winds in here. There is a strong area of straight line winds in here. Just going to take a look. These are not as far off the surface, showing 80 kilometers an hour, 90 in some areas, so getting very windy. This is only at 5,000 feet compared to 9,000 feet we were looking at earlier. So on the surface, I'm going to say 70, 75, 80 kilometers an hour, somewhere in that area, and these are just moving northeast at this point, so definitely getting windy through that area as this moves through. Straight line winds is the issue with this. And obviously some heavy precipitation with lightning on the leading edge of it. And you can see the difference between the storms. Around the Val-d'Or area, Lac-Simon, you've got yellows, greens, and blues. That's all very light rain, but that dark red is obviously intense rainfall. So we'll just take a look at that. Nothing around the Ottawa area currently. Maybe something down in the Brockville area, just getting going between Athens and Brockville, but that's just a rain shower at this point. And we do have some severe storms out on the east coast. This was they do have some severe thunderstorm watches out there as well. So this is just through Bridgetown. Right now, I'm just going to take a look at wind. Wind is not a major issue at this point. This is just very heavy precipitation, lots of lightning on this. And I'll show you how this is just slowly training through the area. So the bigger issue here would be flooding, overland flooding, as these are not moving quickly and they're training over the same area somewhat. So this would be a rainfall issue just with how intense that precipitation is on these scans. So that is one severe warning there. Just going to take a look to see if we've got anything. We've got minor storms are just south of Fredericton and southwest, but those are just rain showers at this point, folks. So nothing too concerning. And then again, some rain showers, thunderstorms actually on these ones here to the northeast of Fredericton. So not as concerning. These don't have any kind of severe on them at this time, so they are showers. Just the one severe thunderstorm warning down in the Nova Scotia area by Bridgetown, just because of the amount of precipitation. So that's what you're dealing with on the East Coast out there. So one of my lights in the studio is definitely acting up this morning. It's going bright, dark, bright, dark. So if it goes out, well, that's the way it goes. I'll have to order another one, but for some reason it's deciding it wants to go a little crazy this morning. So if you see the lighting changing, that's what's happening there. The other bit of news, we are looking towards Alberta later on. However, there's a lot of fires in BC, so a lot of smoke playing into Alberta as well, so we'll see whether those storms can get going. We've seen it many times on this stream where those severe storms just cannot get organized when there's a lot of smoke. Hopefully everybody's okay in BC. I know there's been towns being evacuated and such, and we hate to hear about that. Hopefully everybody will be safe, and we'll see whether that smoke does play into things later today. Just gonna switch around here and just look at our winds. What's our closer radar right now? Still from that one there. So again, we still do have those strong winds. This is 11:05 a.m. 6 minutes ago. We'll see if that gets updated here. The other new stuff that's going on, or not new stuff, since we were on the stream last time, the Sunday, August 2nd, we couldn't live stream because storms were coming towards my house, actually. I'm sure some of you have seen the videos, and the tornado got confirmed actually here in Kempville just yesterday, late last evening. We had a pretty good feeling that it would get confirmed just based on videos that we had seen from my perspective shooting the video, and then also the damage we found later on. So EF0, bottom end of the scale, that's what you want to see. Luckily it was just tree damage. It went into Ferguson Forest Center, but that tornado being confirmed, I definitely did not have intercepting a tornado on my 2026 bingo card because I'm not chasing, but I did have to leave the house because the circulation was getting very close, and so we couldn't live stream from here, unfortunately, on Sunday, and then we were doing damage survey and that kind of stuff. So anyways, that's why it's always a good idea to have more than one place to get your warnings. Unfortunately, Environment Canada did not warn that circulation. I don't know why, but they did not warn it. So again, multiple locations to get your warnings is always your best bet, and stay weather aware as much as you can. So this line is moving its way eastward. We're going to keep an eye on it, and we'll continue to go from there. So I'm going to jump in. That was a lot of information. I'm going to jump in here and try and get caught up on some comments and questions, and see what information you guys are looking for at this point. So we are, again, you can see how these storms are moving eastward at this point. Definitely, right now, there are some severe components. We are talking winds along Highway 60 here through Algonquin Park. The southern end of this definitely has some heavy precipitation on it, possibly with a little bit of hail. So these storms are heading for the Ottawa area if they sustain. Some of these models had these storms dying off. They look fairly strong at this point. Just to give you an idea of distance from the Ottawa area, because I know we get a lot of viewers from around the nation's capital, Hull, Gatineau, and so on. It's still about 160 kilometers out, so we're still talking 3-4 hours before this makes it to Ottawa, if it does make it to Ottawa in any kind of capacity. Again, this could weaken as it goes through, and we'll see whether that's the case, but we will walk you guys through it as we do here, and let you know what's concerning at this point. So I'm just going to see what Franktown shows here for winds on this storm, and it's also showing, so I'm looking from two different radars, that's why the color has changed, but very strong winds along Highway 60. We are further away from the Franktown radar, so we are way aloft at this point. I'm still sticking with my radar back to the west, and just gonna flip over here just to look. And we still, so here's our latest update, 11:11, 3 minutes ago. strong winds, you can see that still continuing to persist in here in this area, and they are moving eastward. So these are going to be, again, on the surface, we are talking probably 60 to 75 kilometers an hour, maybe slightly even stronger than that. So batten down the hatches, as I always like to say, and you can see how this is just marching east at this point. So we'll skirt through the Barry's Bay area. We will probably switch radars by the time it gets to Barry's Bay. Obviously eastward from here, you're probably going to skirt just south of Pembroke and then through Cobden and possibly just to the north of Renfrew, but we'll see how this changes because still those areas are quite far off at this point. So those straight line winds are the bigger issue. Moderate to light rain throughout most of the line. There are some heavy pockets of rain, possibly tiny hail in this, and lots of lightning. That's the biggest threat at this point, other than the winds, is going to be that lightning. There's just a prolific amount on this line as it moves through, and again, this extends up into Quebec and crossing over, and you can see how this is moving through here as well. Strong winds associated around the Rouen and Noranda area. You can see that in there, let me just pull this up, switch over to my velocities. These bright blues, that is strong straight line winds in there, and lots of lightning associated with that as well. So again, you can see how these winds are approaching, and they're moving across Highway 117 and continuing northeast from there. So definitely batten down the hatches on this portion of the line as well on the Quebec side. So that's what we're kind of dealing with at this point. Let me just switch back over to our radar here, and we'll just animate what's going on here. So okay. Hot and muggy Montreal. Marley, it looks like, or Marl Claude. Sorry, I can barely read it. It's too small on my screen. I apologize if I've got that at this point. But there is weather heading for the Ottawa area along the Ottawa River and then eastward from there. Again, some models are showing this dying off. Models have not been good today. They have definitely been missing the mark overnight. So definitely a situation where you know, this may go differently than expected, essentially. So okay, yeah, Mary Claude, sorry, it's not, sorry, Mary Claude, too much water in Latuque area. Definitely, it is a area that has had heavy precipitation, and there's more rain. This is luckily just a narrow band of rain. It will definitely rain quite a bit as it goes through, but it is not a very large storm system at this point. And again, we are expecting more storms later on, so this is moving. This will be shortly into the Pembroke, Petawawa, Deep River area, going through there right now. Actually, I do have a camera up that way, I believe. Actually, I don't. I'm lying. So let me see here. I'm just going to check. I used to have one up there that I thought, but let's take a look here. Yeah, one light is going to pack it in today. I can already tell. Okay, so this is the view in Pembroke ahead of this line. So let me share that with you. This is basically what's coming through to the Pembroke area. And this is obviously ahead of the storm, so no rain or precipitation with it, but very cloud covered. And this will change in the next hour or hour and a half, roughly. We will keep an eye on it, and we'll see whether things progress from there. One of the things I do want to get going here is on satellite, so bear with me. And we'll cycle our satellite imagery here so we can see these storms progressing. This is obviously a view of eastern Ontario through to Quebec and the east coast and then back to the west. And you can see that line of storms on the left-hand side there initiating, and that's the line as it's moving eastward. So they look to sustain at this point based on satellite imagery. You can also see the storms in northern Quebec as well. And so these definitely do look like they're going to stick around for a little while here, and we'll update you guys with that as things move through. So Getting a question here whether the storm will become stronger later on during the day. This line, again, was not modeled properly. I don't suspect that this line will pick up intensity. We are expecting stuff later on in the afternoon with surface heating destabilizing the environment. Not necessarily going to get into the Ottawa area later on. This line here right now, the biggest threat is straight line winds. So at this point, still several hours out from the Ottawa area, and I can switch over here and show you the outlooks from Environment Canada. So these are the outlooks from Environment Canada all the way southwest tip of basically by Detroit, southwest tip of Ontario. We are talking 90-kilometer-hour wind gusts, 2 to 3 centimeter hail. So what they are talking about is very windy and possibly hail up to 1 inch throughout this whole entire area. Essentially, that's what we're looking at this point, and it stretches obviously into Quebec as well. They're talking 80 to 90 kilometer hours of wind gusts, 1 to 2 centimeter hail, so a little bit smaller on the Quebec side. And then as we get through there, more rain, 30 to 50 millimeters of rain. So that's what's on the table or docket for today. And you can see that the Ontario side has extended this into the nation's capital area. So obviously, if you're anywhere near these yellow boxes or areas, you need to be weather aware today because storms are possible. Just because there's lines, again, I always say this, Mother Nature doesn't care about imaginary lines that we make up as humans. So you need to stay weather aware. Let's take a look at our winds. I'm just going to double check here to see whether we've got velocities. So we still have a little bit of a pocket here of heavy winds, and again on the surface 60 to 75 kilometers an hour at this point. It does look like it's reducing a little bit. So let me pull that out and let's take a look. Oh, they just severe warned that area, obviously because of those stronger winds. I'm just going to flip over. We can see it. We're right in between two radars. So right now, just so you know, there's radar just off Georgian Bay, which is this little pill here. And then we have Franktown right southwest of Ottawa. And you can see you're right in the middle of those two radars. So we are reading at the highest point from both of them. So again, we are somewhat blind below that storm, but there is a pocket of severe winds within this, and that's why they are warning this line as it moves through towards Barry's Bay, Petawawa, Pembroke area. So again, the biggest threat right now is the lightning with that pocket of strong straight line winds on the line as it moves eastward here, and we'll continue to monitor that as it comes into the nation's capital area, including obviously Hull, Gatineau, Elmer, and so on. So that is what's progressing at this point as far as things go. So okay, so yeah, we're definitely going to see more severe watches later on. They are extending the severe watch eastward with this line again as it's progressing. So we'll see where things end up because it's not unfolding as models predicted at this point. So we'll see what happens here. So little pop-up storms. These are just isolated little showers just around the Ottawa area. So we'll see if those do anything. You can see there's a few of them that are trying and then they pop up and they die off. So that's kind of what we're expecting out front of this. We will see if that remains to be the case. And so yeah, that is where we're at, and then we're expecting watches out for southern Ontario, southwest Ontario, all through that area for later this afternoon. So we'll have to see what unfolds today. So okay, yeah, Eric Armstrong asking about that. It looks like this line of storms will stay to the north of Highway 7 corridor currently. Yes, that's the case. We are expecting more storms later on this afternoon and evening, and there should be storms that will travel further south. So again, the environment to the south, these storms moving through are definitely going to use up some of that environment that's available there, and it will mean that later on there won't be as much energy available for storms through that area. So again, that probably is good for anybody through the Algonquin Park, kind of north of Highway 7, but there is potential for severe storms later on along that Highway 7 corridor, so we'll have to see if that unfolds. Again, this could be a very long day. I was not expecting to be on before noon as far as broadcasting, so we are definitely getting an early start into this one today. And good morning, Huck This. Good to see you in the chat as always. Definitely a muggy day out there for most people. We can actually take a look at that. They just put a severe warning out for the storm going through Bobcaygeon, Fenelon Falls area, and that is definitely picking up a little bit of intensity, but it is mostly to do with very heavy precipitation. I currently do not see any hail markers on this, and when we see the hail markers, you know, we're talking those pink colors or even brighter pink, but nothing right now showing in there. And there may have been one for a scan or two, but at this point, not seeing anything as far as hail, just very heavy precipitation as this moves eastward and going to come through Bancroft. So rain heading through the Bancroft area very shortly. Let's take a look at our dew points out in front of this. Let's flip over here. We're showing 21, so those are 70-degree dew points. As this moves eastward and further east, we're showing 22 Celsius, which is 73, 74 dew points. So lots of humidity available for these storms to feed off of. And again, if this later on throughout the day, as the temperatures rise and the humidity goes up, we may see even more than that. So I'm just going to take and switch over because we're right now only about 25 degrees Celsius out in front, just south of Ottawa, the airport at 26. So still some time for storms and temperatures to rise for those storms as they come through later on today. So, okay, let me jump back in here. Okay. Yeah, the ones, again, camping in Algonquin Park, one of the reasons we did jump on. Obviously, they don't get cell coverage up there. It's very dark as far as cell coverage is concerned, unfortunately. And that's where the weather radio system that they canceled would absolutely make a difference. It's unfortunate that that was canceled because this is a classic example of where this would be good. And let me just switch over to back up to northern Quebec. Again, we're still getting those strong winds coming through Rouen and Noranda area, and I'll switch over to our velocities. They are breaking up a little bit, but there are still some strong winds with this. You can see that they've kind of spread out, which usually means they're kind of weakening or dying off. They're not as an intense as concentrated area. So that is a good sign for sure. But still something to be aware of, and heavy rain on the leading edge. But after that, it is light to moderate light to very light rain. In behind that, obviously quite a bit of lightning as well. And I'm seeing a line form out here. I'm just going to take a look at this. We have a line now forming to the back of the original line moving through kind of the area. So some non-severe storms at this point, no lightning really associated with them yet, but that is an area of development that we will keep an eye on just to make sure that we've got, any updates we can give you guys on that. A little bit of storms going through Sudbury right now and to the northeast of there as well, but these are non-severe storms. What we're dealing with is the storms in eastern Ontario at this point. And let's flip over to Franktown radar, which is closer. So we're about to have a bunch of precipitation coming in to Deep River area. Again, that leading edge is more intense, Petawawa, Pembroke, but we're not seeing a ton of red in there. You're seeing mostly orange and yellow. So again, these are borderline on the severe side of things. The bigger issue is back to the kind of west or northwest of Barry's Bay. We do have some strong straight line winds in behind this initial line, and we are seeing some, close to 100-kilometer-hour readings. Again, these are way aloft. They're high up in the storm, so 60 to 75 is what I would expect on the surface. Still gusty. You want to batten down the hatches as this continues to move through. So you'll see that bright area moving through just along Highway 60 through the Algonquin Park area or region. So let's just flip over here. And then let's take a look at our storm down by Fenelon Falls. Still not showing any indicators of hail. This is 11:23 p.m. We're about 1 minute out from our next scan, so I'll watch that and kind of go from there. So, okay. Okay, just got our new scan here, so let's jump in. So still not showing any indicators of hail around the Bob Cajun, kind of north of there in Fenelon Falls area up to Kinmount. That is just extremely heavy rain, torrential rainfall. So we are good at this point. That is what we're monitoring, and so it is not going to be hail at this point, but very heavy rain, as you can see that dark red area, and that's more than likely why it's got the severe warning from Environment Canada. The other thing I want to mention, on Tuesday, August 11th, they're supposed to be launching a new weather warning system, and that is supposed to have some storm-based polygons instead of in addition to, I should say, to these polygons that are out. So we'll see how that unfolds on Tuesday if there is any severe weather at this point. So what else have we got going on here? Okay, I gotta jump in. Connor is on the road, so let me just see here. Okay, I'm jumped in here with Connor. I'm just going to check my audio settings. Yeah, we're good. And then we're good there. So Connor should be on the road here. So we'll continue to watch what he's doing. And let me see if he's live streaming yet. He isn't by the looks of this. So no. Okay. I'll wait for that. And so Connor, again, will be live streaming for the afternoon storms. That's the game plan at this point. So we'll see what happens from there. So Leah asking, is a 1 p.m. patio lunch a bad idea in Nepean? Possibly that would be the case. We're 11:30. It's a couple of hours out, and again, it would probably be a bit of a soaker. Still going to show you guys how far the precip is at this point from Ottawa. And the edge of the very light precipitation's 144 kilometers to the more center of it, about 176 at this point. So again, it borderline on that lunch at 1 p.m. It depends how long you're going to hang out for, but that's only an hour and a half from now. And I would suspect these storms or this precipitation will be out there sooner than that. And I'm just looking to see, there are some pop-up storms that are also happening that I did mention. They are very short-lived. You can see how they basically start raining and then disappear. So these are just isolated pop-up storms that rain themselves out very, very quickly over a few scans. But the main line itself heading eastward would be into the Ottawa area in about 2 to 3 hours would be my guess, roughly based on what's happening at this point. So that's a bit of a gamble. Oh wow, I'm camping here in Algonquin Park. Pretty scary at times, and yes, there was definitely some strong winds depending where you are in the Algonquin Park area. Obviously quite a bit of heavy rain coming through, not something I would want to get caught in. Hopefully you are being safe. Obviously with all that lightning, shelter would be a good idea if you do have that option. So yes, definitely not fun. So Getting questions about Edmonton, so there is some potential up that way for later on, but the smoke is definitely going to play a factor into it, so we have to see how things unfold for Edmonton area. And I hope nothing ends up in Edmonton today. Just Edmonton has had a very rough summer at this point, and yeah, not looking for that to continue for them, but we'll see whether the smoke stays away from the Edmonton area. Around Calgary, definitely looking like quite a bit of smoke in the area, just on the foothills from those fires in BC. So actually, I'll take a look here just to see what I haven't looked since I jumped on here, what the smoke situation looks like. Oof. Okay, so this is probably good for severe weather, not good for the fires that are burning in BC at this point. So give me 1 second. I'm just going to pull this up and share this with you guys. So this is a view of satellite imagery. Currently, you can see down southern portion, basically the whole entire southern half of Alberta is smoke covered at this point with quite a bit of smoke. This is playing through the night, so not really visible. But once daylight comes, you can see that smoke training from basically Oregon area and Washington, and then through BC and into Alberta. So we do have quite a bit of smoke in the area. So I'm kind of questioning the severe potential later on in Alberta, because you can see how thick that smoke is. You can barely see the surface. You actually can't see the surface compared to over here in the mountains. So definitely smoke is going to be at play later on out west, and possibly going to keep a cap on everything for storms out that way. So we'll see what unfolds. We'll keep an eye on it, and we'll monitor that as we progress through the afternoon here, and go from there. So what else have we got here? Okay, so just right now, basically monitoring these storms as they move through the area. Again, northern Quebec, one area of concern with these stronger winds as they move through. You can see their potential. They are severe warned around the Rouyn-Noranda area for heavy precipitation with some strong straight line winds within that. And then from there, our other two areas down to the south would be through the Algonquin Park area along Highway 60 through Barry's Bay. Just some strong winds in that particular area. And then we do have very heavy precipitation along Bobcage and Fenelon Falls, moving stretching northeast, I should say, to the kind of east of Kinmount. You can see what's unfolding there at this point, but mostly heavy rain in that. And then I'll take a look at some winds, and we'll jump back into it as well. So Connor, I think, is heading towards Peterborough area. Let me just see where he's located right now. He is... yeah, he's heading down Highway 7, it looks like. So I think he's going to be watching that Highway 7 corridor later today, and we'll keep an eye on where Connor's at. Right now, we are targeting afternoon storms. This is, again, very early. Models did not project this line, being this intense and ongoing at this time. So that obviously changes what's going to happen later on this afternoon. So let me just take a look here at some winds. I'm just going to switch over. Still got some strong winds here to the northwest of Barry's Bay. These are off the surface, but we're still talking 60 to 75 kilometers an hour on the surface, roughly, where, depending where you intercept this line. These are moving eastward, essentially, at this point, that pocket of winds. So that is, again, going to just go through kind of to the north of Barry's Bay, maybe right through Barry's Bay, just depending how this unfolds, and then just south of Pembroke, or skirting the Pembroke area. At this point, that's kind of where things are lined up at this point. And then we're talking a bunch of rain and lightning associated with this. So coming through Deep River just in it momentarily, then Petawawa, Pembroke, obviously Cobden, Renfrew, Arnprior, as it continues and gets closer to the Ottawa area. You can just see how this is marching. This is an hour and a half of distance on radar at this point. So that's what our cycle is playing here, about an hour and a half, just just so you understand how much it's moved. So again, still a couple 2 to 3 hours before it's into the greater Ottawa area at this point, unless things change in terms of the velocities. Let me turn off this, our temperatures, just so it's a little bit less busy. We'll take a look at our storms out here in Nova Scotia. These were, again, the warning is out there because storms keep initiating or training over the same area, and as it does that, it's very heavy rain, and so flooding is going to be the biggest issue here with lightning. I don't think we have very strong winds on this. I'm just looking to see here. Winds are not significant in this whatsoever, so this is more of a overland flooding situation as far as the East Coast down by Bridgetown area, Middleton and Annapolis Royal area, just kind of to the east of or northeast of Digby, essentially is where this is. And you can see those storms are not moving off. They kind of move northeast, die off, but then back to the southwest, they reinitiate. So you're just having this conveyor belt of rain moving through the East Coast in Nova Scotia. So let's just take a look here. Just some regular storms around the rest of New Brunswick area. Nothing severe at this point. And coming over the border here, just moderate light to very light rain coming through. No real lightning associated with that either. So they did push the severe warning here up through Amos, La Sarre area, just for the storms that are coming up that way, you can see, and that's going to be because of those straight line winds, and they are coming into Amos area or Amos. Let me just take a look here. Still a few pockets of strong winds, but they are breaking down. So that is the good news. They are weakening. You can see how big that pocket was, and now it's just kind of isolated itself down to a few little areas. So I suspect over the next few scans, the winds are going to subside on this quite a bit, as they already have, but they're going to continue to do so. And we are talking just very heavy rain up in that area on the leading edge of it. So we'll keep an eye on that as it continues to move through, but they have moved that warning northeast from there. So you can just kind of see what's unfolding there. Okay. So we'll just zoom a little bit further south, and we'll just continue to monitor our line here on Ontario as well. We are on Franktown radar, so this is the latest thing. So again, Deep River just starting to have a little bit of precipitation. A very leading edge, has moderate, heavy to light rain, basically, is what you're looking at there. Pembroke and Petawawa areas might get a little bit more because we've got a little bit of red embedded in this line. We still do have those strong winds embedded in there. We'll see what the next scan here shows in about a minute. And then when we get kind of down towards the Highway 7 corridor, Halliburton, Fenelon Falls area, I'm just going to switch radars there, and Bobcaygeon, just very heavy rain. There's our latest scan. So still not showing any hail in this. Just going to check if there's any strong winds. There are none currently, and this is just moving north. The precip stretches northeast from Bobcaygeon, but is moving eastward at this point. So this is looking from King City radar. And you can see how that's just going to basically move dead east almost, coming towards Calidar area, might skirt just to the north of Tweed, just to give you guys an idea of where this is headed. But there's less red in this scan. This previous scan, couple back, on the latest one, there's a little less red in there, so that looks like it might be weakening a tiny amount. Not a huge difference, but it looks like it is weakening slightly. Still punching in here with these strong winds along Highway 60 just to the northwest of Barry's Bay, and we are still aloft, so about 60 to 75 kilometers an hour as this moves through. You can see that continuing, so going to be windy as that line moves through around the Barry's Bay area, coming through the rest of Algonquin Park. So obviously heed that if you are anywhere outdoors, and the lightning is the other issue there. So just starting to rain in Deep River right now. Okay. So yeah, question. Just getting a question about doing a daily forecast podcast for Canada. We are definitely on the table for that. We are just trying to work out the logistics of all that. Obviously, when we're live streaming, it does take up quite a bit of time for the severe weather side of things, but we are definitely looking at that at some point down the road. So it is something we are very much considering. So okay. Okay, so Carol, just updating for the southern line, southern portion of the line that's just north of Peterborough at this point. We do have a comment in here, just had the storm. It was brutal, couldn't see in front of you, and wind was strong, but didn't last long. Nice and sunny now in Washago near Aurelia. So back to the west as this moved through. And that's what we're expecting is just extreme torrential rain with those dark reds. But it isn't going to last long based on radar and based on the commentary we're getting here from Carol. So thank you for that. Really appreciate when we hear those types of things from the ground. So what else? Pretty dark here in Deep River at 11:30, and yes, you are just on the edge of that line of storms coming in at any moment here. I'm just going to take a look. My closest camera is Pembroke right now. Let me just take a look and see if it's looking any different up that way. So you can see, let me grab my tablet here. Just gonna move some stuff around. Charging that up. Bear with me for a sec and we'll see. Okay, so let's share this. So we've got a camera here in Pembroke. I'm going to turn it and make it move west here. So bear with me. And we'll take a look as this approaches. So this is the line, still not obviously raining in Pembroke area, but the line would be coming over those trees or over that tree essentially. And you can see back to the south, if we turn further, there's a little bit of sunshine because this line is stretching back to the southwest. So the more intense, closer stuff would be up in this area. And still not raining here yet, but that is what's kind of approaching. You can see the clouds kind of pushed out that were there earlier. And the line is moving in, so we will show you guys what that looks like when it gets close to one of our weather cams, and we'll give you what you can expect from that. So right now, for the most part, the line is pretty good overall. A few portions of it are severe warned. The northern end of it, right around Barry's Bay, because of these strong winds in this. And again, these are aloft, so down at the surface, we're talking a little bit less windy. 60 to 75 kilometers an hour, but that can definitely still move stuff around, so that's what you want to be concerned with. And then the southern end just has very heavy torrential rain associated with some winds as well. So okay, got a question here. If anybody can answer this, was wondering from Canada Chick, wondering if anyone knew what the haze is around Orleans / Ottawa this morning. Weather / fire, something else. It was super thick when we walked the dog early on. I have not. I can take a look at satellite imagery for Ottawa just to see if there was anything obvious. I don't think there's any smoke. I'm just gonna. Oh, there is a little bit of smoke. Something's training in from somewhere. I'm just trying to find it here. There may be a tiny amount of smoke working its way into Ottawa area. It is extremely light, but that's what it would be. Smoke from wildfires just training from out west, looping south through Michigan and then making its way back up here as the system moves in. So it is extremely light at this point. I can show you guys that here, so bear with me. You can see a little bit of a haze around eastern Ontario and western Quebec, and that's more than likely what it would be. So yeah. Okay, and then there was also apparently some thick fog as well associated with this early this morning as well. So it could be a combination of the two things that we're seeing right now. I'm just watching the rest of the satellite loop here. There definitely looks to be a little bit of smoke involved there, but also some fog associated with that as well. So, okay. Yeah, Mag's saying lots of fog out this way, northwest of Kingston as well. So again, fog came into play for sure at some point. So ECX Gaming saying winds are definitely picking up in Ottawa, and they will as this line approaches. So what else have we got here? Brian updating, saying that rain has started at Round Lake at 11:40 a.m. So about 9 minutes ago, you can hear the thunder, but haven't seen lightning yet. So storm definitely approaching that area. Sophie's asking what time will this hit the Dunrobin area, just northwest of or west of Ottawa, essentially. We're still probably a couple hours out from it getting into there, but in the next 2 to 3 hours would be my take on getting into the Dunrobin and Ottawa areas at this point. So getting a question, will this weaken by the time it gets to Ottawa from Victoria? It could weaken. Right now it's kind of sustaining. This is not high-end severe, folks. This is borderline severe. We only have a few areas or pockets of concern. Most of this is moderate, let's say moderate, heavy to light rain throughout this line, but the winds around Barry's Bay area are the bigger concern. There's just these bright blues in here where we've gotten close to 60 to 75 kilometers an hour on the surface, so gusty as it moves through, but that is the biggest threat, along with the lightning up in that area. And then down to the south end of the line, we are talking heavy rainfall just through the Bobcaygeon area, with lots of lightning coming into Kawartha Highlands Provincial Park. That is the other area that is highlighted on this line, and you can see storms are starting to fire back to the southwest. Let's just take a look here. A few little isolated storms starting to kind of get agitated. Some of them fire and then die off, others sustain, so we'll see what happens, but that is your indicators that storms are trying to get going as this system moves through. So just seeing some early signs of initiation throughout several areas at this point. So Cassie saying it's getting dark in Waltham, Quebec, and as this moves in, again, behind this, you'll definitely have some heavy rain associated with it for a while. And let's actually switch to Franktown radar. And then we're watching a line develop again around the Sudbury, North Bay, kind of north of there. So we'll watch that as well as things unfold here. So SG saying lots of fog in southern Ontario this morning, so that has to do with a lot of that moisture and the temperatures, and we'll see where things head for later on. Okay, Danon, good to see you as always in the chat. Good morning, as they say. We're almost at noon here. Getting a question here from Crone Truth Warrior. Is Smith Falls expecting this storm? Yes, this is online to come into Smith Falls. You can see as I zoom in here, Smith Falls just to the south of or southwest of Ottawa. That line, if it sustains, is going to come in there. So I would definitely expect rain, some wind and lightning with this. So far, it is sustaining. So we'll see whether that's the case, but we're still a bit of a ways out, obviously, from the Smith Falls area. I would assume you're probably close to 150 kilometers away at this point. Let me just double check. From Smith Falls, you're just on the edge of 150, so about 145 kilometers, roughly. Still several hours for that southern end of the line to make it through there. The line is definitely making its way now into Deep River and Petawawa, Pembroke. I'm not expecting crazy precipitation in those areas, just moderate to light rain as it moves through. You can very clearly see that at this point. So what's our latest scan? We should have a new one here very shortly. So again, in Petawawa, Pembroke, it's going to start raining within the next 20 minutes, 15 minutes, so as well on that. So yes, the weather definitely brings us together again, Danon. It's been 5 or 6 days since we've been on the live stream, so it was quite the break for us in terms of not being live, but we were working on the back end of things, always updating and bringing new things. We do have a new email address for anybody that's just joining us. We have our own domain now, so we're building a website as well. canadianweatherlive.ca will be going live by the end of the month. Right now, there's just a landing page on there, and then our email address has changed. We still have both, but we are going to be using this one moving forward. So info@canadianweatherlive.ca, and so that is one change that has taken place here. We do also have a new media tool to submit photos and videos. The link is in the description below in the YouTube channel. It's also sometimes Nightbot throws it into the chat where you can submit photos through a tool rather than having to email them to us, and it comes to us directly, so it's much easier for everybody involved. So that is another thing that that took place while we were off, essentially, the live stream itself. So another question. Yeah, so the tornado got confirmed yesterday in the Kemptville area. NTP putting out a post. They were here on Thursday doing the assessment. I actually met up with the NTP, really great team. Aaron was really nice to let us kind of experience what they do and walk us through the process somewhat, so we could learn how to submit more accurate information for them. And so it was really neat experience. And the tornado basically was 1.3 kilometers from my house, which again, a little too close for comfort for me, but luckily it missed all houses, and it was just tree damage in a forest, and that was it. It was only about 1 kilometer along the path, a little over 1 kilometer, I want to say, but and about 80 meters wide, so not very large. But obviously if that hits stuff, homes or that kind of stuff, it still can cause damage. So it was confirmed. So Stefan asking, is this storm heading for Ottawa, and what's the ETA? It is definitely heading for Ottawa at this point. I can cycle that out and throw that so that you guys can see which way it's coming. It's probably at least 2 hours out from the Ottawa area roughly at this point. So what else? I would say, by 3 p.m. this should be into the Ottawa area. It might be even sooner than that, but we'll see. Veronica, thank you for sharing the post from the NTP. So in the chat, if you want to know anything about the tornado that was confirmed around the Kemptville area, you can definitely click on that link. Thank you for sharing that. What else have we got in here? Yes. Luau saying Eastern Ontario tornado chase you. Yeah, a lot of people said that as far as the storms coming to me, because they knew I couldn't chase. So it was definitely a little too close for comfort anyways. So, okay, what else have we got going on here? I had a train of thought and I just lost it. I wanted to talk about something, but I guess I'll get back to it when I realize what it was. So, just Diana updating here. Hello, everyone. We are at the camp today in Head Clara Maria, just raining and thunder here, so that is good. Those straight line winds, we don't want, impacting people, because they can cause damage. And luckily, so far, those straight line winds are not extremely strong. They are, 60 to 75 kilometers an hour off the surface, and it's just basically around the Barry's Bay area, essentially. essentially is what we're seeing, just kind of following that Highway 60 corridor heading eastward. So they are subsiding a little bit, which is good news. We've still got a pocket of almost 90 above the surface. So again, 60 to 75 kilometers an hour on the surface has been fairly consistent through this as it's kind of skirted that Highway 60 corridor, just going through Barry's Bay and then heading off towards Cobden and just south of Pembroke essentially, and probably might skirt to the north of Renfrew is what it looks like at this point. So we will continue to update as that happens. The line is losing a bit of its punch to the north here of Barry's Bay. Most of that is moderate, heavy to light rain. It's not into that torrential or very heavy rain, so that is indicative. You can see it's also broadening out, and when that happens, you're losing a little bit of that intensity, both with the winds and the precipitation. So again, it's no longer severe warned to the north as well. So the only severe warned portion of the line at this time is the southern portion. This is just going to be a straight line of precipitation, lightning, and a little bit of wind, some pockets a little bit stronger, and they still do have our severe warning on the southern end of this around the Bobcaygeon area as this continues to move eastward at this point. So we're just before noon, or we are noon at this point, and we should have a new update here for our line down on the southern end. Again, isolated area of heavy precipitation, and you can see all that lightning is tucked into that area. Far less precipitation northeast of this and far less lightning northeast of this, but there's a ton of it packed in here just to the northeast of Bobcaygeon, east of 49, west of 507. Prolific lightning in that. So that's coming through the Kawartha Highlands Provincial Park. So please be prepared. If you are in that area, be in shelter. Petroglyphs Provincial Park, the same idea. This is definitely the most intense portion of the line this morning. So just getting a few pixels of pink on our latest scan that just popped up northeast of Bobcaygeon. Torrential rain on 36 and kind of moving eastward there. There may be pea-sized hail embedded in that. So that is our strongest portion of the line, as I've mentioned. So now raining in Deep River, just on the doorstep of Petawawa and still a little bit west of Pembroke, but it is coming that way at this point. I am watching my cameras out that way, and we'll update you guys if anything comes through there just to show you. But that northern end of it at this point is non-severe and is not as concerning as the southern tip of the line. Basically, at this point, you can see how this is marching through. These are just thunderstorms at this point with some moderate heavy to light rain down to obviously very light rain as this is moving through. Severe watches have gone out in southern Ontario. They're probably going to put a few more up. We will see how that progresses, but they just put out basically, it's interesting, this expires in 1 hour. Somebody's probably made a boo-boo in terms of the timing on this. Basically, they're just saying conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms capable of producing strong winds, large hail, and heavy rain. Maximum values for the hazards is 90-kilometer-hour winds, quarter-size hail, and obviously heavy rainfall. Timing is this afternoon, yet they're expiring it by 1 p.m., so that'll change, I guarantee you. I think the software made a mistake and just carried on the warning or the watch area that was already through parts of eastern Ontario and around the Algonquin Park area, and that timing is wrong, so I think that will change out on that as well. So let's take a look on the Quebec side, and we'll take a look to the north. You can see how this is moving through fairly quickly at this point. And the rain is breaking up a little bit. You can see a lot of that red is dissipating out of it. So this is losing quite a bit of its intensity as it moves northeast. Just going to switch over here and take a look at winds. The winds have also died down on this dramatically. No longer any bright, very bright areas. So this is just regular thunderstorms at this point. Winds are not that concerning. And precipitation in pockets is heavy. However, that is also breaking up, and that is our last radar moving northeast from there. We do have a little bit of a line here through 113 Lac Waswanipi. I'm pronouncing that, I guarantee you, wrong, but there's some intense rain in a line here that just kind of exploded over the last few scans and getting organized. So that's another area that will probably end up getting severe warned very shortly. Let's take a look at our stuff around Sudbury area to the north. You can see this line. So far, non-severe storms. There's a bit of lightning starting to show up on it. And the winds, I'm just going to double check here, flip over. Nothing concerning as far as winds for the most part. We will keep an eye on that. But again, these are just non-severe storms. There's only 1 or 2 lightning bolts. So again, just really intense showers for a short period of time as that moves eastward towards Quebec, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. So let's take a look around the Barrie area. Few isolated storms, again, starting to get agitated. This is what we were kind of looking at, just seeing that there's stuff just agitated, possibly storms trying to get organized in terms of initiating. So we'll see whether they hold off or whether they start to fire here shortly. Again, we're only at noon, so we're very early into the day at this point. So let's take a look here. King City radar. They have updated our severe warning down here for this storm, so let me just double check it. Just tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing strong wind and heavy rain. That's what they are severe warning this for. And down in the area with our orange circle, that is the most intense portion of the line. That is very heavy rain along 36 just to the northeast of Bob Cajun, but the lightning is like, look at the density of the lightning on this. This is crazy. So this is definitely throwing a ton of lightning as it moves through. And I've said it, excuse me, I've said it many times on this stream, lightning scares me more than anything because it's so unpredictable when things go with lightning. So they just updated something somewhere. They're updating the air quality warnings out west with those fires. So let's take a look back here. Nova Scotia, I'll take a quick look. Right now, the biggest issue out here was kind of repetitive storms or training storms through the same area, and it continues to be the case. They're not really moving off. So this is definitely causing some flooding just kind of south of 101 near Bridgetown, Annapolis, Royal, Middleton, along Highway 10 there. You're just getting a ton of precipitation that's just continually repeating itself in the area. So biggest threat here will be flooding with some lightning as well. Winds are not very strong in that at this time. So, and then I'll take a look up here in New Brunswick. Down by Petit Kodiak, Elgin area, a couple of storms have kind of initiated there. Very heavy precipitation on them. They may, if they sustain, they may end up getting severe warned as well. So we'll have to watch that. Just southwest of Moncton at this point. That is the only stuff going on out there. And then we have just minor storms kind of throughout the rest of New Brunswick. Very light precipitation for the most part, and non-concerning at this time, but we will update on that. So storms fired just along the Ottawa River here out in front of the line. That's what's kind of taking place here. You can see that over the last couple of scans they've gotten organized. So going through just to the east of Cobden through Forester Falls, Campbell's Bay, Mansfield and Pontefract. You've got just very heavy precipitation in that. Is there any lightning? There's 1 or 2 lightning bolts. So just getting started as this line moves in. So a bit of forcing happening, and that's what's caused those storms to initiate over the Ottawa River. Also an area with a lot more moisture available to it. So that also can trigger or initiate storms as that goes through. So rain just moving into the Petawawa area along the Highway 17 corridor, about to come into Pembroke. For the most part, I'm just going to look at winds here. Winds have died down around the Barry's Bay area somewhat, still kind of gusty to the north of Barry's Bay, but that pocket of strong straight line winds is reducing in size and in intensity, so that is good news there. So, okay. So basically, it's still sorry, I don't know why that jumped on and off. It's crazy that last night in Toronto they were freaking out about how bad today's weather was going to be, and it's completely opposite. The sun is out and it's hot as can possibly be. So that sometimes is a bit misleading because you're getting that hot temperatures, which is going to destabilize the environment, make it more potential for storms later on. Again, we are very early on in the day. We're expecting storms in the afternoon and the evening. So it still could get nasty down in that area, and the watch just got pushed out. I believe, yeah, it's through the whole GTA area and all the way back to the southwest towards London. I'm curious. It still says expires in 1 hour, but again, I expect that to change. That's just a software issue, is my guess. So again, a bit misleading. It's very nice, but severe weather is definitely possible later on throughout the Toronto, GTA, Southern Ontario portion. So we are expecting to be giving coverage for that as well. So Rick is heading out chasing as well. I'll be heading west on Highway 7 to hopefully get some shelfies. So basically, storms with big shelves on the front of them is what we're sort of expecting, but obviously they can be, they look menacing, but not always that dangerous. But we will update you guys whether things are concerning or not with that. And so again, for the most part, everything is non-severe on this, just heavy rain coming through the areas through eastern Ontario along the Ottawa River Valley. And just north of Peterborough is where our one area of intense precipitation, still severe warned on that line. The rest of it is non-severe at this point, so it could be good. What else here? Reflection, I hope your foot feels better, and always good to see you in the chat, so appreciate having you around again. Hopefully you heal quickly there. Getting a question about some velocities. Let me just take a look. A little bit of a circulation in there. Let's just take a look and see whether see this line along 120 or along 28 by the Kawartha Highlands. Let me just see here. It's got 1 or 2 pixels that are very bright. Let's just take a look at that. There's a circulation in there, definitely, that's been marching eastward at this point. 1 bright pixel here. I'm just watching what's going on. This is to the north of Kawartha Highlands Provincial Park. There's definitely a broad circulation in there. We will have to monitor that if it does tighten up. So who was it that highlighted that? Bear with me for a sec. Corhelian. So again, just, I believe, sorry. This here was the comment. So there is definitely a broad circulation in there. If it does tighten up, it definitely something we might have to point out here as it's moving kind of east southeast at this point. So we'll pay attention to it. Definitely something to watch. It's kind of in a very strange area on that line. Here we go again. Glenna, thank you very much for the 50 stars. Really appreciate that. Always appreciate your support, so thank you very much. So you can see, so the circulation does have some strong winds on it. This is Apsley area northeast of there. There are some strong pixels in there in one direction. I'm just looking to see, so they're very broad. Let's see how far across we're talking here. This is going to be several kilometers. So it's about 3 kilometers. So it is indicative of a circulation embedded in this line. It's just a question of this tightens up and then the winds on the opposite side of these flesh tone colors, whether they brighten up. So we'll continue to watch that, but you can see quite significant circulation in there. And I'm highlighting that just because of the size of it. Generally, you're going to need to see that tighten up before it kind of gets concerning going down to the surface. But let me just take a look here. I'm going to go up through the rotations on the scans here. So the circulation does go up. It doesn't go very high up. It's on a few scans here, so definitely something we're going to watch moving forward. So again, thank you for highlighting that. A lot of areas to cover. I don't always catch everything, unfortunately, just because of what we cover, but the southern end is weakening a little bit. The hail signature has come out of it. Still a pocket of very heavy rain here along 36, 507 near Burley Falls, just to the west of there. Heavy torrential rain with tons of lightning, and again, that is just coming through the Kawartha Highlands Provincial Park and then eventually into Petroglyphs Provincial Park. If you're in either of those, I would find somewhere to get reasonable shelter. At this point, I wouldn't want to be riding that out in a tent as it goes through here. So the rest of the line getting much broader or wider with that precipitation, so less intense, non-severe kind of north of Bancroft through Bancroft area. These are just thunderstorms at this point, so overall pretty good. And we do have, again, our storms that initiated just across the river near Campbell's Bay, Brisson, and Mansfield and Pontefract, near Otter Lake. Just heavy rain with a bit of lightning, not severe warned at this point. I'm just going to start looking around the Montreal area. You can see these isolated pop-up storms that that initiate, die off, that just kind of lather, rinse, repeat kind of scenario. So we'll see whether any of them can sustain, and we'll update as that transpires here. So again, some storms in the northern Quebec area going through Val d'Or to the north of Amos and along that 109. But again, you can see most of the red making its way out of that line of precipitation. There are some stronger winds that were here earlier, but they have dissipated. I just want to show you that. You can see that bright blue area through Rouen-Noranda area, and it's kind of broken up and dissipated. So the winds are basically out of this line to where they're concerning. You do have definitely moderate, heavy to light rain. On the northern end, we do have a lot of lightning here to the northeast of Rouen-Noranda area, and some pockets of heavier precipitation as well in that. So that's what's transpiring up there. And then we'll take a look back down here by the Sudbury area and Elliott Lake. There is a little bit of hail starting to show up in some of this, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. They'll maybe severe warn this at some point, but it's very, very small at this point. So not sure if they'll severe warn that as it heads towards the Quebec area. So right now, non-severe. Some of it is thunderstorms. Some of it is just regular rain showers at this point. So. Okay, so Evelyn just updating here that it's going to lose internet, coming down hard now. Marquet, Warren, Ontario as well. So that is another area that, still getting some heavy precipitation in there. Good morning, Tom. Good morning, Mark. Always good to see you in the chat as well. Andrew, good to see you as well from Hanover. Okay. Starting to get dark in the Pembroke area, but the rain hasn't quite made it there yet, and that it's right on the edge of Pembroke at this point. And again, moderate, heavy to light rain throughout the line, so it's not that bad up in that general area. Our stronger winds were around Barry's Bay, but those are breaking up as well, so that is good. Getting a comment from Southern Ontario, cloudy in Southern Ontario, but no rain and very hot. We are expecting storms later on today for those areas. So, thunder has started here in Waltham, Quebec. So that again, thank you for that. That's Joey Campbell by the looks of it. So appreciate that. Uh, Don saying, really glad I found your channel about 3 weeks ago in one of the Edmonton storms. Glad you did, and glad you're part of the Canadian Weather Live family. We will be covering out west possibly later on today for anybody just joining us, but there is quite a bit of smoke in southern Alberta, so I'm not sure if severe storms will be able to get going, which is good for folks as far as severe storms are concerned out west. However, obviously the flip side of the coin is that means there's some bad wildfires ongoing in BC. I know they did have some evacuations going on in that area, so definitely that's the flip side of the coin when you're talking about storms not being able to get organized because of wildfires. So hopefully everybody can evacuate safely, and everybody will be okay out west. So we will monitor things as much as we can for that. So okay. Let me jump in here. Let's take a look at my camera up in Pembroke. I bet you it's almost starting to rain up there. Waiting for that. I'm going to bring up our map of our cameras. Just starting to rain in Pembroke area, so I'm just going to bring this up here. You can see a little bit of wind, the tops of the trees not moving a whole lot, so that's good. Let's just flip over here. So very small raindrops just starting to come into the Pembroke area, and I don't expect it to be too windy here. You can see that, let me just move it over here a little bit more. Those trees are not moving very much. So this is a live shot from Pembroke area, and just starting to lightly rain in Pembroke, and I expect it to get to kind of a moderate level, but that's about it at this point. So okay, let me switch back over here. Actually, I'm going to do this, and then let's take a look at our circulation down here. Unfortunately, we get our scans every 8 minutes, so it doesn't update as quickly. That's broad circulation is still definitely in there, hanging on at this point. So it is, again, it's broad at this point, so it's still not concerning just yet, but it's getting to an area where we've got a few winds here. Let me see 1 second. I'm just going to double check this. So we've got some 50 across. Oh, wow. How high are we? We're at 8,000 feet. So that's as close as we can get to the surface. So just so you understand, 8,000 feet is just under 3 kilometers up. On the surface, this can look totally different. I'm just going to go up through the scans. We can change what beam we're looking at. The circulation is definitely there, but we are talking this next scan. Let me just see here. We're at about 12,000 feet, so we're another kilometer up. We're almost 4 kilometers up at that point. But that just tells you that the circulation is up through the storm. It does dissipate as we go up, which is normal. That's what you would expect. So the problem is we don't see what's below this, and that's where it gets to be a bit of a game of trying to figure out whether it's concerning or not. Just based on the shape of the storm, it's not jumping out at me in terms of being concerned about it. Let's just take a look what Franktown is showing it as well. So give me a sec here. That's 8,000 feet, showing only a couple kilometers an hour, a couple pixels there. So we'll watch for the next scan here. We've got a few areas of possible rotation in here, and we're just between 2 radars. That's the problem. Let me just take a look here. where is it? King City and Franktown to the east. So we're closer to King City for a portion of it, and the other one we're closer to Franktown. So there's definitely a little bit of hail here by the looks of it. Just going to double check. So along 36 near Burley Falls, there's probably some small hail embedded in that storm. We're probably talking pea size, maybe to grape size at most on that. So very heavy precipitation throughout that southern portion. And you can see that that one area is tucked in there where we have that dark red and heavy precip. So still severe warned because of that. And then we're looking at the rest of the line coming through Bancroft. It's gone through Barry's Bay already, coming into Pembroke right now. And then it's going to come into Cobden, Renfrew, and move eastward from there. What else have we got along here? Bon Echo Provincial Park. It is coming that way as well. So just heading towards the radar southwest of Ottawa. And again, portions of it have moderate heavy rain with lightning. The winds have subsided on this, so that is an improvement. But we do have our severe warning just north of Peterborough area for very heavy rainfall and lots of lightning on that southern tip. And a few areas of a tiny bit of a rotation that we need to kind of monitor. So we'll keep an eye on that just as things continue. But it definitely has a bit of rotation on it, so we're definitely going to keep an eye on it. Okay, let me jump back in here. And Mark just commenting from the Kamloops area out in BC that definitely smoke is pretty thick out. Looks like I'm back in the prairies with how the smoke is hiding the mountains around us. So when you're in the mountains and you can't see the mountains, you know that the smoke is pretty bad. So appreciate that update from the BC area, Mark, as always. So Mark Stay Warren area, very black clouds, very windy, rain has stopped. Carrie's just saying sunny and warm and starting to kind of rain on and off in Clarence, Rockland by the water. That would be just these isolated little storms, even basically over Thurso. Those are just very light showers, and we do have some storms going through just south of the St. Lawrence Seaway through Ogdensburg area. They are moving northeast, so I do have a camera out there, so bear with me for a second. Just going to take a look and see what it looks like from this camera. Okay, so I can bring this up. Unfortunately, this is still so this is the GG's Tree Care weather cam. We have this down by Prescott and basically Johnstown area. We can take a look. It's not raining very heavily, but definitely getting a bit of a soaker going on there right now. For anybody that doesn't know, if you're new, the reason this shakes is it's on top of one of these grain elevators, and when that motor runs, it definitely vibrates the camera. But I can swing the camera back around and back to the southwest. This is looking towards Brockville. You can't even see the Seaway, so very heavy precipitation over the Seaway itself. This is at the Master Feeds facility, and we can see that there's very heavy rain moving up to this camera, so this is only going to get more intense. And we can look down the river towards the Ogdensburg bridge there and the crossing. Give me a sec here. Software giving me a bit of an issue. But we're looking, you can see that the precip to the northeast is considerably lighter as it's moving out that way. And this is the radar that we're looking at. Our Johnstown camera is just on the north end of this heavy precip that you see here. So obviously most of the precip is into the New York side of things. However, along the river, you can see it is raining quite a bit. So just wanted to share that with you guys. And that's kind of what you can expect out of these storms, is just pockets of heavy precipitation precipitation as we move through and as that line moves through the area, basically. So just going to switch over here. Bear with me for 1 second. Gonna switch up, swing over to one of our regular weather cams here. This is the one in Pembroke. You can see that that dark line is approaching. Obviously looks a lot more menacing at this point, and there is some rain packed into this, but moving fairly quickly. How you can see how quickly that line is approaching. So let me just switch over here. I'm just going to see what this looks like to the north. So definitely some heavy precipitation about to come into the Pembroke area as this leading edge makes its way in. Further to the southwest, obviously not as heavy precip, but this is coming right for our camera here. And this is that shelf-like structure. This is definitely far more broken up, but this is what Rick was referencing as far as shelfy looking stuff is where you have that line or lowering right on the front leading edge of this storm. So you can see it's moving pretty quick at this point. Let me switch back to a couple of things here. Just gonna watch what's happening down to the south. I want to see what this line looks like. Definitely looks very broken up at this point. So let me just double check here. 12:23 p.m. We're waiting for another rotation velocity signature. It definitely is broken up here, and again, it was very high up. That's what is the always what we look at when we're talking about rotation. Just seeing rotation does not mean danger for people. It's where it's rotating in the storm, how quickly it is rotating, and how tightly it's rotating. Those are all the factors you need to look at rotation when you're dealing with severe storms. And it definitely has broken up. And again, this was very high up. This was 2 to almost 3 kilometers above the surface. So it takes quite a bit for a circulation to drill down that far to the surface. And that's why you see most storms will have rotation on them, but not dangerous. And again, we try and turn the temperature down when we're explaining severe weather to folks. The reason being is there's plenty of platforms that hype stuff up and, you know, talk about the slightest bit of rotation and it's like it's the end of the world. Yes, rotation is normal within storms. It's just understanding what is going on. Here's our latest scan. So we still have 1 pixel of pink here by Burley Falls. So very heavy precipitation with this, but you can see that this is breaking up. You can see how nice and outlined that portion of the storm is, and then all the orange starts breaking up, and we've got far more yellow, green, and blue into it. We obviously, through Petroglyphs Provincial Park, it is going to be raining very heavy, and there's going to be quite a bit of lightning on that. So these are the areas that we're paying attention to. Down on that southern end of the line, and the rest of this is just at this point you can see how broad that precipitation has gotten, and we're talking moderate to light to very light rain depending where you are. They have thrown a severe thunderstorm warning out for our storm that is north of Campbell's Bay, right around the Otter Lake area. They have definitely provided a warning on that on the Quebec side. So very heavy rain and lightning southwest to the west of Otter Lake at this point. So just gonna switch cameras here. And we are expecting to be here later on this afternoon as well. So I'm just going to see if they've updated this. So they did. So here's what I was expecting. That severe thunderstorm watch for southern Ontario has been bumped to 6 hours. So that is the watch that is out to London, through the GTA area, up to Barrie, Orillia, obviously to the edge of Lake Huron, Goderich area. That is where we're talking for the next 6 hours. There's a severe thunderstorm watch. And what I'll do here, actually, I use this as a comparison, so bear with me for a second. Looking for a graphic that I made. Just had this the other day. I've put it somewhere where I can't remember where it's at, which is not good. Let me just take a look. So many files, so little time. I'm either staring at it or... Let's try something else here. There we go, found it. Took me a little bit of time. So this is what we talk about. Difference between between watches and warnings. This is why I wanted to bring it up, so I'm going to share it with you guys. We compare it to tacos. So on the left hand side, taco watch is what's going to come out first. So whether you're talking severe thunderstorm or you're talking tornado watches, that is the first part. That is your ingredients are together, potentially there, and you can see the ingredients for your tacos are on the counter, and you're probably going to have tacos later on. When you get the warning, that is your tacos with all the ingredients in them in front of you on the plate. You need to be taking action now. So this is the comparison we always use for watch versus warning. Your watch always comes out early, meaning ahead of time, and it is your indicator to be weather aware. Keep your head on a swivel, pay attention. When you get a warning, things are going down and you need to be taking your action plan. So a watch just tells you need to possibly have your action plan put in place later on, whether that's taking shelter in a basement, whatever the case may be, just taking shelter from severe weather and be prepared to do so later on in the day. And when you get the warning, that means, hey, okay, now things are serious and you definitely need to be paying attention to this. So that's what we use as far as a comparison is concerned. I wanted to share that with you guys just so that we find that makes it a little bit easier for folks to understand things. So, okay, let me jump back in here. Comments and questions. A lot of comments flying in here. Unfortunately, I can't get them all, so... Glenna, thank you for sending us the stars. Really appreciate your support as always. Getting Christy saying just north of Campbell's Bay, Quebec, pouring rain and windy, and that's on that little cluster just to the northeast. You can see that they severe warned here by Otter Lake area. So. Ryan asking, when you look at rotation, do you take into account the different tilts? I do if I'm trying to see how far up the rotation goes up into the storm and if the rotation is tight. So when the rotation tightens up at the lower levels, then I start looking up to see how far up and what it looks like. So definitely do take certain tilts into account when I am looking at rotation for sure. So, and if anybody's not understanding that, the radar has multiple beams that go out. So higher up, the more tilt on the beam, the higher up we're going up in the storm. So okay, give me a sec here. So I'm going to show you guys our new platform where we can get photos. So in case anybody's wondering, we have a new portal or media ingest tool. The link is below in the description for YouTube. It also comes up in the chat here with Nightbot. They provide a link to it. And essentially when you go to that tool, it basically will you'll be able to submit your photo, video, put a description on it, and then it gets submitted to us. So I'm going to share that with you. This is kind of the first time we're doing it. So the media file, this is from somebody coming into this is from Kodiak Jurgen. And this is the lower mainland of BC. We are getting a bunch of haze from those wildfires. So this is just a great way of being able to share photos and videos videos with you guys now. So this media ingest tool is definitely really handy for us and for you guys being able to submit it. So thank you very much for sending this in. Did want to show that so that we can, whether it's a video, whether it's a picture, we can get it. It gives us all the information, and we can be more accurate when sharing that with you people. So again, the link is below in the description. Also, if you scan the QR code at the top, it is the first link we have in our LinkedIn profile, or no, not LinkedIn profile, my God. Oh God, now the brain is pulling it's freezing up on me. Anyways, if you scan the QR code, that shows you all our social media, and the first link is for the photo submission or video submission thing. So that'll bring you there very quickly and easy. If you're watching this on a computer, on a TV, or even on a tablet, just take your phone camera and scan that, and it'll bring you there as well. So a couple ways of getting to it. So, okay. Reed Gutzman, good to see you from Arnprior. Storms are headed your way, and it looks like, I'm just going to highlight this for everybody, the heavier precip is tucked in below this line. So all of this is going to be your heavier precip throughout. Very narrow band on the leading edge of it, very moderate heavy to even some very heavy precipitation embedded in that. And it is moving eastward, as you can see, coming through the Pembroke area at this time. And let me just take a look to see. It is very sunny here in Kemptville right now. And I'm just going to check whether the camera in Pembroke's showing some of that heavier rain or not. So a little bit gusty in Pembroke right now. Sorry, let me bring that up so you can see that this camera is moving around a little bit, and it is moderate heavy rain throughout that, but a little bit of wind. You can see those trees are definitely moving quite a bit more than they were earlier. This is a live shot again from Pembroke side of things. You can see a lot of precip getting on the camera at this point, so lots of rain coming through with that, but the winds definitely keeping it a little bit windy as this progresses through the area. So that's kind of what you can expect with this line. The further south you are, a little bit more intense precipitation with that when it moves through, because the northern end has definitely lost a bit of its intensity. And I'll zoom in where our Pembroke camera is, and you can see that right now that Pembroke camera was in orange and yellow, whereas to the south we have a leading edge with lots of red embedded in it. This is going through, where are we right here, Denbigh, Griffith area along 41, and then heading kind of to Renfrew, Calabogie, and then it'll continue through Bon Echo Provincial Park on the southern end. So this is what we're watching as things move through here. Lots of precipitation now packing in behind the line through Kawartha Lakes, Lindsay, Fenelon Falls, Bobcaygeon. Again, you can see how this has progressed, and some storms have initiated and are following this line behind it. So more precip. Those are not severe warned, but heavy rain in those. And we did have a bit of rotation within this. I'm going to switch over just to see what we've got going on here. No real areas of rotation anymore, anything concerning. Everything, again, was for the most part aloft. And there are a few straight line winds in here that we may need to pay attention to as this moves eastward at this point. So just looking, you can see there are some... Oh, they just severe warned those storms that initiated back by Kawartha Lakes, because there is definitely some very heavy precipitation in that. The winds aren't too crazy or strong in there, but they have warned around the Kawartha Lakes, Lindsay area, just to do with these heavy storms or precipitation that's between Kawartha and Fenelon Falls area up to Bobcaygeon at this point. We do have some other storms starting to initiate around the Barrie area, and those are non-severe at this point, but that is showing you that storms are trying to get agitated and active, and we've been seeing that on and off for the last little while. Let me switch up to Sudbury, West Nipissing, kind of north of Sturgeon Falls. Definitely some solid heavy rain in there. That core is very dark red. A few lightning bolts associated with those dark red areas. Still considered non-severe. Let me just take a look here. We're not seeing any real hail indicators. Let me just flip over to winds. Winds are not very concerning in there. There's some wind, but it is very mild compared to what would be severe or what would be considered severe. And we still have storms on the Quebec side to the north marching, but you can see that the area has spread out and you're mostly dealing with a lot of yellow, a little bit of orange, and then some pockets of red, which is that more intense precipitation. So they've only got the severe warning just east of Temiskaming Shores on the Quebec side for that very heavy precip with lots of lightning associated with that. So let's just take a look here. And they look like they've updated the box down here to the south. So let's take a look at that. I'll read the warning here. Environment Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing strong wind gusts up to quarter-size hail and heavy rain. No other specifics in that warning at this point. And again, it's just the southern end of all of these storms moving eastward towards the Ottawa area. So that portion on the southwest corner will come through just north or maybe even a little bit through Peterborough. It'll stick north of Peterborough at this point, so it'll skirt north, and then along that Highway 7 corridor is essentially what's going to be happening. Just looking here from the Ottawa Franktown radar, and we've got a few isolated storms throughout the area, but the line is continuing to march eastward. It will be into Cobden and Renfrew. Cobden very shortly, Renfrew shortly, and then off to Arnprior and into the Ottawa area. So we're about 12:45 p.m. Let's see how close it is to Ottawa at this point. Roughly from Ottawa, we're only about 80, 90 kilometers from the leading edge of the heavier precipitation. Again, these storms for the most part are non-severe. So this line on the eastern Ontario side is not severe warned. The winds in there are moderate to light and just heavy precipitation on the leading edge of it, with obviously quite a bit of lightning associated as well on that. So that is what we're seeing at this point out of this line. And the only part that is severe warned would be down through Lindsay, Kawartha, Lakes area near Peterborough. That is where things are severe warned. Our storms to the northeast by Petroglyphs Provincial Park, very heavy rain, but not a lot of wind in that, and quite a bit of lightning. So the severe component on that is going down, folks. So that's the good news there. So Connor's making fun of me. I called it our LinkedIn QR code at the top. It's actually our link tree. So that just gives you all our social media links up at the top if you scan that QR code, including how to submit photos to us or videos as well. So we always appreciate getting that. We can't share every photo or every video, obviously, but we do appreciate when people submit to us what they're seeing or what they're experiencing. So. And let's see, Connor says his stream should be up, so we'll take a look and see if Connor's stream is live. So far it's not, but bear with me for a second here. Well, it helps if I kill that. There we go. Oh, yeah. Connor's stream is up and running, so we are good there. So Connor, location-wise, let me just take a look. He's showing as being near Maberly area. It's about 26 degrees Celsius, as you can see on our live stream up in the top left corner. So he is out in front of this line. We'll see whether what he sees or what he experiences. So we do have a live from Connor. I believe we do have Rick as well. So let me just see here. I'm going to kill off a couple of things. I'll see if I can get Rick's stream up and running. Gonna kill that off, and we'll adjust this out here. See if I can get Rick's stream. Okay, we'll keep. I don't think Rick is streaming just yet, but we'll keep an eye on that. So when Rick does go live, we can give you guys an update on things from there as well. So this is the line that we are paying attention to now, starting to cross the Ottawa River Valley through Pembroke Petawawa area, and soon coming into Renfrew, Cobden, Arnprior, and then obviously into Ottawa, the west side. And then it will probably reach, let me just take a look here, down. Depending on the line, how it continues, it's going to kind of go through Portland, just south of Smith Falls, maybe into Athens, Brockville area, and then all along there. And again, it is continuing to sustain at this point. So most of it is non-severe. However, the southern end has several severe warnings on it. So that is the part that we need to pay attention to at this point. So it is the one area. Okay. Okie doke. Let me jump back in here. Oh, Kodiak Jurgen saying I use the QR code, very easy to use, which I appreciate. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. We, like I said, we try and make things simple for people to be able to help out and submit information. So I'm glad to hear that it worked out very easily as well. So, okay. Brianna asking if Cornwall is going to get anything, and the answer to that is yes, this line is going to make its way there. You are still significant ways away from there. I know we do have a lot of people watching from Cornwall, but this is over 200 kilometers roughly at this point from the Cornwall area, so quite a bit of time before it makes it there. The question will be how intense it's going to be. Right now, only the southern end of it is severe warned. The rest of it is considered non-severe, which is, you're not getting those very strong winds. You're not getting any large hail or anything like that. There are some winds embedded in this, but for the most part, looks like just heavy rain on the leading edge of it as it moves through. So we've got some cameras that this will all travel through. So those are highlighted on our screen here. These are all live cameras that we have access to. So as it goes eastward, we'll be able to show you the intensity of it, not just on radar, but also on a live camera feed as well, so that you can understand what's headed your way. And if it is weakening, we will be able to update you guys on that as well. And you can see that there are some storms initiating out in front of this. So you may have a small isolated storm that does initiate ahead of it. And you may get rain sooner than that. Definitely a lot of showers starting to initiate here back to the southern portion of Ontario around the Barrie area, coming off Lake Huron, and then the very edge of Georgian Bay down by Collingwood, and moving eastward. So these are non-severe storms. They're just, at this point, very isolated thunderstorms. And so obviously going to bring a little bit of rain to the area, but so far non-severe as things unfold. So let me just take a look further south. Few storms starting to initiate here by the Exeter radar. You can see that by Mitchell, Listowel area. These don't have any lightning it shows at this time. So they are just fresh or young storms. They still need a bit of time to mature, so we'll see if that's the case once this progresses a little bit further for us. So let's go take a look up to the north here. I don't want to forget about our area up that way. This is basically all heading to the west of Chibougamau. Along 113, there's area of more intense precipitation. It is not severe warned, and there is no severe warning on any of this on the Quebec side for the northern storms at this point. So it's definitely what you want to see when we're talking about weather moving through the area, that it is non-severe at this point, no severe warnings. You also can see that for the most part, it's light to to, let's say, moderate to light rain with obviously some lightning, and nothing super concerning as far as that area. They did just put out a watch along, North Bay area to the north up towards Temagami and Temiskaming shores. They just threw that up, so let me just bring this up. Conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms that may be capable of producing strong winds, gusts, large hail, and heavy rain. So this is definitely because of the line that has formed back to the east of Elliott Lake and stretching northeast just to the south of Temiskaming shores. And then north of Sturgeon Falls, we have an area that has very heavy precipitation in that, about to cross Highway 11. So that's just going to be very, very heavy rain at this point. Not seeing any indicators of hail just yet, but that could change. So we will update that area as well. So you're starting to see things getting a little bit busier. I'm going to just jump out here to the east coast. The only storms that we had out there were severe warned just because of the amount of precipitation. So when we had this area here, this was just sitting over the same area, just heavy, heavy rain. The rain amounts have gone down. You can see how that has spread out, and there's no longer a severe warning on these particular storms in Nova Scotia, just south of 101. So basically at this point, they are just non-severe thunderstorms throughout that area. I'm going to look through the rest of New Brunswick. Nothing severe on the New Brunswick side, just a couple of isolated storms northeast of Fredericton. And let's just take a look at anything happening here. There's a few showers just to the west of New Glasgow, but non-severe at this point. Those are just very minor, all things considered. So we are looking pretty good. I'm just double checking to see if any watches are going out west. I don't expect them till significantly later, but you never know with how weather plays out at this point. So let's just take a look at things here, and we'll continue to monitor that. So getting a question about Dairy Fest, and I want to say that's somewhere around Winchester. Bear with me, folks. I don't know every one of them, but you are going to get thunderstorms coming through Dairy Fest. So the biggest concern with this line, for the most part, is going to be that lightning. You do not want to be outside with this kind of lightning coming through the area. It is so random and unpredictable. So that is the biggest concern I would have with this. Obviously, heavy rain on the leading edge, but that starts to kind of thin out quite a bit, and the back end doesn't have a ton of rain in it. So that is the good news for that part of it. But Dairy Fest, definitely, if that's in the Winchester area, you guys are more than likely going to see some thunderstorms coming through. And while this is moving through, I would be taking shelter indoors just from the lightning side of things. So hopefully that helps answer the question there. Let me just take a look here. We are indicating a little bit of hail on Highway 62 just south of Gilmore. Let me just take a look at velocities here. A little bit of wind in that, but it is straight line wind for the most part. And so we are getting some hail here. This is going to be pea-sized to grape-sized hail with a ton of lightning associated with this small area here by Gilmore. That is definitely something to pay attention to. Let me switch over to King City radar. More storms coming through the Bob Cajun area. Very heavy precipitation once again. Definitely something to be concerned about just from the overland flooding side of things. You definitely, with the rain coming through earlier, this will pile up a little quicker and easier. And so through Bob Cajun right now, just moderate heavy rain coming through. Not, well, it could be almost, no, it's not torrential like when we get those dark reds, but it's definitely heavy rain through the Bob Cajun area. And they have severe warned a storm just around the Aurelia area to the northwest along Highway 12. That just came out now. Let me see. They're just saying strong wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. And that is our storm that is east of Moonstone on Highway 12, northwest of Aurelia. And you can see how this is kind of moving just a little bit southeast. So this may end up coming into Aurelia itself and then over Lake Simcoe as well. So we'll have to watch that. So they've thrown up a severe warning for it at this point. So What else have we got going on? I'll go take a look down by Exeter radar. Just here. Okay, let's take a look here. Still non-severe storms around the radar here by Mitchell, Stratford. These are just non-severe thunderstorms at most right now. Just a very isolated pocket of storms. And it seems that most of our warnings are over here to the northeast and north of the GTA area. And these are continuing to move eastward at this point and coming into eastern Ontario. And our watch is just to the west of Ottawa through Arnprior. So the watch is obviously the thinner yellow line box, and the thicker yellow line are going to be the portions of the storm that are warned at this point. So, okay. Hunter about asking about Luskville. You the drag strip, you definitely are getting rain coming in there, so your drag races are going to be suspended for a while. I suspect this will take probably a good 45 minutes to move through the area, maybe a little bit longer, but you are definitely, where are we here? Constance Bay. Luskville is going to be somewhere right up here. I know the drag race. I used to go to the drag strip. So, yeah, you're definitely looking at rain headed your way. I can tell you roughly how far it is from there. You're right now about 60 kilometers away. So within the next hour to hour and a half, roughly, you are going to have some rain coming in. The leading edge is going to be heavy rain, lightning, and then the back end, and when you see those yellows and greens and blues, that's the lighter end of the precipitation scale. So that is definitely headed your way in the Luskville area. So you're definitely going to have to suspend the races for a little while the track dries out as well. So Connor is not in Renfrew. He's along the Highway 7 corridor, I believe, but I could be wrong. Let me double check that I'm not speaking incorrectly. No, he is along the Highway 7 corridor. So he's basically heading southwest at this point and keeping an eye on things as the afternoon unfolds here. So we are still expecting a second round of storms later on. This was, again, not modeled to be this intense. And again, it's borderline severe at this point for the most part, and models did not pick up on this very well, so we were on very early, starting around 11 a.m. So let me just take a look here. More questions or comments. Barbara saying there'll be rain in Winchester. You're probably 2 to 3 hours out, roughly. So definitely in the afternoon, going to be some rain as this continues to move eastward at this point. Benjamin saying rain is starting in Athens, no wind, fortunately, which, yes, that is good. Carla asking about Saskatchewan right now. No severe is on the table for the Saskatchewan area. I'm not sure. We haven't done a forecast for that particular area, whether you'll get showers or not. I don't think there's much on the table for Saskatchewan today, to be totally honest, but I have not done a specific forecast for that area. Okay. Wheels just saying we need a good storm in the new Glasgow area. The humidity is insane the last couple of days, and I hate that weather. I don't do well with humidity. I went out Thursday with Northern Tornadoes Project here in Kempville to check out the damage from the tornado, and within 20 minutes I was dripping sweat because it was so hot and humid. So what else? Starting to rain a little bit in Iroquois, and that's just to do with the slight showers to your south in the Iroquois area. The main line is still back to your west at this point, so actually I can just keep that running so people know while I'm reading comments what's going on. Doobie Dude saying Hamilton, Ontario, Brantford area has nothing. Yeah, right now you're still still kind of looking good, but we do have potential for storms down that way later on. And you can see that they are starting to initiate here as it's moving eastward. Some of those are going to look like they're going to pick up enough intensity that they're going to end up being severe warned as well. So we will notify you guys as that happens and as that kind of unfolds. Okay. Blake asking whether this storm dies down so I can go and golf. I guess it depends where you're located in relation to those storms, but right now they don't look like they're going to die off to the point where there wouldn't be any rain or lightning. And obviously being outside, we were just commenting with this line as it's moving through the eastern Ontario area. The lightning is going to be the biggest problem. I would not catch myself outside with this because lightning is so unpredictable. So Chris asking if it's still hitting Ottawa around 4 p.m. I definitely think it's going to be much sooner than that. It's going to be in the 2 to 3 range would be roughly my guess on the Ottawa general area, including Hull, Gatineau, Elmer. That's where my head's at, around 2 to 3 p.m. So Amanda asking what time do I expect it to hit in the GTA? Right now, there are no storms that are kind of in that area, but we do have some forming back to the west here. So you can see that those are marching. They're still quite a bit, they're west of Kitchener at this point. So we'll have to see if they first of all sustain, and if they do pick up intensity, we can give you guys a bit of timeline. But if those are heading towards the GTA, probably within an hour to 2 hours, it's in the GTA area. But again, lots can happen between now and then. So let's just take a look here. Nadine saying, yeah, I must say it must be harder to point out a weaker tornado as opposed to a full one. Good job, guys. You know your stuff. It is the weakest tornadoes, the EF0s. That's one of the things that Aaron said from the Northern Tornadoes Project. EF0s are very hard to track down, even that they've happened. You know, the amount that they miss because nobody sees it or nobody notices it. It is very difficult. So yeah, it was coming for my house. So that's the main reason as soon as I saw it coming towards the house when I was outside shooting that video, I knew right away it was going to try and produce a tornado. It's just, I've seen close to 100 tornadoes over my lifetime. That was actually number 95. And it was very obvious that it was going to try hard to do so. Trevor just saying, yeah, hopefully nothing comes into the St. Catharines area. You guys have definitely had quite a bit of heavy rain. Obviously some downbursts as well, causing damage as that over the last week or so. And so, yeah, I totally hear you. A lot of flooded basements in that area. Right now, the watch is not into the St. Catharines area. It's close. So you still should be weather aware today, and we'll keep our fingers crossed that the storms don't come into the St. Catharines area. So you guys can at least do a little bit of recovery there from all the storms. Esther asking about Quebec. So we do have this coming over to the Quebec side, obviously crossing over the Ottawa River Valley. Our storms right here coming through to the Ottawa area. So Western Quebec is definitely going to get some showers. Right now, kind of around the Montreal area, we have very isolated pop-up storms. None of them are currently severe. However, our storm here by Joliette and Crabtree, that one could go severe if it stays in that area and picks up intensity. And then to the north, we've just got basically moderate to light rain for the most part on this line. None of this is severe warned. So again, this is just non-severe thunderstorms. The most intense portion of this is way to the north right now. This is up by Matagami and then Waswanipi. I hope I'm pronouncing that remotely close, kind of west of Shabugamu. That is where your heavier precipitation is, but that is non-severe thunderstorms at this point. The winds are moderate to light in there as well, so that is the only parts that have really heavy precip other than the line that we're monitoring here, making its way through western Quebec and eastern Ontario. So you can see that unfolding here. Calgary Tech, thanks for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate the support. Just getting a question here. Okay. In the 70s, when I was very young, I used to visit my grandparents in summer in Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill area in Toronto. I was almost struck by lightning, which caused me to become very wary of thunderstorms. And absolutely, storm chasing, I've said it 1,000 times. Lightning is the part that scares me probably the most on thunderstorms because you never know what it's going to do. Getting a question from Jennifer about Cornwall. So this line is heading towards Cornwall. You Mac me, thank you very much for the support. As always, you go above and beyond. Connor and I really appreciate that, Andy, so thank you. So back to Cornwall. Yes, you are definitely getting some storms. This line looks to sustain and is still quite a ways away. You're but several hours out, still probably 3 hours before it gets to Cornwall, unless other storms initiate in between the line and Cornwall. But I definitely would expect some storms later on today for that area. So I got a notification for strong wind and hail for Brantford. I don't know what site that would be. Obviously, Brantford, there's absolutely nothing going on. So whatever site sent you that, I would definitely question what they're doing, because there's no hail or anything right now, even remotely close to a storm out in that way. So hopefully that clears that up for you. No, Chris, the storms for Ottawa area within the next hour to two. I'm saying 2 to 3 p.m. for Ottawa. It is just coming into Renfrew at this point, so it's not far at this point from the Ottawa area. So again, 2 to 3 p.m. for the Ottawa area, including Hull, Gatineau, Elmer. And then a little bit later, the further south you go from Ottawa, because that line is tilted to the northeast back to the southwest. So what else? Nobody does weather for the Maritimes. There's definitely a few places that do weather for the Maritimes. We've been covering stuff out that way today because there has been a severe warning, but it has dropped at this point. And there's also a couple Facebook pages that do stuff out that way. But Maritimes luckily doesn't get a ton of severe weather. Right now you have a couple of watches out there, but all of this is just regular rainstorms at this point. Again, west of Halifax along 101. We have covered that, but the severe warning has dropped for those storms, and the watch has moved further east. They've pulled it back. So right now, nothing super concerning in the Maritimes area, just so you're aware. And I'll zoom back into here. Dark clouds started moving in towards Bourget, but from what you are showing, it's not the same system. Yeah, it's definitely just clouds moving in. It will come back once this line comes in. That's where your heavy precipitation is coming through. So you can definitely have clouds out in front of this. We've noticed that on our weather cameras, but the main precip is still to the west of Ottawa at this point. So just getting a question here from Angela. I don't understand the color warnings such as yellow, but I just got the yellow one for Toronto about thunderstorms. So you have a thunderstorm watch. So the watch is always the part that comes out first. So that means, hey, you need to be prepared that there's possible environment for severe storms later on today. So that is the thin yellow box that extends all the way down to London through Goderich around Barrie. That is a watch, meaning be weather aware, pay attention. The possibility is there. When you get the thick yellow lines, that's where actually severe weather is unfolding. So it is definitely an issue that is ongoing. You've got that severe weather going on, so that is a warning. So that's the difference there. Hopefully that helps clear that up. So you are just currently in a watch. Yeah, definitely the southern end along Highway 7. Part of this storm system could catch it. It looks fairly weak as it's going east of Peterborough right now. It is in Havelock area, but we do have some hail here again along 62 northwest of Caledar. So that seems to be the heaviest area of precipitation as this moves through. So again, it is starting to drop a little southeast as well. You'll see that southern tip is moving southeast rather than just straight eastward at this point. So that is going to come along that Highway 7 corridor down to Tweed, but only one pocket of really severe precipitation, which would be grape-sized hail just along 62 here, moving southeast kind of to, it'll cross between Madoc and Caledar is where that's going to go. Calgary Tech, we mentioned hail threat for Calgary. How's it shaping up today? Also, will you cover the eventual hurricane hitting hitting the Maritimes? So give me 1 second here. Oh, okay, give me 1 sec. I've just got some stuff coming in here. Okay. Lindsay storm looks like it's got a bit of rotation on it. 1 sec. Just gonna pull up some stuff here. Bear with me.
Rick.
Okay, we just got footage from the Lindsay area. There's a funnel on the storm. Bear with me for a sec. I'm going to mute the audio, go full screen. This is by Kawartha Lakes, and we do have some rotation indicated on here. It's very broad, but this storm is trying to produce. So let me come back here. So we are going to mark some... I'm going to show you this video here. There's a funnel coming out of that storm. You can see that very definitively on it. This is by the Lindsay Kawartha Lakes area. You can see that it's not reaching further out, but that is a very prominent funnel. So meaning low level rotation on this storm. Bear with me. I'm going to highlight this on the radar. Just wanted to show you guys that video. Definitely trying to produce at this point. So give me a sec. Let me come back to radar. We are going to say, bear with me for 1 second. I'm going to highlight this. Come on. Just take a look here. Okay, we are going to be calling for shelter in this area due to rotation and obviously that funnel cloud. So if you are anywhere in this orange polygon, you need to be taking shelter. This storm does have low level rotation that we've just been showing you guys on the video. So it is not currently warned by Environment Canada, but based on the video that we just saw, there is very low level rotation with a significantly obvious funnel. I'm going to reiterate that. So again, in the yellow, or sorry, orange polygon within the yellow box, this is by Lindsay Kawartha Lakes area. I'm going to zoom in across 36, and you can see that there was a funnel in this. So I'm going to share that back again. This is the video that we just received, and you can see that that has a very definitive funnel trying to produce. And these are those EF zeros that are very hard to determine on radar because it's not significant rotation within the storm. So these ones a lot of times go unnoticed. This is sent to us by somebody who knows Rick from Lanark County Scanner and was sent to us. So that's why we are showing you guys this. We are definitely saying that out of an abundance of caution, we need you guys to be in shelter in this area with the orange polygon. This storm is trying to produce, as you saw based on that video. It's actually Rick's sister that sent it to him. I'm just seeing that. So yes, it's definitely, I'm going to get back to Calgary Tech. This came in just as that was happening. I'm going to jump back at that, but this is to do with rotation on this storm. And we have a funnel cloud, a very obvious funnel close to the surface on the bottom end of this storm. And this is moving in this area. So again, you need to be in shelter out of an abundance of caution within this orange polygon as these storms are moving through. And you'll see how that has a bit of a hook echo on the back end. So this is, again, just come into us a few minutes ago. We are calling for shelter within the orange polygon area. So if you are anywhere near this orange box, please be in shelter. What that means is be in a basement if you have that option. If you do not have the option, then please be into an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We do recommend a bathtub. It does give you a little bit more protection, and then a small mattress or something over top of you to cover it. Please share this with people because this is currently unwarned. The Kemptville tornado went unwarned, and it obviously did minor damage, but you obviously want to get the information out to as many people as possible. Right now, this is unwarned by Environment Canada because they don't have that video that we had. And again, quite obvious funnel that we were showing on the live stream here. So please share this with anybody. Hit the like button. It gets it out into the YouTube algorithm, and those people who need to see this, who are searching for this information, will end up seeing it. So that is what is ongoing right now. So I'm going to concentrate on this area because of that rotation that was evident on the video with that funnel. So we're about 6 minutes into our 8-minute cycle. We should have a new scan here in about 2 minutes, and we'll jump onto that. Calgary Tech was asking about hail storm in Calgary area. The smoke is definitely putting a lid on that far more than it was yesterday, so we're not sure whether that severe weather in Calgary will still happen. If there is a hurricane that did come into the Maritimes, we would cover that as well. So Calgary Tech, thank you first of all for your donation and your questions, and hopefully I can hopefully I answered that. I just obviously we got distracted here because of the storms that is trying to produce right now near the Lindsay-Kawartha Lakes area with rotation very evident on the video. I will bring it back up for anybody that's just jumping in here. So very low storm, and also indicating a funnel only few hundred meters off the ground, if that, not even maybe a few hundred meters. So I'm going to show that with you guys right now. Again, Gabs-a-lot, thank you very much for the donate or some gifting memberships to the Sunshine Club. So this is the funnel. You can see that in the center of the screen here. Obviously quite evident, and there's quite a bit of rotation. Those clouds are rotating around. So this is back to the beginning, and you can see that very evident laminar funnel moving on this storm here. So we are calling for shelter within that orange polygon that we highlighted here. So definitely concerning with how much this low-level rotation is picking up here. So definitely try and share the stream with anybody you can, just so the word does get out. That is the whole purpose of why we do what we do here. It is trying to get that word out to people as far as that are in the path of these storms. So we should have a new scan here any moment, and I'll take a look at it. The rotation wasn't quite obvious. There is some broad rotation on this, but at that level, we are, let's just put it this way, we're reading 3,000 feet into the storm here. That is 1 kilometer up, and you can see the funnel was maybe 100, 200 meters off the ground. So the radar is blind to that. So again, spread the word. This area, you need to be in shelter just out of an abundance of caution. That type of funnel is very evident on the video. So we're going to continue sticking with this, and then I'll jump around and look at some other stuff here. I'm not sure why we don't have a scan here. We're now missing a scan. That is the worst time to miss a scan at this point. So give me a sec here. Yeah, we're going to be missing a scan here. So inside the orange box, because we are missing the scan, we are still calling for shelter on this storm. It is moving east southeast at this point. And again, we've had very obvious rotation on a video with a funnel as this is moving through. So let me see if I've got an option for another. The Buffalo radar is way too far. We only have one radar here that will work on this. Buffalo radar is just obviously across the lake, significantly far from this. We should have had an update here. We're 10 minutes into that 8-minute cycle, so we've missed a scan here for some reason, and it happens sometimes on the Environment Canada radar. So I'm just going to take a look here. What's going on elsewhere in southern Ontario? We just have isolated, non-severe thunderstorms that have initiated this afternoon, but obviously our orange polygon is where we are calling for shelter out of an abundance of caution with the rotation that was obvious on our video, along with a funnel very close to the surface. So that is something to be concerned about. Thank you to Rick and Rick's sister for sending that in. Really appreciate that, because it's, again, we are blind. The last kilometer of the storm, or the bottom half of the storm, we do not see, just because the radar is reading almost a kilometer above the surface on this storm. And that funnel was literally maybe 100 meters off the ground, maybe 200 at the most. So it's definitely something to pay attention to at this point. I'm going to switch to Franktown radar and just kind of look through the rest of it, but we've kind of highlighted that area. Storms coming through Renfrew area. I am going to switch over to velocities and take a look if there's anything rotating in this line. The winds on the leading edge are starting to pick up on this a little bit, and just kind of looking through the area to see if there's anything that jumps out to me. So okay, let me just take a look here. Right now, the rest of the line itself looks pretty docile in the sense that it's just a straight line wind event. We have heavy precipitation embedded in the front of this, and also quite a bit of lightning. You can see most of the lightning tucked into the south portion of this line. That's been the story. Kind of south of Bancroft, south of that area, we've had the more intense precipitation, more intense wind. So right now, the only area that we are concerned about rotating winds is down here by Kawartha Lakes, and again, that's why we have our orange polygon. You should be in shelter for that area, just because we've had rotation with a funnel on video close to the surface. It did not look like it reached the surface, but it definitely was starting to reach out at that point. So what else have I got here? Yeah, it's definitely frustrating that we're missing a radar scan at this most inopportune time. We are 12 minutes in, so we should see another new scan here. We're 13 minutes in, so another 3 minutes before we get a new scan. And for our storm by Kawartha Lakes, Lindsay area, it is moving east-southeast. I can show you that. And that is the storm that tried to produce here just on that video. So unfortunately, we haven't had an update in a while, so we will continue to monitor that as things continue here. So, and I'm just looking here. So our storm is now oh, there we go. I think we just got an update from Franktown radar. So let's see, King City radar. Oh, wow, this has a good hook on it. So again, this is very obvious as far as this storm trying to rotate just based on the shape of the storm. So let me move this. And I'm going to highlight a couple of things so you can see this kind of hook look to it. That is called a hook echo. And we are going to say you need to be in shelter. Actually, that's terrible. Let me redraw that. We are trying to have another tool made up where straight lines will be better, because I'm not an artist with a mouse, unfortunately. So in this area here, this is where we are calling for shelter out of an abundance of caution based on video footage that was sent in to us. This storm is rotating very close to the surface. It does have a bit of a hook echo on it, and it is definitely had a funnel reaching out towards the surface. It didn't didn't look like it condensed all the way down, but that is your heads up that this storm is rotating and potentially dangerous. So we are saying be in shelter. That means a basement if possible. If you don't have the basement as an option, then an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub gives you a little bit more protection, and then a small mattress over top of you in case the worst case scenario happens. Hopefully it doesn't, but that is basically what we're looking at right now. So again, orange polygon is where we're calling for shelter, and you can see that this has broken away from the rest of the line essentially. So this storm is on its own on the back southwest corner, and that's generally the storms that are able to do something because they're not being interfered with from any other storms further southwest. So it's on its own. We're going to see what the next scan shows here, but that orange polygon is where we're talking about at this point. So yeah, Rick's sister is the one that sent that video in. Thank you again for everybody, that submits footage to us. It really does help us out. And again, we are blind on that radar. Below a kilometer, we don't see what's at the bottom. So that's why this is so important to have that information as far as that's concerned. So really appreciate when that gets sent in so that we can advise people on taking shelter and what's happening. So you can see that this storm also now has a hail indicator on it. So it does still have a decent updraft in it, a little pixel of pink in here, so you might have pea-sized hail in there at most, but that is heading southeast at this point, so you can see where we've got our area of concern at this point. So again, orange polygon, be in shelter. I'm going to move back to the Ottawa area, and let's just take a look here. We do have a pocket of strong winds west of Umpa, Bon Echo Provincial Park. Unfortunately, right there in that same area, we're seeing some 80-kilometer-hour winds not far off the surface. This would be about 60 to 70 on the surface, roughly, depending where you see those winds or where you intercept those winds, I should say. And you can see how those are pushing through. So they'll be coming into Umpa area along 30 and 506. And let's just take a look. We do have some hail in this as well. Why aren't you switching over? There we go. Northbrook, Flinton, Caladar, north of there, we do have a couple of pockets of heavy precipitation in there. Those pinks are going to be grape-sized hail, maybe smaller. So there's two pockets of it just on either side of 41 at this point. There's even a little bit of broad rotation within this. We'll have to watch that as well for the storm that is east of 41. We're just going to see what's going on there. So again, if you're joining us, we do have an orange polygon just around the Kawartha Lakes area for a storm that has tried to produce. We had a very significant funnel on it and very obvious strong rotation as well. So we are calling for shelter in that orange polygon. I'm going to switch over back to Eastern Ontario, further towards Ottawa. Portage du Fall, Renfrew, Shawville about to be in the rain. Armprior is on the doorstep next. So far, this is just very moderate wind to light wind. There are pockets of moderate heavy rain throughout, and even onto the Quebec side, we do have a little bit of hail here by Lac des Loups up to Kazabazawa, heavy precipitation in that with those colors. I see a bunch of stuff going on. They have just severe warned storms up in the North Bay. Wow. Okay, so there's a storm along Highway 11 tossing some hail as well. So this is just by Martin Lake by 64 and 11, essentially just in between there. And it's heading almost due east at this point, I want to say. So very heavy precip over Highway 11 with possibly some small hail, and that's why it has been severe warned. The box goes all the way south of Lake Nipissing and down to where are we? Down to 522 down here, but you guys there's nothing there that's concerning. This is on the very north end of things. So and then let's just take a look at Southern Ontario so far. These are just non-severe storms that are initiating. They are struggling a little bit, it looks like, but we'll see whether that continues to be the case at this time. So we'll just bring that up, and we're getting. I know Connor's on his way to this storm by the Lindsay area. He's still quite a ways away, unfortunately, but it is headed in his direction. So I know we may have a couple of chasers on that, and you can see the view here from Connor's live stream. This is under the leading edge of the storm. Where's he located? I'm just going to line this up here. He's in Caladar. So that is going to be right on the edge of this hail that's to the north. And there's our latest scan. And the hail has condensed into a core just to the north of Caladar along Highway 7. This is going to be grape size and maybe up to quarter-sized hail at this point, maybe a little bit bigger than that. So definitely outflow dominant storm by the looks of it, based on what I'm seeing on Connor's stream right now. What I call a whale's mouth. So as the line progresses over top of you behind it, it looks like the roof of a whale's mouth, basically. That's why they call that, or they've nicknamed it that. And usually that's indicative of a outflow dominant storm. So not as concerned about rotation on it, but it can still pack some winds in it. Right now, we're not seeing anything too dangerous. And then we have storms along Highway 7 here west of Caladar. And let me just switch over. Marmora area, there's definitely rain. Madoc, and then back to Havelock. And let's just switch over. West of Havelock, there's definitely some hail right on the Trans-Canada at this point. So, okay, and Connor's just submitting a photo here. So I just want to get back to our storm here with the rotation. Let me see here. This scan is at 1:29 p.m. Just came in a minute ago. This is looking better. The rotation is definitely weakened on this, and the body of the storm has weakened as well. So let me switch back over to full radar on this, and I'll show you the difference here. Let me just, you can see how intense that dark orange red area is. Then we had the purple in here, and now the purple has gone out of it. Most of the red has gone out of it. So again, the intensity of the precipitation has gone down. The rotation has come down as well, but out of an abundance of caution on this last scan, I'm going to continue saying you need to be in shelter in this orange polygon only. And we'll see if the next scan weakens again. We will drop that polygon. Again, this was not warned by Environment Canada. We just had the video from Rick's sister in that area showing a funnel coming and reaching towards the surface at that point. So let me pull something else up here. This is the photo from Connor just near Caladar area. I'm going to share that up here. You can see that shelf-looking structure as this is moving through. So this is on the leading edge of the line as it's moving into the area. And this was around the Caladar area. A bit of blue on that as well. So indicative of that hail that we were seeing north of Caladar area, north of Highway 7 as well. So definitely some storms starting to pack a bit of a punch. Just going to swing back to that on the radar. So that was from this portion of the storm here just north of Highway 7 along the Caladar and Arden area where that picture was taken by Connor at this point. So this continues to move eastward at this point and is moving into the Ottawa area. The northern portion is not severe warned. The only area right now severe warned is on the southern end where you see these darker or thicker yellow boxes. Those are warnings. The rest of it is just a watch. We do have a warning on the Quebec side for some of these storms, but they aren't as severe. There's no hail in them currently. They just have very, very heavy precipitation southwest of Kazabazawa down to Lac des Loups along 368 there. So precipitation through the Renfrew area. About to come into Shawville and Arnprior. There's no hail indicated on this. The wind is out in front of this. I can see that. Moderate to light wind throughout the line as you get through it. So we are just monitoring, obviously, the stuff on the south end. That is where we've seen some intensity at this point. So What else? Stittsville, getting a question about Stittsville. This is headed that way, folks. These are non-severe storms for the Ottawa area currently. The way they're unfolding, you've got moderate, heavy to light rain, lots of lightning and moderate wind as this comes towards the Ottawa area down the Ottawa River Valley. You will find that storms will intensify when they're over top of the river just because there's more moisture there for them to absorb. So we'll see as this approaches the Ottawa area. The severe thunderstorm watch ends around Arnprior. They're not extending it further east at this time, and the area that is picking up the intensity is on the southern end where we have a warning here by Calidar area. We do have quite a bit of hail in here just east of Northbrook or Flinton. And that is going to be grapes to maybe almost up to loony-sized hail along just to the north of that Highway 7 corridor. And then we have our storms that are along the Highway 7 corridor back towards Peterborough. And let me just take a look in here. This is our latest scan from King City Radar. Still a bit of rotation on this at 135. Let me just take a look here. I'm going to drop the box at this point. The shape of the storm is looking a little disorganized at this point, so not as concerned about it for the rotation anymore. It does have some decent precipitation in it with a bit of lightning, but that is less concerning on the rotation aspect of things. So that is good news. And again, it is still in the severe warning. And we still have one warning here by Aurelia that is severe warned as well. Other than that, the rest of the storms in southern Ontario are non-severe isolated thunderstorms at this point. So let's go back up to the North Bay area. And just to update you on the storm that's north of North Bay, this is kind of around Martin Lake area. Highway 11 has crossed it, where we see these dark reds and bright pinks. That is going to be hail, grapes, or smaller at this point. This is moving east towards Temiskaming on the Quebec side, so it's going towards the Ontario-Quebec border. Right now, that is severe warned just because of the amount of hail in it. And we have a line of thunderstorms, non-severe thunderstorms, around the Sudbury area, stretching back up to just near Ville Marie, Cobalt area on Highway 11 and the Ontario-Quebec border. Let's take a look at our storms to the north here in the Quebec side. Non-severe thunderstorms just making their way northeast and continuing to track up that way. They are getting pretty close to being, let me see where our radar range. They're just getting to the edge of radar range. There's nothing further up that way for radar. So they do look a little more intense as they get to the edge of radar just because it's reading much higher up into the storm. But that is going to get out of radar range here very shortly. As things continue. We have a couple of severe warnings here in Nova Scotia, so let's just take a look at what's unfolding here. Some storms coming off the water. They've put out a severe warning for Yarmouth. I'm going to read that out for you guys. So severe thunderstorm is located 25 kilometers southwest of Rockville, moving northeast at 40 kilometers an hour. The biggest hazard is rainfall. So they're worried about overland flooding with this, just to do with the fact that the storm isn't moving quickly and it's a lot of rain coming out of it. Locations impacted are Rockville, Pinckney's Point, Central Chebogue, Wedgeport, Plymouth / Yarmouth, Sluice Point, Amarolts Hill, and Tusket. And hopefully I'm not butchering those too badly, folks, but I'm assuming if you are in that area, you know what I'm talking about. Let's just take a look here. They have a severe warning back out around the Digby area, Annapolis, Royal, Bridgetown, just because there is some more heavy precipitation sitting in that area, just covering, with rainfall. Overland flooding would be the other issue here. I'm just going to read the warning. Line of severe thunderstorms was located from near Clementsport to near Tupperville, moving east at 10 kilometers an hour, and that's the problem, is the storm is moving extremely slowly and just dumping a lot of precipitation. Hazards are heavy rainfall, and so that's basically within our box here along Highway 101 in the Nova Scotia area. It is to do with heavy rainfall, so overland flooding is the issue there. And we do have a warning here just over 374 near New Glasgow, just south of there. Let's take a look at this. This is very heavy rain. No details in there, but essentially, let's just watch what it's doing here. Did we lose a couple of scans? That jumped around. 111, 117. Yeah, we had 12 minutes of nothing. And there we go. So right now, these storms are not moving very quickly. This is, again, south of New Glasgow. Very heavy rain within this. This is dark reds, lots of lightning. Let's take a look at the wind. Bit of wind in there, but very moderate to light wind at most. So that's why this is warned, is just to do with the heavy rainfall. So out of all of the severe components, that's the lower of them as far as severity is concerned. Obviously can still cause flooding, which is no fun for anybody. And the rest of the storms, essentially just southwest of Moncton, New Brunswick side of things, there's a small non-severe thunder shower by Sussex, and that's it at this point. Nothing really too concerning. And east or southeast of Amherst, there's another small cell there, non-severe at this point. So a lot of areas to cover at this point, so we will just keep running around here and take a look at what's going on. So we have a bunch of storms now happening just in southern Ontario along Georgian Bay and near Lake Simcoe through the Orillia area. Right now, the only storm that is severe warned is by Orillia over Lake Simcoe at this point. I'm just going to take a look at velocities to see if there's any. There's a bit of rotation on this storm. I'm watching it just over the water. Well, okay, so it just literally, this scan right here definitely had my attention. You've got a bright pink or bright blue or green pixel in that area across from red, directly across. It has broadened out, and you will see sometimes where storms pick up intensity over those larger bodies of water because it just gives them a little bit better environment to feed off of. So right now, that is what's going on. The rotation did broaden out, so not concerning. The previous scan definitely had my attention. Let's take a look here by Peterborough to the north. This is breaking up and losing its intensity. Let me just take a look here. So mostly in this is basically non-severe at this point. There's no real intensity to it. You've got moderate to just moderate heavy rain in there. Let me just take a look at the winds. Winds are moderate. A little bit of rotation on the back end, but very weak and broad. This was our storm that had the funnel out of it near Lindsay Kawartha Lakes area. It is continuing to move kind of southeast at this point, east-southeast, I would say. So it's going to skirt through Peterborough, raining in Peterborough probably at this point. Let me just take a look if we've got any winds in here that are concerning. Along Highway 7, these are just moderate to moderate heavy showers. The hail has come out of the storm here by Caladar, and they have now severe warned this whole area. Let me just take a look. There's some stronger winds in this right near Umpa. They are off the surface at this point, but 60 to 70 kilometers an hour on the surface would be my take, just along that 506 west of Umpa area. And then very heavy precipitation on this storm through Caladar, but no hail indicated on it anymore. There may be very tiny residual hail on that. And then the rest of the storm is moving eastward. The line, as it's coming through, it's going to be coming through Arnprior here very shortly. And then on to Ottawa, Gatineau, Elmer, and so on and so forth. So let me just take a look here. Okay, just checking to see if we've got anything here. Okay, no, we are good. I'm going to switch over to my arm prior camera just to see what it is seeing right now. It is getting very close, a little bit windy. So I'll bring this up. This is our weather cam in arm prior area, just on the leading edge. I'll zoom in here just so that we can see where this is. That's our arm prior camera right there. And then this is the view from it right now. And so you can see a little bit of wind, nothing too crazy. The rain obviously still hasn't made it in, but we're going to just turn the camera because the storm's kind of coming from the northwest. But you can see as it's approaching, clouds are very elevated and the rain is tucked in behind that. So we'll check back in on this and see what the precipitation looks like on this as that storm gets closer. So keep an eye on that. And this is why we, just like that video that we got of the funnel from Rick's sister in the Lindsay Kawartha Lakes area, having a view from underneath the storm is absolutely invaluable, and that's why these live streams that we have on our weather cams that we have out there definitely help give us an idea as to what we're dealing with at this point. So Connor is storm chasing. He's out there. His live feed is right to above me, 2 squares above me. That is Connor's feed. He is on Highway 7 in the Calidar area. Shows him being closer to Tweed at this point. And so we're expecting further storms later on today. We are still very early in the afternoon, 1:46 p.m. here. So we are definitely expecting for southern Ontario further storms being the potential for later on. So let me just switch over here. So right now, storms. Let me just bring this up. On the Quebec side, they're in through Shawville, up to Kazabazoua, Lac des Loups. In that area, that's where the more intense precipitation is. You can see that bright red area, and this continues to move east-northeast at this point. So it will come through Arnprior, Constance Bay, Quillon, and then on to through Luskville, Dunrobin, and then into the Ottawa area. So the latest scan, north of the Ottawa River has definitely far more intense precipitation up that way. The line kind of west of Ottawa has lost a little bit of its impact, but it's only about 60 kilometers away or less at this point. So again, just about to come through the Arnprior area, and we'll see whether things pick up there. So and then the southern end obviously has a lot more intensity with those bright red colors. That's the other area that we are watching here. And I'm just looking, they've thrown up a whole bunch of warnings here out on the East Coast. So let me jump on that. We have covered them a little bit. So they did throw up a severe thunderstorm warning for our storm that is between Sussex and Petite Kodiak. That is going to be just got issued now. And it's because the storm has parked itself over the area. This will be again to do with overland flooding is my guess. And I really appreciate whatever Met is on the desk here in the East Coast. This is the information that we want, where the storm is located, how fast it's moving, and the direction that it's moving at. And then what we're dealing with. So severe thunderstorm near Penobsquis, butchering that, sorry, moving north at 15 kilometers an hour, heavy rainfall rates of 20 to 40 millimeters an hour, so significant rainfall. And that is just because this storm has parked itself, like I said, just to the northeast of Sussex, southwest of Petite Kodiak, and it's not moving. It's just kind of stationary. So that's why we have the severe warning on that for at this point. Let me just switch over radars, and I'm guessing just over Oxford, southeast of Amherst, the same idea. This is going to be 30 to 40 millimeters of rain an hour, and the thunderstorm is located 4 kilometers southwest of Oxford, moving east at 15 kilometers an hour. So very slow moving storms, and that's why these are all being severe warned. In Canada, we do not have flash flood warnings. That would be the equivalent in the US. This is a severe warning for heavy or overland flooding. That's basically what all of these storms are warned for, and I can show you how this is unfolded. I need to grab some water, and I'm going to grab my lunch here because it's almost 2 p.m., so bear with me, and we'll switch over here. So I'm just going to swing back. I'm just looking to see if any watches have gone out west. They haven't. So we are still dealing with our line moving through the Ottawa area. So this is going to come through Cantley, Constance Bay, Nepean, obviously through Almont, Carleton Place, Smith Falls, Perth, Athens, Brockville, and we'll continue to watch what's going on here. So I'll be back in a quick second. Just going to grab some water. Okay, kill two birds with one stone. We'll have some lunch while we do this. Uh, Update you guys on it. So let's take a look at things. Just getting a comment here from Kelly saying that there's high winds in Shawville area. So as the line is moving through, definitely going to be gusty and windy. Wind is really picking up by the hospital in Arnprior. Crazy thunder and rain as well. I'm going to just swing over to our camera there and take a look at it as well. That's from Reed. Thank you very much for that. So this is a live shot right now in Arnprior. You can see that the precipitation has started. The heavy precip is borderline kind of heavy precip. This would be moderate, I would say, actually. Obviously, some wind associated with the line as it's moving through, and lightning as well associated with the entire line as it's moving. Really noisy, but the storm north of Stratford is picking up strength. A lot of lightning outside the storm, so that'll be down in this area. So these are still non-severe isolated storms. Just going to take a look here. Continues to be areas of rotation that we were talking about on the live stream here a short while ago over Lake Simcoe. I would not be out on the water right now. They do have a squall warning for Lake Simcoe. Let me just take a look here. Just saying 45 knot winds, frequent lightning, hail up to 3 centimeters are expected or occurring in the area. Right now we don't have, we have a little bit of hail here on Lake Simcoe, but the rotation is kind of broad and broken up on this last scan, so that is good news. But it is a stronger storm just because it is over that open water area. So Okay, and let's just take a look along Highway 7 corridor. I'm just going to take a look here. These southern storms in southern Ontario, I'm just going to look at them here as they move through. Isolated, non-severe thunderstorms other than our one that is over the Lake Simcoe area, just traveling through Orillia there a short while ago. Definitely some stronger storms over the Georgian Bay, near Collingwood and Wasaga Beach area, but they are still non-severe. They do have, again, a squall warning out over that southern portion of Georgian Bay. So let's just take a look at the rest of it here, and I'm just going to look. So far, storms, again, in southern Ontario are pretty mild, and they could pick up steam, though, later on. That was our expectation. So right now, we are just watching everything that is happening here. I'm just going to see on the Quebec side. I'm going to show you, these are pocket isolated non-severe thunderstorms as well. Very isolated. I call these popcorn storms. Rick is live, but his feed, let me just see here. His feed, oh, there, it's coming back here. Just going to double check where Rick is. So Highway 7, right where Rick is sitting, this is, where are we here? Just by Arden. There is an accident. You can see the highway is closed where Rick is at. So Highway 7 closed by the looks of it in both directions. Unfortunately, as that heavy rainfall went through the area, obviously something happened there. So let me take a look here. That is our highway right here near Arden. And Rick is just stuck in traffic by the looks of it. You can see the emergency vehicles have the highway closed by Highway 7 here in the background. I can see those flashing blues and reds. And again, this is right by the exit for Arden on Highway 7. So this is east of Caladar and west of Sharbot Lake. So it's between Sharbot Lake and Caladar area. So Rick's zooming in to see what's going on down there. It looks like some traffic is being let through one lane at a time, possibly here, or a couple of vehicles, but definitely things closed on Highway 7 at this point. So these are people turning around, so it doesn't look like the highway is going to be open based on that. So Highway 7 right now, if you're traveling and you are east of Caladar and west of, Sharbot Lake, it is closed off at this point, and they're getting more and more emergency vehicles. So it looks like a fairly serious accident. So this is, again, live from Rick right now. So we're giving you guys an update on that, and I'll keep an eye on it. I'm going to switch back over here and take a look, but we do have severe thunderstorms going through the area, so that is definitely going to complicate things for the rescuers or first responders in that. So okay, so let's continue on here. Canadian Mama Bear, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate the support. DC Brooks saying, yeah, we're counting down the hours to when EC is to launch their new Polygon system. I'll be listening for your what took you so long. Well, And we will see how it unfolds and if it unfolds. I mean, they've said they're launching it before and they haven't. So I'm not currently holding my breath. I hope that it does come out, and I hope it is a good system. So once we see it, we'll give a review on it and kind of take it from there. But yes, it's definitely been long overdue. Luna Bella just saying lots of loud thunder and lightning in Mont Sainte Marie area, and then quickly gone. So hopefully that was just extremely minor. There's very small isolated storms up that way in Quebec. The main, obviously, threat right now is just this line as it continues to march east. It's going through the Arnprior area right now, and the leading edge is what packs the most punch. We have a few little storms here north of Mississippi Mills that are firing up, but you can see that line is broken up somewhat. A lot more orange, yellow, green, and blue in there. The more intense precipitation here would be west of Carleton Place, through the Perth area, coming west of Perth, and then along Highway 7 where that accident happened. So again, I'm just going to check if Rick is turned around or if he's still, he's still sitting with the traffic there. I don't know what's going on. So we've got his view there. I'll keep this one up for a little bit, just to keep things going. And let me just kill that. Okay, so we're good there. It looks like more emergency vehicles going to the accident where Rick is located. Again, that is northeast. It's between Caladar and Charbot Lake on Highway 7, and definitely looks like the highway is closed. I haven't seen any real traffic moving. Rick is just sitting there, and we're looking at Google Maps, and it's showing exactly the same thing. Not a whole lot of movement happening. So we'll see. We'll continue to monitor it and update you guys on that area. I'm just going to take a look at winds within our line here. Moderate to light winds, straight line winds on this, so it is windy as this comes through. Rain about to happen here around the Almont area. We do have a camera out there as well. I can take a quick look at the Almont camera just to see. That is just a storm that has popped up or initiated in the last scan. And then we have along Highway 7 back towards Peterborough. Let me share this with you. So this is the camera in Almont, just starting to rain, obviously cloudy, dark skies, but this is light to moderate rain. There is some wind with it. You can see the camera shaking a little bit, and the trees are moving on along the field there. So, but you know, quite moderate to light at this point. We'll see if that continues to be the case, but we monitor things. That was a live shot from our Almont camera. So, just gives us a good view of things. Let's swing back down here and take a look at southern Ontario. Lots of hail on this Lake Simcoe storm, and not surprised to see that at all, just because it's over that very moist environment, over that big body of water, so it is absorbing quite a bit of moisture. This is going to be loony or smaller hail, so I would not want to be on water out in front of this. Prolific lightning shooting out in front of it as well, so that is a storm to pay attention to as this continues through the afternoon. It is right over Lake Simcoe at this point. We do have additional thunderstorms back to the northwest through just coming through Wasaga Beach, and those are non-severe at this point. However, that could change quickly depending how this unfolds. Looking at the rest of the storms around the Kitchener-Stratford area through southern Ontario, these are just isolated non-severe thunderstorms at this point. They don't look like they're picking up intensity. They get going and then they just kind of sustain in that moderate kind of area or level of intensity. So not too concerned at this point. Storms are diving southeast at this point from Peterborough, it looks like. So they're going to head down towards probably Brighton, Colborne, Quinte West, then Belleville area, and on from there. Right now, they are non-severe, so that is the good news for that. But still, accidents do happen. That storm that is over Highway 7 is non-severe, but obviously an accident happening there as the weather went through. You got to pay attention with these heavy rainfalls. Rick is still sitting there waiting on the highway, so still close closed at this point. Connor is still moving southwest on Highway 7 as he continues to track for storms later on this afternoon. And then we still have our storms moving here into eastern Ontario. And then no watches around Montreal or the western portion of the southwest portion of Quebec. There is obviously a watch still in place here on the western portion up further northwest of Ottawa at this point. So storms about to come in. They're just north of Ottawa at this point through Low. Going to be coming through Cantley, just edging into Quillon as it went through Shawville. It'll be into Constance Bay, Dunrobin area, and then heading towards Ottawa from there. So these storms are moving in that general direction. Jeff just saying Nova Scotia thunderstorms are basically stationary with Annapolis, Royal, and Bridgewater being the starting points extending north. Yeah, then they've so that basically severe warned them for flooding is essentially what we were chatting about. So yeah, absolutely, Jeff. Lake time, just saying I see the rain coming towards the lake, so it's headed this way. Melissa, good to see you in the chat from Carlton Place area. Hail on the Lake Simcoe storm. Yeah, we just chatted about that. I know some of these comments are a little bit older, so I'm just getting caught up while I'm trying to eat my lunch. Question, do your storm chasers share their feed with the WeatherWise app? We currently don't. That may be something that comes up down the road, so we'll have to see. That's a discussion Connor and I will have with chasers and kind of go from there. But right now, they are just on our platform at this point in time. Rick sitting in traffic saying it was torrential downpour, limited visibility as I got to this accident. And exactly that's what we were talking about. That even if this is not a severe warned storm, when you lose that visibility and traction on the roadways, you need to slow down when you get into heavy rain, just because it makes it much worse for driving. Oh, we have a severe warning. Oh, they warned the storms by what the? Okay, let me just take a look and see what's going on here. They have severe warned this. I'm not sure. Let's read the warning. Let's see what they say. So this is a cut and paste. They're tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing strong wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. That's what I like. The Met out on the East Coast puts where the storm is located, how fast it's moving, and the direction it's moving in, and the threat involved. This is just... That's the difference between the people on the desk. Sometimes you get more information with some, less with others. So I'm not sure what this is severe warned for. I'm just taking a look to see if there's any kind of, there's no hail indicated on this scan here at 2:05 that just came out. There's no strong winds, so this is just maybe for heavy precipitation. It does look like it's moving fairly quick. So I'm a little confused about this severe warning. This would be very marginal, severe at best on that, but they have put it out for the storm that is kind of northwest or west of Kitchener. Lots of lightning on it, but not seeing any hail, not seeing any... strong winds on it. So it's again, it's got a couple of pixels of red within the core of the storm, but still not into that hail component. And just so people understand, in Canada, the severe parameters are 3 centimeter hail, 90 kilometer an hour or more wind gusts, and then 50 millimeters of rain is generally the threshold for severe warnings. So again, unfortunately I don't see that in that storm. They may see something differently than we do, but that's definitely very low end severe. And our opinion is that it's not a severe storm at this time. It is just a thunderstorm. Let's just take a look here. Highway 7, still pockets of very heavy precipitation just coming through Charbot Lake. So they are coming through the Charbot Lake area, maybe a couple of pixels of pink here. This would possibly have very tiny hail there west of 38 and is moving eastward at this point. So Lunabella, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate the support on that. And then let's just take a look here. The line is completely breaking up along the Ottawa River here. As it comes down, you can see how now there's a big gap in the line, basically between, Quillon area. Still going to be rain in there, but the intensity of it is breaking up. It is raining fairly heavy around the Almont area. I'm going to pull that up and just take a look at it. And we'll see. So this is, wow, that's a cool shot, actually. Let me share that with you guys. So this is the Almont storm. You can see that the rain is over with. I mean, there's very light precipitation right now out of that storm. You can see it moving. The precip is to the north. So this camera is looking northwest roughly. So your precip is further northwest from there. Okay, so let's switch back over here. So we do have some storms starting to initiate kind of ahead of this line. You can see that right around Almont. We're about to go over the radar here, Kinburn and areas there. So this is coming to Ottawa very shortly and into the south as well. So let me just take a look. They just shrunk. What did they do here? Severe thunderstorm watch still out there on the Quebec side, still going good for about 6 hours. And they're saying wind gusts up to 90 kilometers an hour, torrential downpour, quarter size hail, slight risk of tornado. That's interesting. At 2:11 p.m. and it says mid-afternoon, so that would be only for the next couple of hours. Interesting. Not sure about that, but okay, so that's what they've warned about on, that is a severe thunderstorm watch that extends basically just south of Val d'Or all the way down to the Ottawa area at this point on the Quebec side. The line has moved through at this point and is now north of Ottawa on the Quebec side, west and south of Ottawa on the Ontario side, and continues to move eastward at this point. So we'll just shrink that off there. I'm going to switch cameras. What kind of weather should I expect if I live in the GTA? Right now, you are not looking at anything severe, even though there is a severe warning on these storms to the west. None of that is considered severe according to Canadian standards. I'm not sure why it was warned. Right now, isolated, non-severe thunderstorms and maybe potentially a severe storm. But you can see these isolated storms moving through. They kind of get intense and then they kind of level off to a certain extent. So this is moving again eastward right now over Guelph, Kitchener area, and then going to come through the GTA. But they are isolated pockets of thunderstorms, non-severe. Storm over Lake Simcoe's definitely got a little bit of intensity to it, some broad rotation, but nothing too tight as far as rotation is concerned. So that is the one pocket of heavier precipitation with that severe side of things, and the rest of it along Highway 7 is non-severe at this point. We have no warnings in eastern Ontario. The only areas with a warning up by North Bay and then just north of Ottawa on the Quebec side. So we've got our cameras. They're going to come into play here shortly, so we'll keep an eye on that. I'm going to take a look at my camera in Carleton Place. So this is as the storm is approaching. I'm going to show you guys the Carleton Place camera. So this is just on the kind of north side of Highway 7, and you can see that precipitation coming in. It is very outflow dominant, meaning the winds are blowing out from this storm, not inhaling, which is what if you're going to have a storm that's going to rotate, it's generally going to be ingesting the winds rather than pushing them out. Getting a couple of questions out. Alberta way, we have potential for storms later on in Alberta. We will see whether right now there's heavy smoke out that way, and that will affect whether severe weather can get organized or not. And I'll show you here the whole southern portion of Alberta right now, smoke covered all the way from Edmonton down to Lethbridge, Medicine Hat. Obviously, the southern end has more of it. When smoke is involved in the atmosphere, it tends to keep the temperatures from being able to be basically keeping the sun from destabilizing the environment. It puts a lid on things a little bit more, so less concern for severe when you do have smoke. So we'll see if that's the case. We are going to monitor it and kind of go from there. So right now, storms coming almost into the Ottawa area at this point. We are just coming into kind of Stittsville, Canada, and then Carp area, and then it'll be into downtown Ottawa, Nepean, Manotick, Carleton Place, just on the edge of it. We were just showing that camera. So the line is making its way eastward at this point. They have updated a severe warning for the Lake Simcoe storm. It drops all the way down to Port Perry. This is the problem with our current warning system. Just because the boxes, the way they work, it's just based on township, county lines, that kind of stuff. But you can see this Lake Simcoe storm just edging onto that box, and that's why they have extended it further south, and it's for the storm that is over the water right now. I expect when that storm gets over land, it's going to lose its intensity like everything else at this point. So yeah, these storms around Kitchener, these are thunderstorms, folks. They're nothing severe at this point in any shape or form. Not from a precipitation aspect, not from a wind aspect. These are non-severe thunderstorms all throughout southern Ontario, whether we're talking around Hanover, Guelph, Kitchener, Stratford. These are just basic storms, folks. Nothing to be concerned about. The one packing the most punch right now is just over Lake Simcoe, and we'll see what it looks like when it comes off the water, essentially. So, oh, we just got a donation apparently from Maryland. Thank you very much for your donation. We just got that through E-Transfer. Really appreciate that. Okay, so I've got some questions about our Sunshine Club, so bear with me for a second. I'll explain what that is. So on YouTube, you can subscribe to our Sunshine Club. And when you become a member of the Sunshine Club, it gets you a unique badge in the chat, so you'll see people with different color badging. The longer you're a member for, the more unique your color becomes. And then you also have access to custom emojis. So you've got our logo, you've got a happy tornado, excited lightning bolt, sad rain cloud, a snowball, angry red barn. That's my favorite one. and then a cold hailstone. So those are the benefits. It's very affordable. It's $1.49 a month. We get a small portion of that. It helps us out and you support us. So again, it shows that you support the platform, and you get a few little perks with it like that. So I know there were some questions about it. So you can, you have to be on YouTube to subscribe to the Sunshine Club. It's part of the YouTube side of things. So you can do it right on our channel. There's a subscribe button to join the membership, and it'll walk you through that. So maritime weather, good to see you in the chat as well. Strong winds, where was that? Strong winds near New Glasgow, Nova Scotia. So let me just take a look here. This has been trailing over that area. Let me just go back a couple of scans. I know your comment's a little bit older. They've severe warned this for mostly to do with precipitation just stuck in there. A little bit of moderate winds, but nothing super concerning. Nothing on the high end of severe, for example, 90-kilometer-hour winds, nothing like that. But this is just parked there. These are, again, mostly what the warnings are all issued for right now out there is to do with just storms training over the same area and causing overland flooding is essentially what we're seeing at this point, because they're just stalled out essentially over the areas that they're sitting on top of. So just heavy precipitation. Adam, thanks for being in the chat. Always appreciate seeing you. So let's just take a look back here and we'll switch back. I haven't looked up at North Bay in a while, so let me just jump on that. These are, again, for the most part, non-severe thunderstorms. We do have the one severe warning right around North Bay to the south and along the river through Mattawa. It was for our storm that is going through Temiskaming. It had pixels of hail when it crossed over Highway 11. So you can see those pinks and purples right in this area here. That's where you had very intense precipitation with some hailstones. And now that hail has basically made its way out of that storm. That storm is no longer considered severe at this point. So that's what we're seeing up here in kind of a little bit more northern Ontario area around the North Bay, Sudbury areas. These are non-severe thunderstorms, and some of them aren't even thunderstorms. They're just regular showers. So obviously heavy precipitation within them for very heavy rain, but they are very small and narrow at this point. So let's just swing back down here to the south. Just looking at a bit of rotation near the Kitchener area, but it's a mile above the ground right now. It's not tight and strong enough that I'd be concerned about it just yet, but we'll continue to monitor it, and if anything changes, we will let you guys know. But again, there is a severe thunderstorm warning out here, but the precipitation, there's no hail in this. The winds overall are not concerning as far as 90-kilometer-hour wind gusts. That's our threshold. And then the rain, let me just see if they're just training, but they're moving pretty decent speed. So definitely would not be a rainfall of 50 millimeters or more out of that, I wouldn't think. So, okay. Rick saying Highway 7 is back to being open. Sorry, I forgot to check on that. So Rick is rolling again. It was a rollover with minor injuries, which is good news. So again, Highway 7 between Caladar and where was that? I was looking at it. That was near Sharbot Lake, between Sharbot Lake and Caladar, that portion of the highway is reopened. And again, there'll be slowdowns there until all the traffic gets through. But Rick is rolling again, and Connor as well. They are down. Connor's way ahead of him at this point, but they're down towards the Peterborough area just to see what these storms are going to do later on. So let's just take a look here. And storm's about to roll into the Ottawa area at this point. Carleton Place getting into the rain. Soon Nepean, Manotick, Greeley, Kempville as well as this continues to move through. On the Quebec side, we are going to be going through Cantley, a little bit through Buckingham, Val-des-Bois, and then off to Lac-Simon, Montpellier, Ripon, and those areas over there. But again, they do have this severe warned on the Quebec side, just north of Ottawa, but I want to highlight something. Here you had bright reds and dark reds in there, so a lot of red in there. And as the storm has moved through, look at how much orange and yellow has made its way into it, so that is breaking up on the Quebec side a little bit in terms of that precipitation intensity. There's still lightning associated with it, but it is breaking up, so that is good news in that regards. Storms through Carp, Nepean, coming through as far as on the west side of Ottawa. So just about, I said, between 2 and 3. And that's exactly where we are with these storms making their way into the area there. So let's take a look at one of our cameras. And you can see this is our weather cam in Carleton Place. A little bit of wind associated with it. Again, this is all non-severe, folks. It's not super concerning. And you basically have a little bit of wind and moderate to light rain at this point. So as it moves through, it's fairly quick on that front. And let me just take a look here. Got some videos coming in here. Oh, okay, perfect. Let me bring this up. This is from Grayson from Canada, showing the funnel cloud, or sorry, I better be careful. The shelf cloud coming through the Canada area here. This is at 2:12 p.m. So let me bring that up and I'll show that to you guys. So Grayson, thank you for sending that in. That's a beautiful shot from the Canada area showing the shelf cloud coming through before all the rain makes its way in there. And what else have we got here? Video from what looks like the East Coast. Let me just... Just watching a video here from New Glasgow area. Okay, give me a sec. Okay, let me come back here. Let's jump in here. Definitely got some precipitation, obviously moving towards the Ottawa area. And some of it, most of this is non-severe again. We're just looking at even the line on the Quebec side through Cantley and other areas, just heavy precip, but non-severe for the most part. So definitely unfolding better. There were times where this was far more severe than it is at this time. We have one severe warning down in the Kitchener area that's still showing for this storm here. And just going to take a look to see if there's anything. It's got lots of lightning on it, but again, there's not a whole lot in here that would be considered severe. Not the winds, and the precipitation is definitely not reaching hail. We've had no hail on this storm whatsoever, I don't believe, so at least not indicated on radar at this time. So let's just take a look here. We still have our strong storm over Lake Simcoe. Obviously, with that body of water, it allows it to absorb that moisture a lot better, which intensifies the storm while it's over that lake, and it'll try and hang on to that level of moisture. So they tend to kind of try and reach out and stay on top of that heavy area of moisture availability to it. And we've just got some rain showers here. These are minor rain showers by the Peterborough area along Highway 7 corridor. Let's just take a look from Franktown. Just east of Campbellford, north of Belleville, basically, just some moderate heavy rain with lightning coming just southeast, dropping towards the lakefront at this point. Non-severe, again, these are just regular thunderstorms, folks. The more intense portion would be over here to the east, kind of west of Portland. And we can see that moving through the area here as well. So let me just take a look at winds on this. A little bit of wind along Highway 7. There's a pocket of stronger winds here where that brighter green area is. That's going to be probably 60 to 70 on the surface. This is not far above the surface. And it disappeared on that scan literally, so that small pocket is gone. And the storm continues to move eastward here, just coming into the Perth area. We'll be into Smith Falls and going through Carleton Place. Where else is this going to go through? Franktown, Ashton, Munster area, and then Stanley's Corners, going to be coming into Stittsville, through parts of Canada, Bell's Corners, Nepean, and now coming through the rest of Ottawa, Hull, Gatineau, Elmer, and that'll continue on as it goes. But this is all non-severe. You can see none of the severe warnings are in play anymore, not on the Quebec side, not on the Ontario side of this line, and even back up to the northwest by North Bay, they've dropped the severe warning on these storms that are up there. So right now, pretty light as far as the severity is concerned with all these storms, which is good news for everybody in front of these. No, Samara, nothing in arm prior for a tornado warning. There's nothing severe on this. Again, there are no warnings on this line currently that's going through Western Quebec, Eastern Ontario, all the way from basically Peterborough eastward. Nothing is severe warned, meaning that it's just regular thunderstorms at this point for the most part. Oh, Tom Nickerson's in the chat here from Tornado Cowboys. Didn't plan on a chase today as my daughter had a baby pageant today, but thought a rotating wall cloud between bought a rotating wall cloud. I get what you're saying. Saw probably a rotating wall cloud between Durham and Flesherton. Photos will be uploaded shortly. Tom, good to see you in the chat. Hope you're having a good weekend as well. Just getting a photo here from Rowan on Highway 511 outside Perth, looking north towards Lanark. So let me share that up again. That is on our platform here now. This is a shot of the storm moving through. Thank you very much for sharing that. And this is our new media ingest tool that we use. You can scan the QR code at the top. That's our link tree. It is the first link, and it's basically a web page or portal where you can put videos, photos, and tag everything you need. That was again from Rowan near the Perth area. Thank you very much for sharing that. Okay, so right now, they just severe warned down by Belleville. So this severe warning just came out for this portion of the line here. Let me just take a look here. Tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing strong wind gusts up to quarter-size hail and heavy rain. So no real details. That's just kind of a cut and paste form that they put out. Right now, I'm seeing moderate heavy to very heavy rain in a very small pocket around Sterling. Quite a bit of lightning associated with it. Not a lot of wind. The wind is very moderate to light on this line of storms. And not seeing any hail indicators on this storm as well. So very, very light end of any kind of severe at this point. So this is dropping southeast at this point. We'll just skirt, I think, to the north of Belleville, between Belleville and Napanee, and then go through Prince Edward County's kind of area. Probably going to miss Picton as well as this moves through. So again, very, very borderline severe at that point. Let me just take a look at everything else out here. I'm going to switch over to velocities on this storm. Again, these are just non-severe thunderstorms at this point. And they are just moving through the region. Our severe thunderstorm watch is still good for another 4 hours through the southern Ontario area. But so far, everything is keeping is behaving for the most part. These are just regular thunderstorms. And the only one that's packing a bit of a punch is over Lake Simcoe at this point. And it's just trying to sit there absorbing all of that moisture. So let me just take a look. They've just updated the entire thunderstorm watch. Haven't changed anything. Did they change the size of it? No. The Ontario side is just, you can see it flashing all the way from southern Ontario through eastern Ontario. I don't think they pushed it further east at this point. So we now have rain through Ottawa area, Nepean, Carleton Place, and we'll be moving on from there. But this is, again, non-severe. The biggest thing with this is going to be the lightning, and the leading edge has heavy rain in it. I'm just going to take a look at my winds. Winds are not super strong. They're moderate to light winds in this. What you're seeing on Connor's stream here is basically what you can expect. These are just regular rain shower, folks. Nothing too concerning at this point. The most severe that we saw, or most concerning we saw, was when we had that funnel cloud right by Lindsay, Kawartha Lakes area. That funnel cloud definitely got close to the surface. Rick is still traveling, I believe, on Highway 7 as well. Okay. Okay, just keeping an eye. So we've got, like I said, we've got Rick and Connor out in there, and we are expecting some storms in that southern Ontario area. We'll see if that unfolds or not. Again, today definitely started differently than what models were expecting. This line was not modeled to make it to the Ottawa area. In fact, it was going to die out before it got there. Obviously, that's not the case. So we have a minor line of thunderstorms moving through the area. So that's what's going on right now. And essentially, lots of lightning associated with it, and pockets of moderate heavy rain as well. And then they have a severe warning for the stuff down here by Belleville, but that looks to be dying off, to be totally honest with you. It's losing its core, and it's breaking up as it's kind of gotten away from the line. You can see that over the last few scans. If you see the line here, it's more intact, and then it's spreading out and broken up far more. So this is just going to be a non-severe thunderstorm. I'm lying. There's a pink pixel here by Sterling, so this definitely has some very intense rainfall. This may have pea-sized hail in it at most at this point. That's the worst case scenario out of this little cluster right here north of Belleville area. And let's swing back here and take a look. We do have some storms again around Aurelia, Barrie, coming off Georgian Bay area. Non-severe other than the one that's over Lake Simcoe at this point. And then additional storms coming off Lake Huron. Let me just zoom out to see what they're updating. Oh, East Coast. I'll go take a look at storms out there. Those have been just for heavy rainfall. So we have some storms coming up around the London area, but again, for the most part, non-severe. These are just isolated storms. Okay, let me zoom out here and let me come back to the East Coast and just kind of go through what's going on. Lots of showers just moving through the area. These are only severe warned for the amount of total rainfall because they are basically sitting over the same area and not moving very quickly. So these are severe warned for flooding or total rainfall. Same thing with the New Glasgow area. Still got a bunch of storms just sitting out there. Winds are not bad, they're moderate to light, and just a lot of precipitation, as you can see, parked out there. So, this is going to be causing some overland flooding within that area. And this goes all the way to Antigonish. I got a friend in Antigonish, actually. When we were out by Port Hawkesbury for Hurricane Fiona back a number of years ago. But right now, that is basically it. Storm by Amherst, they've almost died off at this point, but definitely moving very slowly. A lot less precipitation out of that on the last few scans. There's basically only orange and yellow. And then let's take a look by Moncton area and Sussex area, essentially. Just slow moving thunderstorms here that are dumping a ton of precipitation. So, again, this would be for flash flooding, total accumulation of rainfall out of these storms just being excessive. That's why the severe warnings are out for them. So, and then let's just take a look further north. Nothing in New Brunswick of any major concern. This storm, let's see what's my closest radar to this. No hail in that, so we are okay on that storm as well. So just a very isolated storms through Quebec. The Latuque area, we do have some non-severe storms headed up that way. They have very small pockets of heavy precipitation, but very short-lived and very isolated as this moves through. So let's switch back over to the Ottawa area and Gatineau, Hull, Elmer, and you can see how this is moving through right now. I'm going to take a look at something here. Got a camera on the west side of Ottawa, so I'm going to just take a look to see what the rain looks like in there. It's just on the edge of it, still not there yet. Still not raining there, so that's okay. Going through Carleton Place, Ashton, Franktown, and then back to the west. As soon as you're through that orange and red areas on this line of storms, you've just got mild to light rain stretching back to the west. So, and you can see that the line has totally broken up here, just between, where are we here? This is between 38 and back towards Foxborough. North of Belleville, that's the last little cluster of heavy precipitation. Everything else around the Peterborough area, those are just regular garden showers with obviously some pockets of heavier rain, but nothing of any real concern. Let me just take a look at this from Franktown. Still showing a pixel of one little pixel of pink in here. So again, maybe pea-sized hail or smaller. Very heavy rain between Foxborough and Sterling. So this is definitely got quite a bit of lightning associated with it as well, and very heavy torrential rain in this very small pocket directly north of Belleville. And that continues to move east-southeast at this point. So let me just take a look here. I'm getting some reports from the Perth area, so I want to swing over to that. Weird. Huh. Interesting. Not seeing any strong winds. This is near our Franktown radar sits right here, so that's why things look a little wonky when it goes over the radar. You can kind of see that circle. It's because the radar is blind right over top of it. So second. Getting some strong wind reports from the Perth area. I don't see it on radar, but definitely getting some reports on the surface of that. So, okay, so let me just take a look here. Yeah, so we're getting reports. I'm just looking to see here if there's anything else on that Lindsay storm where we had that funnel that was reaching out for the ground. There's other videos apparently showing it much closer to the ground. So when we were calling for shelter, it was a good thing we were, because apparently there may have been ground circulation, but we'll know about that here shortly, over the next coming days if the Northern Tornadoes project goes in. But definitely looks like that funnel video that we shared around the Kawartha Lakes, Lindsay area, definitely looking quite suspicious at this point, and possibly there was ground circulation. So we'll have to see about that later on, but we did call for shelter on that just because of the video that we had. Those are the ones that are really hard for Environment Canada to see. Obviously it went unwarned. Let's just take a look here. Yeah, around the Belleville area, still seeing quite a bit of hail on one of the radars. The other one closer to the surface here by Sterling, still only showing that 1 pixel of pink, so that's good news. And we are still watching our storm here over. It's come off of Lake Simcoe somewhat. We'll take a look at that. This is through that Kawartha Lakes area to the west. We'll see what's going on here. A little bit of heavy precipitation, some moderate wind. There is quite a bit of swirling going on below the storms, but again, nothing on rotation that is concerning at this time, and lots of lightning associated. So that's why we have this severe warned through the Kawartha Lakes area, Lindsay. That severe warning definitely makes sense. And down here by Kitchener, this is just a rain shower at this point, pocket of moderate heavy to light rain with lots of lightning, but again, we would not consider this severe based on the standards, and that is basically it in southern Ontario. For the most part, it has been fairly quiet throughout this severe thunderstorm watch that stretches all the way down to London, Goderich, up to the Barrie area. The only consistent area of some severe potential has been up here by Lake Simcoe and Kawartha Lakes area. So that's what we've been seeing there. And then let's move back to our line here. This is all essentially non-severe line of storms moving through. Some pockets are heavier than others, and we are seeing some minor wind damage in the Perth area. I have not had confirmation of anything from there, but we'll take a look here. Okay, getting thunder in Nepean now. Kawartha emergency response had posts about it as well. Yes, so that's good. Liam just saying in Ottawa, South Bank and Riverside, big wind gusts coming in, waves getting windier for sure now, consistent rain, mainly light-ish, wind getting thrashy and intense thunder now. So as the line is moving its way through, obviously the Ottawa area on the Quebec side, Hull, Gatineau, Elmer, getting some wind gusts coming with it. And we are showing some wind down here on the opposite side. This is coming to Kempville, actually.
This is close to the radar, so going through the Marlborough Forest, coming into Birds Rapids, Acton's Corners, Kempville area, which is where I'm located. We'll keep an eye on that and just see what's going on. And there it is. We're having a straight line wind starting to push out with this line. Let me just highlight it. So we've got a pocket here. Just in this area right now, and obviously this is where I'm located, and so that is headed my way here shortly. So I'm going to pull up my camera ahead of time and just see what that looks like. And if it's windy, we'll show you guys on the camera live as that's coming through. So that's the only camera I have on these winds, but these are straight line winds, so they are not rotating. This is just basically a straight line wind event. Right now, I'll give you guys kind of how it is close to the radar. What wind speeds are we seeing here? So we're seeing some 70 to 80 kilometers an hour just above the surface. So you're talking fairly gusty here in pockets, 60 to 70 to maybe even 75 kilometers an hour on the surface. I've got my camera here already outside. Oh, this is in Kempville, so way out in front of it right now. And you can see that dark line to the west. My camera is kind of looking north. Let me see if I can turn it a little bit. So that'll be looking at the line. So I'll leave that image there and we'll wait. I'll come back to it once we get a few more scans, but definitely some straight line winds starting to develop here from Merrickville kind of north and heading eastward at this point. So that's what we're looking at here. So and that line of straight line winds stretching a little bit further south even at this point. So going to keep an eye on that as that develops, because this could become a straight line wind event, which can cause damage as well. So, okay, and just got a picture in here as well from the Kempville area, possibly. And this is from Jeff sending us a photo from the Kempville area. Let me share that up with you. So that'll be right here. This is as the line is approaching. You can see those storms above the surface there. So again, we have the camera coming in as well. So we will be watching that live as that moves through the area. And I'll show you how windy it is on my camera as this gets closer. And let's just take a look here. Switch over to King City radar. Yeah, still got our storm just to the east of Lake Simcoe, between, where are we, Cannington, Woodville area, just west of Kawartha Lakes. There's definitely a little bit of hail within this storm, so it is packing a bit of a punch on the precipitation side. Lots of lightning with it. Definitely hail over Lake Simcoe right now, just with that extra available moisture. And let me see here. And they're got the warning here still in the Foxborough area for obviously just north of Belleville. There's a little bit of hail indicated on this with torrential rain through Foxborough area. So that is something that we're going to have to pay attention to. And it is moving southeast. So again, it's just going to skirt to the northeast of Belleville, kind of between Belleville and Deserano is where this particular heavy precipitation is going to go through. Okay, got a storm. I got a picture of this storm actually that I'm speaking about here. This is from Andrew Macklin's father. So this is the storm over Belleville. They look like they're on the water here, so let me share this. So that's a view of the storm kind of north of Belleville from the water at this point. That would be the St. Lawrence Seaway area, or actually even Lake Ontario. The north side of Lake Ontario, sorry. So yeah, that's basically what we're seeing right now underneath this radar. And I'm starting to hear thunder and lightning here in Kempville as well. So things are picking up a little bit here in eastern Ontario. I'm just going to continue jumping around here just to see. Our Kitchener storm definitely has picked up some precipitation. We are getting into those dark reds on that. It is very heavy precipitation, not the strongest of winds in it. Moving through the Kitchener area with lots of lightning on that, so definitely something to pay attention to there. And then let me just take a look around here. Let's go back. What are they updating? East Coast again for those rainfall warnings. Excuse me. Let me kill off my drawings here. We should have a new update for wind. Again, we are keeping an eye on this area just kind of west of Kemptville, through Merrickville area down to almost between Smith Falls and Jasper area. Gonna be windy as this moves through, and we'll see what it's gonna do here on my camera shortly, so I'm paying attention to that as well. So starting to pick up a little bit. I'll just share this with you. This is on my camera here just outside of Kemptville. You can see that line approaching, and we'll see if the wind starts to pick up. Hopefully these kids go home from the park, because otherwise they're going to get a little wet, and very windy here shortly. So yeah, definitely picking up here. We'll wait till see our next scan in about 1 or 2 minutes here. There we go. So winds are picking up. You can see that definitively. You can see some 85 kilometers an hour just off the surface here. So we're talking 60 to 75, maybe even up to 80 on the surface. I'm watching my camera very closely right now, and we'll see what's going on here as that pushes out. So you can see the winds moving through south of Ottawa, and they're straight line winds at this point. So definitely getting windy. We did have some report of some minor tree shredding going on in the Perth area, and that's possibly from these straight line winds. The radar sometimes misses it just because of the close proximity, but it's definitely possible that that's what we had those reports from. So again, straight line winds kind of south of Ottawa at this point. That is what we're seeing. We do have moderate to moderate heavy rain through Cantley and Buckingham. There's definitely a pocket of very heavy precipitation along the 50 there, continuing to move eastward. And some of the areas through Ottawa still getting a bunch of rain through there as well. And then we're going to see what the winds look like when they come through Kemptville here on my camera. So non-severe at this point. So none of this is severe warned. Just want to be clear. The only area that we have severe warned is down here by the Belleville area. The hail indicator did come out of this. They are still pushing the warning kind of southeast as this moves through. Wow. And here's the wind starting to pick up. It shook the camera there for a second. That's what got my attention. So there's some gusts here. This is in Kemptville area, right outside my studio. I'm just curious if the gusts are going to pick up here. Camera shaking a little bit, so far not bad. I'll keep an eye on it, and I'll switch back to it. Okay, let's take a look at our storm by Kawartha Lakes. Boy, let's see what's going on here. So we still have a little bit of hail. This is near Cannington area. We would probably have grape-sized hail or smaller, basically to the northwest, and I'll show you how this is moving in. And winds are picking up here in Kemptville, so this is those strong straight line winds that are starting to pick up, and you can see the treetops are definitely starting to blow around. The kids took off because, well, they're heeding the warning. So definitely some wind picking up here, starting to shake the camera as this moves through. I'm going to keep an eye on this just to see how gusty it gets. So far, not bad. I mean, you can definitely hear it outside, but this is so far not too terrible. I should watch what I wish for because that may change. But treetops are moving a fair bit. Some of them are anyways, as you can see on the camera here. Okay. Yeah, So we'll see. I'll come back to that if it does get windy. Just watching stuff here in southern Ontario just to see if there's anything concerning heavy precip through Kitchener, but that seems to be the only thing. At this point, the winds are fairly moderate to mild, and yeah. Okay. Just going to take a look at the rest of this. So far, that's the only two severe areas that we really have, just around the Belleville area, and then back by to the west, north of Sunderland through Cannington area, just because there's some very heavy precipitation and hail on that. So back to the northwest of Kawartha Lakes at this point. Let me just take a look at the rest of it. Waiting for our next scan here from the radar. Around Kempville, I'm curious what they're going to be. So far, the winds haven't been too bad on the surface here. I mean, I would say gusts of 40, maybe 50 kilometers an hour at maximum. So that is good news that's below this. And what else? I'm going to just, these are the winds going through Kempville right now. Definitely starting to pick up on the treetops. Some of those are starting to really blow around here. We should have a new scan here in about 2 minutes, but by then the winds are going to be past us at this point. So just expect the winds kind of east or south of Ottawa as they continue to move eastward, where that bright pink or red area, that's what you're seeing on my weather cam right now just outside, and it's starting to shake quite a bit. So some decent gusts in here, hopefully nothing much worse than this at this point, but we are about 2 minutes out from our next scan. So as the line moves through, you can see quite elevated in terms of the cloud base. No rain yet, because this is all out in front of that rain. And then once that kind of goes through, then the rain will come on the backside of it at this point. So you can see that right here up top there by my place, just getting a little bit windy. So, okay, let's jump out of that. And just watching because my windows are starting to make noises as well. So the rain is actually a little bit further back. You can see that going through North Gower. There's heavy precipitation, lots of lightning associated around the Manotick area as well. And then on to the Quebec side by Buckingham, Masson-Angers along Highway 50, definitely getting a bunch of rain in that area as well. But again, non-severe. So these are still just what they call non-severe thunderstorms in a line, and quite a bit of lightning as well. So let's take a look here down to the south by Athens, Portland area. I'm going to switch out cameras because I've got one down there. It's offline today, of course, so never mind. Camera in Smith Falls, actually. Let me see if that one's reporting anything. So we can move through here. Still got the severe warning down by the Belleville area. And I'm going to show you our camera by the Smith Falls area. So this is where the camera is located. And you can see here that we've got a bunch of precipitation. This camera is looking west-northwest. And you can see the precip is way out there. Not too windy right where the camera is located. So the winds subside down as things move through. V-Baller Lefty, good to see you in the chat as always. Let me just take a look here and switch out again. Okay, let me just jump around. But again, right now we're dealing with mostly non-severe storms, folks. Belleville, just to the north side, basically just skirting through the north side of Belleville. We have heavy precipitation. This is torrential rain with those dark reds. We did have a few minor hail indicators on it back when it was by Foxborough. north on what looks like 62. So right now, no hail indicated on that as it approaches the water. And we'll see if that continues to sustain as well. So okay, so that is our one pocket of heavy precipitation that is severe warned. Still got our storm here north near Cannington, Woodville area. Very heavy precipitation on that, lots of lightning. It is severe warned for that. It isn't moving very quickly. You can see it's actually the result of a couple of storm collisions, and we'll see whether that how that looks on the other side of things. So right now that is still severe warned to the northwest of Kawartha Lakes, and we do have another storm trying to get organized here by Port Perry or Uxbridge area, and we'll see whether that has any sustainability in it. So getting comments out of Ottawa, heavy rain in the West Ottawa area. Let's just switch over, and right now still just heavy rain in the Kitchener area, lots of lightning, not a lot of wind on this, folks. It's not dangerous as far as the winds are concerned. And the rest of it is non-severe isolated storms at this point. Some of them are thunderstorms. So right now, if I zoom out, that's all we've got going on for severe warnings. Basically, Kawartha Lakes area, just to the northwest between Kawartha Lakes and Orillia. That's where we've got one storm. A Belleville area just to the northeast of Belleville, another pocket of very heavy precipitation that's severe warned. And the Kitchener one, again, I don't see any severe component on that, just from wind or precipitation as well. So I'm going to still say those are all non-severe thunderstorms at this point, but they are thunderstorms. So stuff you need to pay attention to. So 2:59 p.m. We're about 2 minutes out from our next scan. So let's just take a look at as everything moves through here. We've got a bunch of rain on the leading edge of this, but behind this line, essentially you've got moderate to light rain for quite some time behind the line as this moves through. And right now, rain about to come into Kempville, but you can see the winds on reflectivity here, and I'll show you. This line right here is where those strong winds are that just blew through Kempville. You can see them arcing back, but your precipitation is all tucked in back here. So this is an outflow dominant line of thunderstorms, meaning the wind is pushing out ahead of it, so it's acting like a bit of a bulldozer. And that's what's obvious here on our scans. Just going to take a look at our winds. You can see those brighter pink areas. That's where those stronger wind gusts are going through. But once they are through, this is my camera behind it, and there's nothing really happening. There's very little wind behind it between that leading edge of wind and the rain. It doesn't last very long. So again, nothing too serious, but an area we are highlighting just because of those stronger wind gusts that are associated with it. So pockets of rain, heavy through North Gower, coming into Manotick, Cars area, Osgood, and then we do have rain throughout most of Ottawa, but this is moderate to light rain. Some of those darker orange areas will have heavier pockets, but by Buckingham, Maisons-Angers and Angers to the west along 50 and just north, very heavy rain through that area right now. Let's just take a look here. A little bit of wind associated around the Buckingham area, but that is the one big pocket of heavy precipitation out that way. I'm going to take a look. I do have another camera out that way on the Ontario side, so I'm just going to see what it's looking at this point, and we'll update you guys on that. So just seeing a question in the chat here. Is this line heading towards Montreal? Do you think it'll weaken by then? So it is heading that way. It has been sort of sustaining, but right now we are at a point where it's non-severe. So none of this is severe at this point as it's heading eastward. So expect gusty rain showers when this line moves through. But at this point, that's all that's going on there. So give me a sec here. I'm going to see the rain is just starting to come through Kempville as well. And that's So I'll show you the rain in Kemptville area and then give you kind of a comparison here. So just moderate rain at this point, and that is it. It's nothing too intense as far as the rain is concerned on where this is broken up. So you can see right around the Kemptville area, not a whole lot going on in terms of colors. Definitely pouring rain in the Manotick, south of Manotick, through Cars and Osgood area. So that's what's unfolding right now. Let me just take a look here and switch over to our winds. Still got some strong winds associated with it. You can see that kind of stretching just from Manotick, south of Greeley, stretching all the way back along the 416, and then into just almost into the Athens area is where those straight line winds are going to be. We are talking heading into Winchester and Vernon are going to have these stronger winds just south of Metcalfe, and then crossing over into South Mountain, Shanley, Spencerville area where these stronger straight line winds associated with some rain. You can see that the rain has picked up here in Kemptville a little bit, but this is the worst of it essentially. So again, just trying to let people know that it's not too bad, and we're turning down the temperature as far as not trying to scare people, just keeping it kind of realistic. So let's take a look here. We'll jump down to the Belleville area. Heavy rain in the Belleville area, kind of what you're seeing on my camera. This is what you can kind of expect in the Belleville area. Just some large raindrops and large rain precipitation, essentially. No hail currently showing on the radar at this point. So just a lot of potential rain. Wow, things are picking up a little bit outside my house here. So wind picked up a little bit here as this rain is moving through. So that's the worst of it. Let's go take a look at Kawartha Lakes area. Still got a significant thunderstorm here by Sunderland, Cannington, Woodville, Oakwood area along Highway 7. Let me just take a look. Moderate to light wind in that, but very heavy precipitation along 46 here with lots of lightning, and that's continuing to kind of move eastward from there. So it did lose the hail as it came off Lake Simcoe, so no more hail in that right now. Currently just torrential rainfall with that associated. So what else have we got? We've got some storms popping up through the GTA area, but these are non-severe thunderstorms. The one packing a bit more of a punch for precipitation would be just by Uxbridge and Port Perry. There's definitely some heavy precipitation in that area with some winds associated with that, but that is the storm that right now is packing a little bit more of a punch than anything else out there. Just looking in the Cambridge, Kitchener area. So basically between the 401 and Highway 8 interchange, right between the region of Waterloo International Airport, we do have heavy rain throughout that area, not indicating any hail. And again, this is basically moving eastward at this point. So it'll come towards, once it goes between Guelph and Cambridge, it'll come to Milton, Oakville area. These right now, again, I would not consider these severe because there's no hail in this indicated on radar, and the winds are not strong with that. So not super concerned about these storms in southern Ontario at this point for any kind of major severe impact. These are just regular. Some of them don't even have lightning. Like these are just rain showers. There's no lightning indicated on any of these for the most part. So our lightning is all up here through Cambridge and Kitchener area. So a few other little isolated non-severe thunderstorms here by north of Arthur, kind of west of Shelburne, and then a few more through kind of the GTA area and to the north mostly as far as that's concerned. So again, you can see how this is unfolding. Alexander Brusso asking, is this it for the storms after this? So we still have our severe thunderstorm watch is still in Eastern Ontario for another 4 hours. We do have storms that are forming here in Southern Ontario and are drifting eastward. So if they do sustain, there could be more storms coming for Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec. So we were expecting storms later. I did not expect to be online at 11 a.m. when we started our broadcast. We're now obviously 3:15 in the afternoon. We did not have expectations of being on that early. Models just didn't forecast it accurately. So we were expecting more severe from the storms that were this afternoon, but with the environment being washed out by this line somewhat, because once storms move through, they use up some of that energy. And it doesn't leave as much for later on storms. There are variables to that, obviously, depending if there's sun, that can destabilize the environment again. All of those things are what we kind of look at. But right now, the severe side of it, I think, would be over and done with as the line goes through. Just a question of whether there's any. I'm going to just take a look at cloud cover. So this is satellite imagery. If this area can heat up with the sunshine where it's black, that means there's no clouds there whatsoever. If that can heat up, it could destabilize the environment again for a second round, but we will have to see if that's the case. Right now, all the storms are even struggling kind of around Southern Ontario, north of Toronto, around the Barrie area. These are, for the most part, non-severe thunderstorms. So they are struggling on the first round, meaning they're the first ones through that area. We will see if they pick up with intensity over the next few hours anyway. So there is no, you don't need to be anxious about anything in Buckingham for a risk for tornado, guys. This is all very low end. None of this is even severe warned. So before you even get a tornado warning, generally speaking, obviously there are exceptions to all the rules, but generally speaking, this is all non-severe, so the chances of anything having any kind of serious rotation is slim. We did around the Lindsay Kawartha Lakes area had a funnel develop, and we did call for shelter. It does look like it may get confirmed as a tornado. We will see what the Northern Tornado Projects discover out of that over the next few days when they do an investigation into that. So right now, nothing concerning about Buckingham, Quebec area as far as any kind of tornado aspect. So again, Ottawa, these are just non-severe thunderstorms, so it's going to be windy and rainy as this makes its way through, but once it's done, it's over with. There's a large gap. We will have to watch our storms that are down by the Peterborough area, Orillia, Barrie. Those are the ones that we kind of had our eyes on in regards to potential for the afternoon, evening hours. So we'll see where things are there from there. Just going to take a quick look here for some storms out on the East Coast as well. So we are covering a lot of areas. Carolyn, thank you very much for the 20 stars. Carolyn, I'm not sure where you're located. It's 3:17 p.m. Eastern time is where we are located. We are based out of Eastern Ontario, so if you're on the East Coast, obviously the time will be different based on that. So hopefully that helps answer your question, because we are covering all sorts of places, and we are looking at Alberta later on, so the time zone differences do come into play with that. So just going to take a look at our storms here out New Glasgow area. Just basically these are flood or overland flooding issues. Just the storms are parked over top and dumping a bunch of rain. Let me just take a look at our velocity scans on this. Nothing concerning as far as the winds are concerned. They're moderate to light for the vast majority of this. This is just to do with heavy precipitation in the area. That's why they are severe warned. Same with east of Digby along Annapolis, Royal, Bridgetown, Middleton. Just consistent rain for the last 4 or 5 hours. So flooding is going to be an issue through, and we have showers kind of moving through Halifax, but nothing severe potential on that side of things. All of these warnings that we see here, which are the yellow thick boxed lines, those are severe warnings for overland flooding. That is the severe component out of that. That's not to do with hail. That is not to do with strong winds. So that is just what's happening out on the East Coast at this point. And New Brunswick, we have isolated non-severe storms throughout the area. I'm just looking as we go through Quebec, same thing. Latuque area, just very heavy precipitation along 155. Let me just see which radar. There may be a little bit of hail on this last scan here, just showing up near Latuque. You get the odd little purple pixels showing up in here. So southwest of Latuque, you may have big grapes or smaller in terms of hail. These are still not severe warned by Environment Canada Quebec. But that would definitely warrant an area to pay attention to for severe. Let's take a look. Obviously, quite a bit of lightning on it as well. Moderate to light winds in there throughout that, but those are just isolated thunderstorms throughout that area right now. And then we are still talking about, I'm going to take my cameras off just to give a better view here for Eastern Ontario. So you can see here, and I'll go full screen just so we've got that. So you can see how this is moving through the Ottawa area. It is moving eastward. This is non-severe, so it is now, this line has moved ideally out of the severe thunderstorm watch that was put out by Environment Canada. These are just a line of non-severe thunderstorms as they come through. They pack a bit of a punch, some wind and some heavy rain, depending where you are in relation to the line. Along the Ottawa River, it is picking up moisture along the river, so it's a little bit more intense going through Navan, to the north of Navan, I should say, Buckingham, into Rockland, Thurso, and kind of north of Highway 50. And that is moving eastward as it goes through. Right now, got some good precipitation kind of between Manotick and Metcalfe area. That is moderate heavy rain. Let me just take a look at our winds. Winds are broadening out, so they're not as intense as they were. They're coming through Winchester area and kind of arching back to the south west. You can see that line developing here. However, they're not as bright as they were earlier when they came through Kemptville. You can see how those colors are brighter here on this scan as they came through Kemptville. We showed you guys that on the camera as it made its through, and they are weakening right now. So the straight line winds are dying down on the leading edge of this line. And again, it is not severe warned. These are just regular thunderstorms. They're heading for Athens, Brockville, coming into Morrisburg, Cardinal, Iroquois areas along the Seaway over the next half an hour to an hour roughly. Lightning is subsiding a little bit on this as well, so that's another indicator that your storms are weakening. When you lose your lightning, that is definitely a sign of a storm weakening. Here by Belleville, you can see that that storm with all that red has now almost evaporated, so we're now down to basically just around the Shannonville-Tyandaga area. That you've got moderate to light rain in there, so significantly different than it was a couple scans ago where you have all that red. And let me see, lightning has almost disappeared on it as well. So that is dying off at this point through that area. Let me just take a look here. Okay. So we still have our storms kind of around the Barrie area. You can see what's unfolding here on King City radar. Okay. I'm going to zoom out here. I just want to see. So there are watches that have gone up around Calgary and Edmonton. To the north through Red Deer, Edmonton, and off to Whitecourt, and Edson. So I'm just going to take a look at these. I'm going to read them out. Showers and thunderstorms will develop later this afternoon in west central Alberta, move eastward through the evening. Some of these thunderstorms may become severe in nature, capable of producing strong wind, large hail, and heavy rain. So that is for the watch that is around to the west of Edmonton and northwest, and then southwest of that area through Rocky Mountain House, Red Deer. We will be covering this later if storms do get going. Some showers and thunderstorms will develop later this afternoon. Same comment, west central Alberta, and move eastward through the evening. Again, capable of producing strong wind gusts, large hail, and heavy rain. That extends all the way down to the Calgary area. We are 3:11 Eastern. This would be 1:11 p.m. Out that way. So there are a few storms on the foothills right now. Just going to take a look to see what they're doing. They're dying as they come off the foothills, but we will have to monitor that area now for additional storms for later on. We will be doing coverage out that way as well. So still a long day ahead. Just getting our way through all of this at this point. So let me switch back here and just take a look at things. Just going to watch our one big storm here by Kawartha Lakes. Connor's sitting down there at this point. Let me just take a look here. He's obviously parked up and got a view of the storm. I'm just going to see exactly which one he's on. So he is looking at the storm that we have on radar right now, which is the Kawartha Lakes storm here. And so we'll see he's monitoring that on the live stream. So we will pay attention to that because we've now got eyes underneath it. What else have we got here? Okay. Oof. Wow, there's a ton of hail in this. Okay, this is definitely some significant hail by Port Perry over Manchester, Utica. This is going to be loony-sized or smaller hail, and there is quite a cluster on this. This is just exploded in the last second here. On this one scan, we went from no hail by Uxbridge, and this is definitely bright pink. So we're starting to get up in the very high range. Next will be purple. And when you get into purple, you're talking ping pong balls or bigger. So this is significant hail falling out of this storm by Manchester, west of Port Perry. This is coming for you now. You definitely need to heed that if you have anything you care about that you don't want damaged by hail. If this hail core sustains, it's going to come into town, and this has the potential to do damage just with how bright that pink is and how large that hail core is. Right now across the top, this is 4 kilometers across. So we are talking significant hail core path, and the brightness of the colors tells us it's large hail in this. So you need to heed this warning on this storm. This is definitely packing a punch as far as hail is concerned. This is between Uxbridge and Port Perry heading eastward and only exploded in one scan here. So it is definitely packing a punch right now as far as hail is concerned on that area through Manchester, and they're re-updating the warning more than likely for it because of what they're seeing here. So I'm just gonna, yes, they've put out a red thunderstorm warning, and it's basically what are they putting? They're calling for damaging wind gusts, baseball-sized hail or greater is what Environment Canada is calling for potential on this storm. So that is extremely significant hail heading through this area. Again, this is through Port Perry, Uxbridge area. I'm going to zoom out. This is north of Oshawa. So you need to be paying attention here. Whatever, if you have vehicles, farm equipment, pets, livestock, if you can get them indoors, I would highly recommend you do that right now. This is definitely the area that has the most attention as far as severe is concerned. Again, Environment Canada saying the maximum potential with this storm. They have gone red. We have yellow, orange, and red in terms of intensity of our warnings, and they are calling for baseball size or greater hail and heavy rain. So that is extremely significant hail. Like I said, but those are max values. That doesn't mean it's falling out of it, but that is what the potential is on our storm here. So we need to pay attention to this storm. It is 3:23 p.m. Eastern. This just came up on the scan. So we are watching that one. That is the storm to pay attention to. That is definitely severe. Let's take a look at our Cambridge storm here. Just very heavy precipitation within our storm around Kitchener, Cambridge area. It's kind of south of there at this point. So what's going on? Yeah, okay. So again, Cambridge, that is very heavy precip, moderate to light winds in there, depending where you're at. And then they have another severe warning down here by Woodstock. Not seeing any hail indicators on this. When you start to see pinks, that's where you start getting in the hail. Right now, this has very heavy precipitation, and that's basically it on it. Lightning and obviously some stronger rain, but no hail in that at this point. Innisfil through Keswick, we do have significant precipitation in that, but not the winds aren't too bad, and quite a bit of lightning on this. But our Port Perry storm over Manchester, Epsom, Utica, heading kind of east-southeast, that is definitely a very significant hailer at this point. We are about 2 minutes from a new scan, so we'll take a look at that. Coming back to the Ottawa area and just watching, these are non-severe storms, folks. Yes, it's going to be a bit windy. Yes, it's going to be heavy rain, but once that line moves through, it is basically over and done with for quite some time, and we'll see if additional storms can get organized. But these are not severe warned in any way or shape or form right now. Let's take a look from the Montreal area. This will come into Montreal possibly. It looks like it's going to be quite a bit weaker as it does once it comes towards Montreal. So like I said, the one area that does jump out at me right now is our severe storm down in southern Ontario that's got all that hail on it. And I'm looking by North Bay area. These are non-severe thunderstorms. They do have a squall warning out over Lake Nipissing. Obviously some lightning and heavy precipitation, but no hail on that currently. Let me just take a look here. The severe warning here doesn't make any sense. It's probably old, may have expired, but yeah, it's updated an hour ago. So that's an old one from quite some time ago. And then I'm just going to double check the East Coast to make sure everything is copacetic. These are just heavy rainmakers at this point. Let me just see here. And they are moving extremely slowly. So this is going to be causing flooding issues around the New Glasgow area. West of there and south of there, we do have a ton of precipitation just kind of parked there southeast of Truro. So that is what's going on the East Coast. And we're going to just zoom back in here and we're going to deal with our storm. I'm waiting for our next scan. Continuing to be very large hail. This is our latest scan. This is going through Manchester. It's just on the south side of Port Perry. You might be getting some small hail up there. Right now moving east-southeast at this point. And you can see that moving down. So this is, again, a significant hail. This is going to be loonies to toonies, maybe even a bit bigger than that. So definitely pay attention to this as far as the hail is concerned on this storm. And it just exploded in the last two scans. There was no hail on it, and we went to significant hail. This is a red warning, severe thunderstorm warning from Environment Canada because of the size of things. So definitely something to pay attention to as far as that goes. Wet Laundry just saying, lucky that Edmonton is just outside of the warning. Always, when you are anywhere close to these warnings, you need to still stay weather aware. Mother Nature does not care about imaginary lines that we have drawn out. So you definitely still need to stay weather aware because you could have storms in that area. So they have expanded the severe warning, pushing it all the way through Ajax, Oshawa, Bowmanville for this storm that is putting out very significant hail at this point. So lots to be concerned about on this storm just from the precipitation aspect because of the size of the hail and the size of the hail core. Again, this is currently 5 kilometers across. So you've got 5 kilometers of hail swath happening. And then Connor is on, let me just take a look here. He is watching the storm that is near Kawartha Lakes area. And coming across, you can see Connor's footage here. That is a shelf cloud starting to form on that. So this is the storm by Kawartha Lakes, not the one with the large hail in it. So again, a couple areas of concern down southern Ontario as this comes through here. So okay, let's watch this. So 3:29 p.m. was our scan 5 minutes ago. So we got about 3 minutes before things get updated again. Just going to look down here back towards Cambridge. Just very heavy rain throughout that area, tucked between Kitchener and Cambridge area, but mostly through Cambridge right now. Lots of lightning, moderate winds in there. So nothing rotating that's of concern. And then Woodstock, moderate, heavy pockets of rain in that area as well. So let's just take a look here from Exeter radar. You can see these storms mostly moving eastward at this point. For the most part, on the very bottom end of severe components, mostly to do with very heavy precipitation and lightning on these storms as they move through. And then obviously we have our storm northeast of the GTA area that has the basically the large hail on it currently. That is the one that's of concern. As this line has moved east of Ottawa, you can see around Winchester, these things are breaking up. The line essentially has quite a few pockets of no precipitation here between Russell and Metcalfe, all the way down to almost Spencerville. There's very isolated, very light rain. Right along the Ottawa River is where most of the rain is sticking to. So through Clarence, Rockland, Thurso, and then northeast from there up to Montpelier and Lac-Simon. Let me just take a look here from the Blainville radar, and it's picking up essentially the same thing. So I just heard some beeping, so I'm just checking what's beeping here. They're continuing to update some of the severe warnings back in southern Ontario, so I'll jump on that shortly. Rain through Athens, Ogdensburg, coming into there. Let me just take a look. I've got one of my big cameras there. So this is our camera. Let me go full screen on this. This is the Gigi's Tree Care weather cam. This is down by Johnstown by the St. Lawrence Seaway, and you can see how this is starting to approach there. And I'm just going to turn the camera a little bit. So we're looking back towards the 401 here. That's the St. Lawrence Seaway, and you can see how that line has stretched out over the St. Lawrence. We are looking back towards the Brockville area. There's no rain here yet. This is just wind at this point, but very heavy precipitation straight on the horizon where this camera is looking, and you can see where it cuts off that dark gray area where you see the dark gray versus the light. That's obviously where your precip is cutting off, and you can see that that is stretching pushing out towards the seaway. You can see the wind on the surface on the water. Actually, if you look on that bottom right-hand side, you can see those winds blowing on the surface across the water as this is moving out that way. So still quite gusty as this storm system moves through, even though it is losing its intensity somewhat. So still something to be paying attention to as this moves through the area. But that is basically right here at Johnstown, looking at all this precipitation coming in across the 401 through Prescott area. You can see that coming through. And then along Morrisburg, along the 401 here, we've had the rain move through. And it's going to Cornwall is going to probably miss most of the precipitation. If anything, you might get some light precip as it comes through. I'm just looking here. It's dropping south, so Cornwall might get in on a little bit of the precipitation as well. So Veronica just lost power at her place, so she'll be back on. She kind of disappeared out of the chat for that reason, more than likely. Let's go back to our storm here by Oshawa area and Port Perry. So this is our latest scan at 3:35. Still significant hail sitting over that Manchester area over the last two scans. I think it's just been basically parked there. We've had hail kind of to the northwest with those bright pinks, and then it kind of moved to the south, and then there's more hail now just kind of organizing, sitting over Manchester. Again, loony size or smaller out of this at this time, southwest of Port Perry. So that is still continuing to cause hail to fall out of the sky here by Manchester, southwest of Port Perry. Lots of storms starting to get organized here. Just taking a look at things. Okay, so we have a few storms here kind of around the GTA to the north and moving eastward that seem to be getting some organization going as far as intensity. You can see our three essentially storms right through here. We've got two of them kind of clustered together trying to get organized. We have another cluster here by Innisfil, and then our Kawartha Lakes storms as well. So that's the three areas in this particular view that we're looking at where there's some storms with some intense capabilities at this point. And then our storms down in southern Ontario, almost southwest Ontario by Cambridge, Woodstock. Again, just strong thunderstorms, but they aren't moving very quickly, it doesn't look like. So that could be causing flooding issues as they move through, especially through that Cambridge area. You can see that there's been heavy rain in there for quite some time. And along with Woodstock, they have extended the warning further east, but it just says they're tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. Right now, I'm not seeing any hail indicators on this, just very heavy rain with lots of lightning and some moderate winds in there to light winds, essentially. That's the other area that's got our attention. So let me just take a look here. And then we've got additional storms that are non-severe through Shelburne, kind of through Stayner, Collingwood area, back to the southwest, but are three pockets of very intense precipitation with lots of lightning and rain, whether it's hail, whether it's heavy rain. These are the three pockets right now around the GTA area, and that was some of the stuff we were monitoring on models and why Connor is down in that particular area. So let me just take a look here. Just looking. Still got some rain in Ottawa, moderate to light rain. Like this is more on the low end of the scale where you see that yellow. When you get light orange, yellow, green, and blue, that's on the light end of precipitation. You can very clearly see here through Lac-Simon, Montpellier, Thurso, Rockland, coming into Castleman very shortly through Russell, Embrun. That's where we've got our rain isolated at this point. And it is not severe warned, meaning it's not severe in the aspect of parameters there. Let me just take a look. I do have a camera out that way as well. Let me see here. So this is our camera in Limoges. I'll bring that up, which is right on the edge of this heavier precip as it's coming through. So you can see that this is what you can expect. Not a whole lot of wind with this. Again, the winds have died down and you've just got very heavy precipitation in pockets throughout our line that we've been watching today. But this is what you're expecting. This is a live shot right from Limoges at this point, showing just moderate heavy rain through the area. So if I bring up our radar, you can see here that we're in the orange or the yellow. And again, that is the lighter end of the scale. The southern portion of the line is basically crossing the St. Lawrence Seaway. We'll be into upstate New York. Again, non-severe at this point, and for the most part is not too concerning. So again, this is kind of what you can expect as far as rain is concerned. There's very little wind associated with the storm coming through the Limoges area, but we will zoom back out here. So showers for Athens coming into Brockville, but again, nothing of concern for that through Prescott, 416, 401 corridor. Nothing concerning in that regards. Kingston might see a little bit of rain, but it has almost evaporated. When you look at the storm that went through the Belleville area, see that where it's to the north of Belleville, and all of this has essentially just evaporated as it's gotten to that lakeshore essentially. So that has died off, and primarily we are watching what's going on here in southern Ontario, kind of northeast of the GTA. Definitely 3 strong storms in that area. I'm just going to take a look at some velocity scans. Winds are not super concerning in these, but the hail has come out of it. So the storm by Port Perry that had all that hail on it in this scan here at 3:23 p.m. Sustained for about 3 scans, and now it has come out of it. So still extremely heavy torrential rain, but the hail threat has gone away on that storm. None of the storms indicated in these 3 circles are showing any kind of hail threat at this time. Just a very heavy precipitation course throughout those storms. So let me just take a look here. What else? Thunder and lightning going on here in Kempville. It's shaking the house a little bit. I'm just going to take a look to see if there's anything on my camera worth looking at. And then we'll take a look at our storms down here by Oakville, by Cambridge and Woodstock moving eastward. These are losing a little bit of intensity, so we'll see whether those continue or not. But right now, just very heavy rainmakers with lots of lightning associated with those 2 cells down there. Let's take a look up by North Bay to see if there's anything going on. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Just a line of precipitation and thunderstorms moving through. These are non-severe storms at this point, and don't expect them to get to severe component. Maybe if there was a little bit of hail that introduced itself, that would be the only thing I would expect. Let me just take a look at some winds. Winds are not concerning on this at this time, so yeah, we're definitely looking very good at this point. Back to the north, west of Ottawa, north of Toronto area. I'm talking much further north, obviously North Bay, Sudbury area, but that is basically looking very good at this point. So our current area of concern is near the GTA area where those severe thunderstorm warnings are. I'm going to switch to the Blainville radar because it's probably closer now. So yeah, Cornwall might see a little bit of rain out of this, but for the most part, might skip a fair chunk of it. Behind it, there's that light to moderate rain as well. So eventually that rain will make its way into Cornwall. Just won't be as intense as the rest of the line has been today. So we have a Lefebvre camera out there. west of Ottawa, or east of Ottawa, I should say. So storm coming along the river. Yeah, you can see it very clearly here. So let me share this. This is our Lefebvre camera, which is obviously in Lefebvre, but near Montebello on the Quebec side, east of Papineauville. And this is what the line looks like coming at it. So obviously quite menacing, but overall, this is just going to be heavy rain and maybe a little bit of wind in here. There's some stronger gusts in it above the surface, but you can see that this kind of leading edge of the storm is fairly high up at this point. So lots of precip coming with it, but that's the view from our Lefebvre camera at this point. So let me switch back over. Oh, oops. Drink of water. Sun's out in Kitchener coming, got a comment here, so thank you for that. Canada Chick saying we just got a dump of rain in Orleans and now it's going away. Some rolling thunder, but it's getting lighter. And yes, in the Ottawa area, definitely. For the most part, the intensity is done and over with. It's just moderate to light rain at most coming through the Ottawa area. So what else have we got? Yeah, people in BC definitely need this rain for those wildfires. I definitely agree. It's we wish we could send it their direction. So Rhoda saying just came through Osgood, very dark winds and heavy rain. Instant weather said 24% chance of rain, and that's the beauty of models and outlooks. It's very hard stuff to do for sure. So. Connor still saying getting some good hail just east of Port Perry still. So even though it's not indicated on radar, he is still showing some hail in that. So we'll see what Connor can come up with. V-Baller Lefty saying Canada Lakes rain still light and steady. However, to my northwest, the clear skies are coming in for sure. Right now, again, we just have a bunch of severe storms around southern Ontario at this point. So we're just going to take a look here. This is our latest scan. Still not showing that. I mean, we did have around Port Perry quite a bit of purple, I should say, dark pinks. You can see that here. That's when we get into those very large hailstones, but it has come out of it. But Connor is reporting from the ground that there is still some hail falling out of this east of Port Perry, which would be somewhere along here on 7A would be my guess based on that. Let me just take a look where Connor is. Yeah, that's exactly where he's sitting, where this dark red area, that is on the very high end of the reds, and then you start to get into those pinks. So we'll see. He's saying there is some hail falling out of it at that point. So, okay. Is it best to always trust the closest tower when checking radar, or is it ever useful to compare perspectives from more than one tower to understand the full picture? So I do look at two towers if I'm unsure. Obviously, the one closest to the storm, if it's not reading. So if a storm is between two towers and it's in the middle of both, I will use both towers almost always just to see what each one is seeing, because they're reading roughly in the same place on the storm. If a storm is much closer to one radar than another, usually I'll just stick with one radar, because the other one is way too far away and will show you the top of the storm. And ultimately, when it comes to severe weather, you want to see the bottom half of the storm to see what's going on for the most part. There are certain times where I want to know. I use American radar when storms are close to the border because they have more features. So that's one thing that I definitely tend to lean towards American radars when the storms are close to the border, just because they have the ability to tell you total precipitation fall, the height of the storm in terms of cloud tops or echo tops, better understanding of the vertically integrated liquid. Without getting too technical, I will lean towards a U.S. radar if it's close and I have the opportunity to use it. So, for example, Exeter radar is way up here, and I'll highlight where it is. Exeter radar way up here, and then when I'm down by Windsor, I'm looking at the U.S. radar, which is significantly closer and has more features. So I will switch to the U.S. radar in that situation. Okay, let's come back here. Connor saying marble-sized hail in east of Port Perry, where he's at right now. So that's the storms that we've been looking at. You can see that they are picking up quite a bit of intensity right now, and there's definitely some heavy precipitation in pockets in here. There's some winds in here as well. So these storms are the ones packing the punch that we are kind of paying attention to the most at this point. So Carl asking about Montreal. In Montreal area right now, the storms are headed your way, but these are non-severe thunderstorms headed in that direction, and they are weakening as they are headed in that general direction. So that is the line that just came through the Ottawa area, and you can see that right now coming your way. So these storms are heading for Montreal. They are non-severe, so they are not meeting the threshold for severe. The leading edge definitely has heavy rain in it. Some wind, but after that it dies off pretty quickly for the most part. So winds in Peterborough have just changed direction at 3:50 p.m. So 3 minutes ago. Thank you very much. What website or system are you using? We use WeatherWise Pro. You can see that in the top left corner on that toolbar. That is what we use. We use the Pro version, obviously, because we mine more data out of it. But they have, a free tier and then up from there. So you can pick different packages based on what your needs are. But WeatherWise Pro is the one we use. So I definitely recommend it. We are not sponsored by them. We just really enjoy their program, and their support is fantastic. So getting a question about Morrisburg. So Morrisburg itself, you're probably out of it at this point. No, there's still some showers moving through the heavier stuff at this point through Morrisburg. You can see that right now, almost in the center of your screen. The heavier stuff has moved through. There are lighter showers back to your west and northwest, and those will come through. So you're going to have light rain here on and off for the next couple hours, probably hour and a half, roughly. So. My pleasure. Happy to answer your questions in regards to the radar side of things. Definitely. I enjoy doing that. And on our channel, actually, if you go into our library, we just put up a YouTube video about understanding radar as well. So that may be a good resource for you. Yeah, definitely get the car in the garage. Yes, you don't want to have damage if you've got even pets, obviously farm equipment, livestock, whatever's out in that area. If you don't want it hurt, I would suggest getting it into shelter. And we're talking about these storms around the Port Perry area, north of Oshawa, Bowmanville, and extremely heavy rainmakers within those darker colors is where that rain is associated. We've had quite a bit of hail around the Port Perry area, and Connor's still reporting that probably 4 or 5 minutes ago that there were marbles, the size of marbles in terms of hail. Okay. Getting a question about Pickering area right now. Again, you're looking at storms moving through the area. So far, the severe is on the east side of the GTA and to the north of the GTA. We do have storms kind of coming through Oakville, Cambridge, but through Markham, Vaughan, the west side of the GTA area, a lot less in terms of that for any kind of major storms. But Pickering, let me just zoom in here. Why aren't you? There you are. I was going to say you got to be right around Ajax. So there is a storm just to your north that moved through, but right now, nothing coming for you for a while unless there's more storms that initiate. The severe stuff is to your north and northeast in the Pickering area at this point. So. Ruby Smith asking, what's the barcode on the screen? So that is a QR code. You can point your camera at it. If you're watching this on a TV, a tablet, or a laptop, the QR code will help you get to our link tree, which is where all our social medias are. Also, it will bring you to our, if you want to submit photos or videos, we have a media ingest tool. So it's the first link on that link tree. And then we can share it here on the platform. You don't have to email them in anymore. We've gotten away from that. So we basically, you fill out a form, submit the photo, and it gets sent to us. So that's where you'll get things there. Oh, yeah. What? They have, give me a sec here, folks. They've tornado warned a storm here by Cambridge. What? Bear with me. I'm going to take a second because this is definitely not what I was expecting. What are they? What? Okay, give me a sec here. Okay, Environment Canada has issued a tornado warning. They are talking about tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado, and that's always the word I'm looking for, possibly producing a tornado. So this is based on radar, damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall. So let me just take a look at this. I think the scan that got their attention was this 1 pixel here, right here. You see this 1 pixel of bright skin kind of flesh tone color. That is a bright pixel, but it's gone almost instantly on the next scan. There is rotation. There is rotation within this storm, but it does look extremely mild, so bear with me for a sec if they've updated anything. It just says that it's possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall. Let me just track this. I'm going to say I'm not as concerned about it, but give me a sec here. Let me draw out a box. So out of an abundance of caution, we are going to say in this area, you should be in shelter. And it is for the rotation that's right here in the center. I'm going to zoom it in. It had 1 pixel that was very bright on one previous scan, and that's probably what got their attention right here. So I'm zooming in. You can see this flesh tone color. It is 1 pixel. You never know with these types of storms, so that was the scan that probably generated the tornado warning. I'm going to say that if you are, again, we're not as concerned about this one. It's not as clear, and the wording is possibly producing a tornado from Environment Canada, meaning they don't have confirmation of it. Here is our latest scan at 3:59. This just came in just now, and let me just take a look here. It's got a bit of rotation on it, but it's not. Again, it's not showing very strong winds in it, but we're going to say out of an abundance of caution, you should be sheltered in our orange polygon. So this red warning goes all the way up through Kitchener, St. Jacobs, Elmira. You have nothing to be concerned about up there. Even back to New Hamburg, back to the west, it is just this orange polygon that we are highlighting as far as shelter is concerned. What shelter means, be in a basement. If you don't have that as an option, then in interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub gives you a little bit of extra protection. If you don't, and if you're in that bathtub, put a small mattress over top of you to give you a little bit of extra protection in the worst case scenario. So right now, this is where we're talking about as far as shelter is concerned. I'm definitely on the low end of concern for rotation on this storm in particular, but we'll keep an eye on it. I'm just looking at the winds here. I'm just flipping back and forth between the shape of the storm. So in this orange polygon, so back to the northwest through Kitchener, St. Jacobs, Elmira, New Hamburg, that is basically where we are seeing that warning. So out of an abundance of caution, we are saying shelter. Again, not as concerned about it, and we will continue to monitor that area. I just got a question from Real Awesome. How's Drumbo looking? Let me see here. So you just got that tornado warning. You're back to the west of this. This is all moving eastward, just so we're clear. So you don't have anything to be concerned about in Drumbo area. Thank you for your donation. Really appreciate that. But you do not have anything. You are back to the west. There are some storms in your area, but the area that they have, warned or for rotation is here in the orange polygon that you're seeing right at the top of the screen here. And again, I'm not as concerned about it. That does not look like it's very tight rotation. And again, it was 1 pixel that generated that warning. So obviously, out of an abundance of caution, we are saying being in shelter there. We will monitor that. But that is where we're seeing this right now currently near the Cambridge area. So again, this is to the southwest of Cambridge. You can see this greens and reds. The wind speed here, we're talking 40 kilometers an hour across from only about 2 to 3 or 10 kilometers across the other way. So the rotation is significantly low on this storm at this time on this scan. So again, not as concerned about it. Let me just take a look at something here. Yes, and it weakens as it's going up. So I'm just looking at different scan levels within the radar itself. So again, that is a storm that we are going to pay attention to, but the threat level is definitely lower on this. Kitchener area, St. Jacobs, Elmira, all the way back to the northwest. This is moving eastward. You don't have anything to be concerned about. Even down to New Hamburg, New Dundee, Ayr, all of that, it is moving east of you at this point. So you are good in that regards. So we know we've got a lot of people jumping in here just because this tornado warning went out. If you're in Brantford, you're in Woodstock, you're in Stratford, you have nothing to worry about. Guelph, same thing. So it is just along where this orange polygon, we're narrowing down the area of concern from that giant red box down to that orange polygon that we have out at this point. So that's where we're talking about at this point. So let me swing back and take a look at our storms here. Just looking back here from our storms that are down by Oshawa, Ajax. Just looking to see what's going on here. I'm going to swing back to our main screen. Got an area of rotation here southeast of Port Perry. We'll have to watch that to see what's going on. There's another storm kind of coming back from the west. We're just going to see what that's going to do here. A little bit of rotation in there, so I'm just going to watch that at this point. But right now, these are all severe warning storms through Kawartha Lakes. It's actually gone through that area coming into Peterborough. And now we've got a kind of a big cluster that has formed here. Connor's just gotten some large hail west of Port Perry in Manchester, which is where we were talking about those hailstones that fell quite some time ago. So right here, this is Manchester earlier. This is 3:35 p.m. We had quite a bit of hail in this area over several scans. Connor has made his way there, so I'm going to share that with you guys. Bear with me for a second, and we'll pull that up. So Connor's got some significant hailstones right now that he's and these have melted because they've been on the ground for quite some time, about half an hour probably, so they were significantly bigger. This would have caused damage in that Manchester west of Port Perry area where we were highlighting that you guys need to take shelter from that hail, and we've got a little bit of hail now in Ashburn area. Let me just take a look here. So we've got Ashburn by Myrtle Station. There is some bright pink in here, so again we're talking toonie sized hail or smaller. It's a much smaller hail core. This is southwest of Port Perry on the latest scan. I'm just looking at some wind velocities, and this continues to move eastward, so through Peterborough area, but our biggest intense area right now is north of Oshawa, north of the 407, and up to Uxbridge area. Just heavy precipitation in that, and I'm going to go take a look at our tornado warned storm down here by Cambridge. And the rotation, this storm is coming apart, it looks like. So give me a sec here. We are now going to move our box a little bit forward here. But I think this will be after this scan. If this doesn't intensify, we will say that things are over with as far as rotation. There's very broad, negligible rotation in this storm south of Cambridge. Our orange polygon is just out of an abundance of caution. Again, you can see how big this red box is from Environment Canada back to the northwest. This is moving east, southeast at this point. So if you are anywhere back to the west of this orange polygon, north of the polygon or northwest, you have nothing to worry about. This is all moving eastward. And again, even if you are in this polygon, we are saying out of an abundance of caution that you need to be in shelter. However, the rotation is very weak on radar. And again, if you do need shelter, what we recommend is in a basement. If you don't have that as an option, then obviously interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub gives you a little bit of extra protection, and then put a mattress over yourself just in case the worst case scenario happens. However, like I said, this storm is of less concern the more scans that go on. So again, just turning down the heat or the volume. We're not here to scare you guys, but when it is serious, we definitely want to point it out and let you folks know. So we've updated on all of that. I'm going to take a look at the line as it's approaching. Wow, it has completely come apart here. The only area where there's any kind of rain left of any intensity would be along the Ottawa River through Lefebvre. Let me just take a look. I do have a camera out there. I'm going to pull that one back up. And we'll see what that looks like. So coming through Lefebvre along the Ottawa River through Grenville, we'll be into Hawkesbury shortly. You can see here this weather cam. It's obviously got a raindrop on it, but you know, most of the rain has moved through and it's not a whole lot of wind. You can see the trees are very still on this and you can barely see the rain. And this is moderate to light rain. So that is starting to come apart as well. So non-severe. And then we have storms coming through Cornwall along the Seaway. It seems to be the precipitation is hugging that seaway just because a little bit more moisture available there. So it is intensifying the storms as they come into Cornwall right now. And you can see how that has expanded. This has got some pockets of very heavy precipitation, lightning. The wind is moderate to light depending where you are. And then back behind it are storms that are coming through Eastern Ontario. This is extremely light precipitation as that moves through, where you're seeing these yellow, greens, and blues. So nothing on this is concerning for this giant cluster of yellow. I'll show you what that looks like on camera. So this is right below that yellow, and you can see it's light rain basically, and there's absolutely no wind, and you can see that the sun is peeking through back to the west there. So again, a lot less to be concerned about in Eastern Ontario at this point. You swing back here. So coming through to Oshawa, Grenville, and Hawkesbury. L'Orignal. I even have a camera out in front of that as well. I'll see if that comes up. And that's our heavy pocket of rain out this way. You're basically talking in here, but it is breaking up, folks. So this is definitely looking better and better as the afternoon goes on and this marches eastward. You can see behind it that basically everything is essentially dying off. And we are talking orange colors, dark orange down to basically light orange, yellow, green, and blue. So on the lower end of the scale. So let me swing back down to Toronto area and we'll take a look at our storms down that way. So we are 4:05 p.m. We're about 2 minutes out. So I'm going to keep an eye on our storm here by Cambridge that was tornado warned. Again, not as concerned about the rotation in this one. I will show you what caused the warning to go out. It would have been this scan right here, and I'm going to zoom in because you've got this bright flesh tone color, which is extremely high wind speeds in that red kind of coloration. And I haven't explained that today yet, actually. If anybody's new to how to read radar, red is moving away from your radar, meaning your wind particles are moving away from the radar. The brighter the red, the higher the wind speed, and the greens are moving towards radar. So it's basically when you have greens and reds together really closely, then and they're bright and they're tight, that's where you have your warning. So the tornado warning has been dropped, and I was just about to say we are no longer concerned about this. This is just generic rotation within a thunderstorm that's perfectly normal. And they've even dropped the severe warning off this storm, so it is no longer even considered a severe thunderstorm. It was that one bright pixel that got their attention, and they threw out the warning for that. Let's go take a look at our storms here east of GTA. We definitely have a strong cluster of storms up here. Give me 1 second. Just looking at this. So right now, Port Perry and south down to Oshawa, that's where the dark reds are. That's where the heavy rain is. And I'm going to show you how this is unfolded. Connor will get his stream back up and running. We have Starlink on his vehicle, but he took it down because he was heading towards some significant hail, which we obviously don't want the Starlink to get wrecked by hail, because then that just takes us completely out of the game. So again, if you're just jumping in, tornado warning has been ended for the storm that was around the Cambridge area. It was a very questionable rotation on that because of one pixel, and we again weren't as concerned about it for the rotation aspect on that storm, just because it was very broad and very weak. But at this point, the severe warning has dropped off of it and the tornado warning has dropped off of it. So right now it's a non-severe thunderstorm, and we still have very heavy precip around the Woodstock area, right along the 401, 403 interchange. And that's the only thing happening there is just lots and lots of precipitation with lightning as well. Winds are moderate in there. And that's the only thing to point out down in that area. The rest of it, we are just talking about around the GTA area as well. So let me just quickly look. I do have storms, weather storms are trying to fire in Alberta, because we are watching stuff trying to come off the foothills here. There is quite a bit of smoke, so I'm a little bit skeptical whether anything will get going out here, but we will monitor it. Right now, they are just minor storms on the foothills out in Alberta. If things do get intense, we will swing out and cover that as well. So let's take a look here through Eastern Ontario. I'm just going to kill this off. Okay, so Cornwall just getting very heavy precipitation right now to the Long Sault area and just north of Cornwall along the Seaway into Messina, New York. So this is crossing the Seaway. South Stormont pretty much out of it. There is minor showers back to the west. Those are extremely light showers compared to what you're seeing here. Winds are moderate to light. I'm going to switch over to a different radar just to double check everything. And that's all we're talking about. This is non-severe thunderstorms. And then we have our pocket of rain moving along the Ottawa River. You can see that here, and it's going to be coming into Grenville, Hawkesbury area very shortly. And then behind this, there's very little to speak about behind it at this point. So okay, let me try and jump into some comments, guys. Again, I know we're getting a lot of questions about that tornado back. The warning that went out earlier, I know a lot of comments are older here, but everything is good as far as the tornado warned storm back in the southern portion of the GTA near Cambridge area. That, again, is over and done with at this point. So Chris saying getting torrential downpour, thunder, and lightning in the Cornwall area, and that makes sense based on the radar scan here. We are definitely seeing very heavy rain associated with this cluster. That is where you're seeing those dark reds and oranges. That's when we start to see tons of rainfall. So what else? Getting questions about Peterborough. So yes, Peterborough does have storms right in that area. You've got a storm back to your west. It's got heavy precipitation, a little bit of wind on it, but nothing too concerning. Around the Port Perry, Uxbridge, and north of Oshawa area, that is where we're seeing the heaviest of precipitation, and there's some in Barrie as well. So, but right now, the worst of what you're dealing with is the lightning and the heavy precipitation in those red areas. There was no tornado out today. Bacon asking about that. There was no tornado in terms of the Cambridge storm. There was one around Lindsay area. They won't know till they do an assessment on that. If it did touch down, we've been seeing some videos here and there where it possibly did touch the surface. They will put a rating on it, but it doesn't. It didn't look very strong, but it doesn't get rated until they do that assessment. So at this point, you're just speculating if anybody's putting any kind of information out. You don't do it based on what radar is showing, or even videos at times. So okay. Let me just take a look here. We've got some storms up in the North Bay area. These are non-severe line of storms, basically just coming through the North Bay area. These are thunderstorms with heavy rain. Nothing very concerning. Obviously, when they're non-severe, they're on the low end of the threat level. So let me just take a look here. They updated the London warning, so I'll take a look at that in a minute here. We have a few storms moving through Huntsville, but again, they did severe warn this. Why did they? Oh, there was a pixel of pink in there. It's dying off, but going over Dorset was where that pixel of pink was on the right here in the center of the scan. That's why it's severe warned, but the hail has dissipated out of it on the last couple of scans as that continues to move northeast as well. So we do have storms around Aurelia to the southwest, actually around Barrie, but moderate heavy to light rain within that, some winds. All the warnings are to the south. And this is the biggest cluster here, by basically tucked in south of Kawartha Lakes, over to the west of to Uxbridge, basically, Peterborough, and down to Oshawa, Bowmanville, this kind of area in here. Obviously, the dark red is heavy rain. Light orange, yellow, green, and blue is very light rain. It's on the lower end of the precipitation scale. So when you're looking at this kind of radar scan, you want to look for those dark red areas. So over Port Perry, it is raining very heavily. Right now, just to the west of Peterborough, it is heavy rain and precipitation in there, not seeing any indicators of hail. And then north of Oshawa along the 407, heavy rain up in that area. And then what would be in here? This would be north of Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, basically north of 20, there's heavy rain between 7A and 20. That is our biggest area of precipitation and intensity on our radar scans right now. So, and then again, down here by, let me just take a look, Woodstock area, heavy rain in the Woodstock area. Sorry, I'm looking at some video footage here. Just looking at something here. 3:30 p.m. That would be right here. I'm just looking back in the history here because I'm just looking at some video. Wow. Okay. So right around this time frame where you're seeing this velocity scan right by Woodstock, this is not the tornado warning that was out for Cambridge. This is for the Woodstock area. It seems there may have been a tornado in that area. I'm watching video that is very indicative of tornadic circulation moving through. This is the scan that's at that time. I'm just looking to see it totally dissipates over the next one. Here, right here with these bright pinks and greens right close to each other. This is where definitely, if this is where the video I'm looking at from, definitely looks like a tornado possibly happened. So we'll see if there's any damage that comes out of that. It was there briefly. Oh, you know what? I'm going to take a screenshot of this. Bear with me for a second. Okay, done. Okay, so let's continue on. Anyways, we're seeing the reason I'm looking at this is that we've got some reports of possible issues that was around 3:30 p.m. around the Woodstock area, and this definitely the problem here is there's data missing. These gray squares is missing data out of the radar. It basically says no data, which in a circulation, you want to have the data. So anyways, that's what we're dealing with there. Let me flip over. That was 3:30 p.m. So that was almost an hour ago, just so everybody's clear. We don't have anything going on right now. We are watching, and this again didn't have anything to do with the tornado warning around the Cambridge area. So based on that, we were just verifying what we were seeing there. Do have some strong winds here by Oshawa area, definitely some strong inflow. Let me just take a look at what's going on here between Whitby and Oshawa. Yeah, there's definitely some strong winds here between Whitby and Oshawa. I'm going to kill off the drawing just so that that's gone through Thornton's Corners. There's some straight line winds in there. That are definitely 120 kilometers an hour. This is very windy according to the radar here. Just north of the 401 between Oshawa and Whitby area, it is moving southeast. I can kind of play the loop here. You can see that moving through the area here. So going towards the lakeshore, that kind of thing. So there's some strong winds right in that area there. And heavy precipitation along the 407 corridor right now. That's why we have this severe warning still out, and they've put out an orange warning. This was at 4:01 p.m., so this was earlier. They were saying that basically this storm is moving east at 20 kilometers an hour, maximum wind gusts 90 to 110. So we have definitely some strong winds down here along the Oshawa, Whitby area, right in here, and they're kind of moving in this general direction. So going to be very windy if you are in that area right now from this storm. That is right on the edge of the lakeshore, essentially. So it is going to interact possibly with lake breeze. That's maybe what's going on right now. And then to the north, our precipitation is falling off a little bit. Just taking a look at things from here. And let me just take a look. And then Peterborough area, is this severe warned? It is severe warned all the way out here. So very heavy precipitation in kind of to the west of Peterborough. Moderate heavy to light rain throughout that pocket. And that is continuing to move east, southeast at this point. These are the most intense storms right now. So let me just move some stuff around here. Okay, so that's what we're dealing with. I'm just communicating with Connor. He's got his live stream back up and running. It looks like there's some emergency vehicles out ahead of him. I'm not sure what's going on there, but see here. So right now, that's what we're dealing with. These are the most severe kind of components or storms in terms of size and intensity. So strong winds. Again, just kind of around the Ajax, Oshawa area, you can see that bright flesh tone colors, and there's a cluster of cells or pixels in that area. So very windy as this is moving through. It is not high off the surface, so this would definitely be blowing stuff around as it comes through in that regards. So let me just flip over here. Let me take a look what else we've got going on. Okay, so let me jump into some more questions here. Yeah, definitely getting sunny in the Ottawa area. Vanessa, no tornadoes are heading towards the Quebec area of Harrington. Hopefully you guys don't see another one there for quite some time. Just want to show on Connor's stream, look at the hail shred. See these leaves on the ground? I'm going to go full screen on this. So this is what we call tree shredding from hail. When you have significant hail, it will absolutely decimate the leaves, branches, and you can see what Connor's driving through right now. That's indicative of significant hail falling from the sky. A lot of people might mistake that for wind damage a lot of times, but generally it's associated. It can be both actually, but generally this kind of looks like mostly very intense hail. We were talking about that hail core. This was by Port Perry. So we said it was like 4 to 5 kilometers across that hail core, and this is the aftermath that you can see. So obviously significant damage down that way, and I'm just gonna so that's what Connor's driving through right now. You can see, well, it looks like hail on the side of the road, or is that water? I can't tell where Connor's turning. Looks like that looks like water on the sides of the roads, but we'll see whether that's the case or not. So, okay, let's get back to the things we'll continue to watch. Actually, I'll leave them on this screen because you can see a lot of stuff happening there. So let's come back to this and we'll wait for our next scan from Oshawa area. 3:47 p.m. Was one of our scans there. 4:30 right now, just coming out. Let's take a look. Winds have subsided here, so let me delete that off. Let's take a look. They're updating the severe warning here, so let me just take a look. There is some hail north of what looks to be Mitchell's Corners, north of 407. There is some very heavy precipitation, as you can see on the screen just above me. This is 407 and 418 where they meet to the north, west of Enniskillen, basically. Tree looks like it's blown over right there, so a bit of wind damage from the storm as well. So obviously you can see that these storms can pack a punch, especially when they're putting out that kind of hail. Connor looks to be tracking where the heaviest or the most intense hail was. You can see all those leaves on the ground there. So let me flip back to this and we'll see what he finds out that way as we continue on. So right now, basically our heaviest of precip is tucked in here just along 418, 407. Up in Port Perry, there is a little bit of it left, but it's far smaller and far less intense. And then back by Peterborough, kind of by Springville, there's a little bit of intense precipitation in that area. Heavy rain. Not seeing any hail indicated on it, but what we're seeing on Connor's live stream, definitely indicative of quite a bit of hail shredding through the trees there. Rick is just watching a storm here as it comes in, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. And so those are our three pockets of heavy precipitation, this one being the most right here. Again, to the north of Mitchell's Corners, west of Enniskillen. On Highway 3, we do have hail, small hail it looks like, but very heavy precipitation core with those dark red colors. And then we're looking through Burlington and Oakville. Those storms are non-severe, moving out over the water. And we have our one last kind of area of more intense precipitation between Woodstock and Brantford area. And there's quite a bit of rotation in here by Brantford. Give me a second. I'm just going to watch this. Going to have to watch this storm. This is 4:29, 4 minutes ago. Let me see here. Yeah, there's an area of circulation. It's broad right now, but we are going to watch that because that's starting to get very high in the wind speeds, possibly. Let me just take a look here at how far off the surface. So we're about 70. Yeah, so we're going to watch that closely here on the next scan right near Brantford. We're going to have to watch that to see if anything comes out of it. Our next scan here is in 4 minutes when we get the data, so I'm going to watch that. I'll come right back to it. Then I'm going to take a look here around Eastern Ontario and into Western Quebec. Let's take a look from Blainville. Just getting very heavy rain still through Cornwall area along the 401 corridor as this heads towards Quebec. This is the last area of intense precipitation just along the seaway. Primarily, this is non-severe again. Let's take a look at winds. Winds are not too bad. Coming through the Grenville area, there are some stronger winds to the north of the Highway 50 on the Quebec side. A little pocket of bright winds. These are straight line winds and heavy precip going through Hawkesbury, Grenville area and on the Quebec side. So this is continuing to move eastward. These are, again, non-severe thunderstorms at this point. So they're just intense precipitation and lightning is, associated with that, but still non-severe storms. So that is the good news there. Let me just quickly take a look at the East Coast. All the warnings have gone away for those rainfall warnings that we had around New Glasgow, Truro area. We still have some rain in that area, but that's all these are. Just precipitation or heavy precipitation makers not moving very quickly. So right now, storms just moving through Nova Scotia and a little bit through New Brunswick. I can just take a look up here. These are all non-severe storms as well. So just a few thunder showers on the north side near Edmundston. That is basically all we're looking at here. But again, non-severe, folks. So nothing to be concerned about. The odd lightning and tiny little cores of heavy precipitation. Let's take a look on the Quebec side just to see if there's anything. I thought there we go. Latuque area still getting a ton of rain. It has been basically heavy rain in that area for most of the afternoon today. And so that continues, but these are non-severe thunderstorms at this point as well. So just a lot of rain moving around there. So let me come back down here to our storm by Brantford. There we go. This is what I want to see. This is our name. Okay, so the rotation has subsided on that scan. It has not intensified. There is some rotation here, so I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let me draw this out. So you can see that there's a bit of rotation in here. And as it moves forward, this got more intense right in this area, but it is broad, meaning wide. So when it comes down to a couple of pixels very bright across from each other, that's where we get concerned. And then it has broadened out even more out here. So again, not as concerned about this for rotation within that. So basically right now, very heavy rainmaker. And let's just take a look here. Obviously, some lightning around the Woodstock area and some winds associated with that, but heavy rain, and that's why it's still continuing to be severe warned. You can see how this is moving along the 403 corridor, but it is drifting a little bit south from there. So definitely still packing a little bit of intensity in small pockets within that particular storm cluster. And then let's look back by the GTA area. And we've got some thunderstorms right by our King City radar, so it looks a little weird because the radar is sitting right in this area here, so it's always blind over top of it. But just to the west of Newmarket, just some more heavy precipitation. It looks worse than it is when it gets close to the radar, just because of how the beams work going out from the radar. So it's going to be moderate to light rain within this with some lightning associated on it, but for the most part, not too bad. It's just, again, close proximity to the radar at this point. Do have some storms north of Pickering, Ajax, between the 401 and 407, essentially. Green River just to the southeast, very heavy precip in that area. And let me just take a look further east, north of Bowmanville. Let's see what our winds look like. Still a little bit of a pocket of wind here by the lakefront between Oshawa and Cordis. That is the only area showing some more intense winds, but the heavy precip is right over Enniskillen to the south and to the southwest of there down to Hampton along the 407. That is where we've got just very heavy precipitation in that area, and a little more precipitation here by Highway 35 by Pontypool and Ballyduff. And then through Peterborough, this is starting to lose. It's still heavy rain, no question, but it's not got any real red left in it. Before we had a bunch of red, and now it's more dark orange than anything. So that storm is weakening as it's moving through the Peterborough area. A couple of storms to the north here by Huntsville, non-severe. Lake of Bays, those are just non-severe thunderstorms moving northeast. They're heading into into kind of Algonquin Park area. So if you're up there camping and you know anybody and you can get messages to them, I know that reception up there is terrible. So definitely a few little storms, but they are non-severe at this point. So that is the good news for anybody in the Algonquin Park area currently based on these scans. And then north of North Bay up to Temiskaming on the Quebec side, we've got a small line here of intense precipitation, but again, non-severe at this point. And a little bit of wind in there, but nothing too crazy as far as the winds are concerned. So we're looking pretty decent at this point. It's just our area here, just kind of around the GTA, and then our Woodstock-Brantford corridor that we've got to pay attention to, this cluster right here. So we will see here 4:35 p.m. That's 5 minutes ago. So we're about 2 to 3 minutes out as far as that's concerned. So Liv saying people in the Niagara region are definitely hoping this weekends before it gets to them. Right now, the way it's drifting, it hopefully will go south of there. This maybe go through Caledonia, Cayuga, Dunnville, hopefully off in that general direction based on what's happening, and it hopefully is going to weaken. But it looks like it's dropping a little bit more southeast at this point, so that should be good. And the storms that are going kind of through Hamilton, as soon as they get over the water, you can see they're completely almost evaporating or dying out. So these storms right now, not super concerning in that regards. And let me just take a look here. And then we're just dealing with our storms around the GTA area. And for the most part, just a few small areas of heavy precipitation is what's our biggest threat there. So okay. Let me just jump in and check a few other things here, but so far we are looking pretty good, all things considered. Again, around the Lindsay area, we definitely had a funnel there earlier and possibly a tornado, which will get they'll do a assessment there through Northern Tornadoes Project. We'll see what happens from there. What? Connor just sent a message. I'm just... Okay. I see Veronica answered this, but just wanted to highlight it. Weather-wise is what we use. We are on the Pro version. There is a couple of tiers that you can get. I believe there's a free and up from there. So, but we use the Pro version just because we use a lot of the data, a lot of the features, obviously for what we do. But they do have a free version that you can get if you're just looking at the basic kind of stuff. So. Just getting reports of some strong winds between Ottawa and Montreal, and that would be for this line that is moving eastward here. Over by Lachute, kind of north of there, there's definitely a pocket of stronger winds as far as that's concerned, but mostly the line has broken up. It is precipitation is sticking to the St. Lawrence Seaway and kind of going from there. and that'll head towards Montreal, but this has significantly weakened as it's heading towards the Montreal area, so these will be minor thunderstorms as things go on for Montreal and western Quebec area, and none of this is severe warned. Again, I just want to make clear of that. Our only severe warnings currently ongoing would be around Brantford, Woodstock area. And let's just take a look at this just to see what's going on here. This is still got a few pockets of those darker reds with the heavy precipitation and lightning. More closer to Woodstock would be more intense on the precipitation as this continues to move east, southeast, and then just south of Brantford, very heavy precipitation on the leading edge of that. Still severe warned from Environment Canada. And let's just take a look at our King City radar. So right now we have a lot of precip stretching from along the 407 north of Pickering, basically through east of Green River on the far west end of the line, trucking along 407 all the way up to the 115 interchange that goes up towards Peterborough. That's where we have some strong precipitation in that area. And then in the Peterborough area, precipitation is diminishing significantly, still moderate to light rain in certain areas, but that is starting to fall apart as well. And then we have our bit of a line here by the radar, by King City Radar, that is near Newmarket, Bradford, and Schomberg. That definitely shows a little more intense than it actually is just because of proximity to the radar itself. And they do have a severe warning, it looks like, for that particular portion of the storm. And then I'm looking at this storm up by Keswick, just very heavy precipitation to the west of Keswick, out over water basically at this point. So that's what we're dealing with there. And then around Aurelia, some more non-severe thunderstorms up that way, and just moderate heavy precipitation at this point. So, and non-severe storms moving up Highway 11 corridor. They are moving eastward. So again, overall looking pretty good. I'm going to swing back out just to see what Alberta is doing quickly, just to keep on top of it. But most of the storms look to be struggling as they get off the foothills, and that more than likely has to do with all the smoke that is out there. So we shall see if there's a live stream for Alberta. We're going to stick with this for now in terms of Ontario, because there's still some storms that are severe, but it looks like things might be tapering off a little bit here, which is good news. Thunderstorm watch expires in 2 hours around southern Ontario, so they're still carrying that thunderstorm watch for a couple of hours. I think that once all of this cluster here that is north of GTA and northeast of there, once that moves through, then the severe component does die off somewhat. But we're going to keep sticking with these storms as long as they are within that severe category. I'm just looking where Connor is headed at this point. Connor's trying to catch up to these storms that are severe warned here. He's coming back from the west. He's dropped down from kind of Lindsay, Kawartha Lakes area, and he's trying to get into these storms here along the 407 corridor. They've upgraded to an orange warning on these thunderstorms, saying capable of producing damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail, and heavy rain. Those are the max values. Right now, I don't see any pink indication on these scans, which is usually when you get into your hail. So right now, this just looks like extremely heavy precipitation. Let me just see here. Not seeing anything too strong in terms of winds. And right now, quite a bit of lightning on it as well. And that seems to be the biggest component, is just that extremely heavy rain at this time. We are 4:47 p.m. That's the latest scan that just came out. A little bit windy in Ajax right now, just you're seeing a few bright colors in that area. So definitely windy throughout there. And what do we got here? So that's all along the 407 corridor from the 115 all the way back to Brougham. And the rest of it, honestly, around Peterborough, Millbrook, up to Kawartha Lakes, these are essentially non-severe storms. They're just in that severe thunderstorm warning box. Starting Tuesday, they're going to have storm-based polygons, so they will be able to highlight the area that they're concerned about when it comes to storms, so that hopefully will help things out, but we'll see if that gets deployed, obviously, on the next severe warning that we have, or severe weather that we have starting Tuesday onward is when they're supposed to start doing that. So still have our line of storms up by North Bay, but those are non-severe, just very heavy rainmakers, moderate rain in that or less. And again, heading towards Montreal area, looking pretty good overall. So just dealing with a few small pockets left of severe weather at this point. Things are definitely looking much better as far as the weather is concerned down in this area. Just getting a question from Ainsley about the Brantford area. So just right now in Brantford, just south of Brantford, you have moderate to light rain. I'm just getting that comment in the chat here. So just want to highlight that. For the most part, again, this is just when you're seeing orange to yellow to green and blue, that's on the lighter end of the scale. When you get into those reds, dark reds, and then pinks and purples, obviously that's on the very high end of the precipitation scale. Winds are not looking bad in here. This is moderate at best, and you can see it's just been trailing over that 401 403 corridor, just drifting southeast at this point. It does look like it is weakening possibly, so we'll see over the next few scans if that continues to be the case, and it's going to slowly drift southeast from here, so hopefully it doesn't get into the St. Catharines area. I know you guys had a bunch of flooding up that way, so the Tomobe River, Peterborough area just got heavy rain at 4:45, and that would corroborate what's going on here with the radar. It is just moving to the southeast. You can see that here. These storms are just interacting. The most intense part is down by the 407 by Oshawa, Bowmanville, Ajax area. That's where the most intense precipitation is happening at this point. So just trying to see what's going to unfold here, if there's anything additional that will come from the backside here. Just watching what's going across Lake Huron, that kind of stuff, but it doesn't look like anything impactful in any way coming from there. So 4:47. So we're about 2 minutes out from our next scan, and we'll continue to watch that. I'll stick with these storms over here for now because this is our strongest cluster of heavy precipitation throughout the Ontario area. None ya business. I'll always love that name. Just had some rain and thunder go through North Bay, Ontario, and that was from that little line. It probably was not very long lived, so you're probably sitting pretty good at this point. Getting a question from Philip about Uxbridge. So let me zoom in. You've had some storms coming in. There are going through the area. There's more coming back from the northwest. Uxbridge being in the center here with, I'll show you the storms coming from Newmarket and kind of northeast from there. There's a line, so there's definitely some more precipitation coming for the Uxbridge area at this point. So, and obviously another question about the Oshawa area. You have storms. That is where the more intense precipitation is currently. It's hugging that 401 407 corridor and just kind of moving eastward at this point. So if I zoom in, right by Oshawa, you've got quite a bit of rain, and it's now raining in there based on this last scan that just came in. Ajax definitely got some stronger winds down there. That may be radar noise. Give me a sec here. Oh no, that's a boundary sitting out there from the storm. So a little bit of wind by Ajax, that bright colored between Pickering and Ajax area along the 401 corridor. But right now you can see that a lot of the red has come out of these storms. And what I mean by that is right now you can see on this scan tons of red, dark red, and then we move over and most of the red is gone and we're down to orange, yellows, and greens. So that is significantly showing that things are weakening on this last scan. Same thing with the storms that are over by Newmarket, King City, Aurora area. Still lots of lightning, but this is blind right above itself because that's where the radar is located. So it looks really weird. There is quite a bit of lightning by King City, so we'll have to watch that. And then the stuff heading off east of Peterborough, this is all non-severe precipitation at this point, and is weakening as we speak. Same thing for the stuff around Aurelia, weakening off as well. We're only 5 p.m., so there's still quite a bit of daylight left. Let me see how long they're carrying these warnings for. Another 2 hours for not the warnings, the watches, my apologies. The watches are still in effect for another couple of hours from basically Temiskaming shores down through just to the west of Ottawa and then back to South Ontario. These watches are out for another 2 hours at this point. So we are getting towards the end of this for the Ontario region. Definitely in Quebec, things are basically just non-severe thunder showers at this point, getting close to the Montreal area. And you can see how spotty and isolated it is. So let me just take a look at winds. A little bit of wind north of Lachute, but that's the only area that's been highlighted. East Coast, I'm just seeing the watch is still out there for another 4 hours. Let me switch radars, and we've just got regular showers out there, folks, with some thunderstorms, but very minor compared to everything else. So nothing too concerning out in that regard. So let's come back to our radar down here in southern Ontario, and we're going to look at Woodstock, 4:53 p.m. We're about 4 minutes into this scan. Again, this does look like it's breaking up at this point, so that is good. Yeah, Mandy just saying that going through Cornwall that the lightning was fairly intense, obviously heavy precipitation and wind in there. So it did pack a punch up by Cornwall and the St. Lawrence Seaway. So it's definitely... it's definitely short-lived, but it's packing a bit of a punch as things went through that Cornwall area. Any tornadoes today? And hello, everyone. That's coming from Cheetos, God of Snacks. Yes, there's been probably 2 tornadoes. There's no confirmation in terms of any, we've seen video. We've had some photos and other videos posted. So right around the Lindsay area, there's potentially a tornado that will be the NTP will go out and take a look at. And then there's one by Woodstock that was missed by most in terms of the Woodstock area. Environment Canada didn't warn it. So there was potentially one down by the Woodstock area around 3:30 p.m., somewhere in that neighborhood. So so those are the 2 potentials. We will see whether Northern Tornadoes projects confirm that or not. So that's the only thing I can speak to. Again, nothing officially confirmed, but that's what we've seen on social media and shared here as well on the platform. So again, Lindsay was the first one. That one was early on. That would have probably been somewhere around 2 o'clock, maybe. I'd have to go back and take a look. Unfortunately, I've been on here for 6 hours at this point, but so I'm losing track of time a little bit. But Lindsay area was the first one, and then down in the Woodstock area, there definitely looks to be another one that possibly happened. So again, we'll wait to see what the NTP says about that. So. Are the storms starting to weaken? Yes, they do look like they are starting to weaken throughout all of the last scan. We can see that mostly we have orange on the screen rather than red. So that is always indicative of things kind of taking a turn, where we have far more red in here. And now we've got far more orange and yellow, so that is always a good sign. We are waiting for another scan here in about 2 minutes. I'm going to start with our storms down by Woodstock and Brantford area. Still heavy precipitation, even with those darker oranges and light reds. It's still going to be very rainy, but at the end of the day, it is coming down in terms of the intensity. So we will see what takes place here. We are 1 minute out or less, hopefully, from getting a new scan, and then I'll update you guys on that as well. So let me just take a look here. Rick is out rolling around as well. He looks like he's going to the lakefront. Oh, here's our next scan, so let me jump on that. So while we're watching our two guys drive around, so Woodstock area, still very heavy rain in small pockets where these red pixels are. This is all kind of to the south of Woodstock and east of Woodstock along the 401, 403 interchange there, and then south of Brantford through Sour Springs, Scotland and Oakland areas. That is, again, some heavy rain in there, but mostly you'll see that the rest of it is light, moderate to light rain at best. So right now, still severe warned, but definitely on the lower end of the scale. Let's take a look at our storms here by Newmarket, Oshawa, Bowmanville. A little bit of precipitation intensity brought back up here through 407 and 412 area. There's definitely some dark reds in there, so it's a very heavy rain throughout that area. We do have some stronger winds around the Ajax area, between kind of Ajax and to the east of there, almost between Ajax and Whitby along the 401 corridor. A little bit windy in there. And then the precipitation does start to break up as you move eastward along that 407 corridor up to the 115. There are still pockets of heavy rain within that, but it is breaking up. And you can see the storms by Peterborough area. This is all basically light showers for the most part throughout that. So that's really good. Down by Belleville, Quinte area, that's just regular showers at this point. Let's just take a look here by Orillia. To the east of Orillia, obviously with more orange and yellow. This is going to be moderate to light rain throughout that. Non-severe, it's not warned at this point. And then we have our storm that is, basically over top of the radar. So again, it does look a little odd. It is hard to read those storms that are right over top of the radar, but I would say moderate, heavy to light rain within that, and quite a bit of lightning. This definitely has quite a bit of lightning on it, prolific, and it is firing it out way out ahead of it to like Richmond Hill area. So lots of lightning out in front of this storm. We'll have to see what this one looks like as it gets over the radar or past the radar. You can see that right here. So we'll see what it looks like as it gets past the radar at this point. Right now, we're just a little bit blind on that one. And let me look to the north. Still showing a bunch of rain east of North Bay, just tracking just to the north of Highway 17. Essentially, this will come into Mattawa along the Ottawa River. You can see how this is moving through. This is non-severe. It is also quite narrow, and meaning it will be through very quickly. It won't last very long. Quite a bit of lightning associated with it as well. Just looking at our winds. Yeah, the winds are moderate to light. So again, non-severe storms near the North Bay, between North Bay and Mattawa areas. Let's just take a look here. We've got non-severe storms happening through the Quebec area as well. They do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, for Latuque area, there is some significant hail to the northwest of Latuque. You can see those bright pinks. This is going to be like the hail we saw in southern Ontario by Port Perry. This is going to be golf balls, maybe a little bit bigger than that out of that storm as well. So that is to the northwest of Latuque, and it is moving northeast at this point. So that is why it's severe warned up here, just because that bright pink area is definitely putting out some hail in that regards. Severe watch is over for Nova Scotia. They have pulled that down, so this is just down to regular. It has been for a while. These are just regular rainstorms for the most part, a little bit of lightning and thunder in small pockets. Let me just take a look at the New Brunswick area. Again, nothing severe in those areas either. So let me see back out by Calgary and Edmonton area. Okay, so we've got, let me pull that down. Okay. So we do have storms trying to come off the foothills. They are definitely struggling, so we're going to keep an eye on that, continue to do so. We do have 2 severe thunderstorm watches out there, so we will monitor it as things progress. A bit of a thunderstorm just starting to get going here by Chatham, Kent. Let me just see here. Some intensity to it as it came off Lake St. Clair, but overall just a heavy rainmaker in very small pockets, and a little bit of lightning associated with that, but it's going to cross over to Lake Erie very quickly. And then we're still dealing with our storms here by Woodstock and Brantford. We should have a new scan here in about 1 minute, and then I'll jump on it from there. Let me just see here. Okay, there's our next scan. Storms are dying off around the Brantford area. This definitely would no longer qualify as severe. Let me see if this warning, it says expires in 1 hour. But right now, nothing on this would be severe, no precipitation. We're not seeing any hail, and we're not seeing any very strong winds out of this. So right now, I would say these are no longer severe thunderstorms, and that is around the Woodstock, Brantford area. It is breaking up. The lightning has gone down on it as well, so that is all a good sign. Let's take a look at our storms here along the 401, 407 corridor. Still got a bit of rain to the north of Whitby between 407 and what looks like Highway 4. There's still a cluster of very heavy precipitation in there. Just going to take a look at our winds. And yeah, things are definitely looking better and better on that for this at this time. So still very heavy rain, lots of lightning in it, but it is looking better as this moves eastward, and looks like things are probably starting to slowly taper off here. So definitely looking better in that regards. And let's just take a look here. All the storms by Peterborough, between Millbrook and Peterborough area, these have died off essentially, and they continue to do so. So our last real area of precipitation that's going to be we're going to have to pay attention to is again along the 407, 401 corridor, west of 115, over to Whitby area. That's the last of it, and then our one storm here that's over the King City radar by Aurora. We're going to see what that looks like as it moves out from there towards, it's going to drop down towards Richmond Hill, Markham. I'm expecting moderate, heavy to light rain within that, maybe even moderate to light rain, but we'll see whether that's the case. And then everything else is, again, you're seeing mostly oranges and yellows and greens. That's all stuff that is weakening at this point. So looking better and better as we progress over the scans here, and we'll just update you what's coming into Montreal. So southern end of Quebec here, just south of the St. Lawrence Seaway on the Quebec side, there are a few pockets where we've got those bright reds, dark oranges. That's very heavy rain. Quite a bit of lightning in there, not a lot to do with the wind. And then as this is coming towards Blainville radar, we've got some moderate straight line winds for that, but it does look like it's non-severe, so it's definitely not concerning at this point. They are just thunderstorms. So again, things are definitely improving all throughout at this time. Okay. So cheese and crackers, you don't need to go to the basement. There's nothing concerning as far as basement worthy rotation or anything like that. We would not be calling for you to go into the basement at this point. So Liv saying that saw a video showing that visibility is very low from the storm that is over the King City radar, and I'm not surprised. It does look like it's got quite a bit of rain on it. Just being over top of that radar is the problem at this point. So visibility definitely an issue with that rain. Margaret saying Peterborough is much better, very calm right now, but my peppers are flattened. I'm sorry to hear that. That's no fun. That it damaged your vegetables. Severe storms do have impacts that we don't always realize, so it sucks. Kodiak Jurgen saying, unlike poor Tom, during a stream I can catch a nap. If you're still online, once I wake up, I'll tune back in. Stay safe and be weather aware, those who may be affected by adverse weather. So absolutely enjoy your nap. I'm jealous. I wish I could be doing that. So Oshawa area just getting a lot of thunder right now, and that'll be from this line basically along the 407, 401 corridor. So Connor getting a picture of a shelf cloud in Oshawa area. It looks like from the 401 if I had to guess, but let me pull this up. So Connor is down in the 401 corridor, and this is what we call a shelf cloud because it's got that leading edge that stretches out as this is moving towards the water. And again, I believe Connor is on the 401 right now. I can actually confirm that, so bear with me for a second. Yeah, he's on the 401. He's right at the 401 418 interchange, and that's where that shelf cloud is coming in. We can see on his camera out the front window, it's back to his left at this point. So so far we haven't seen any reports of hail anywhere. Again, the stuff that's over the radar, that one may be a little difficult to read in terms of hail. Connor's got putting a shelf cloud out the window there, so this is Connor's view right now, just down by, again, 401 and 418 interchange. He's got that shelf cloud there. We could see a little bit of hail out of the storm that's by King City and Aurora area, but we'll watch that closely just as it gets away from the radar, so we get a little bit of more information as well. So Broomfield Dual Sport Thunder and Lightning in St. Polycarp, Quebec. Thank you for that update. You're definitely going to be getting some rain and lightning, but it won't last long and it won't be very intense. So it's, again, most of this is dying off for the most part. So just going to look here. What time are we? 5:11 p.m. This is our latest scan. So let's just go back down here. I'm going to switch over to this. So we do have rain along the 401 south of London, south of Dorchester. There's some heavy pockets of the rain by Crampton, but again, that is overall, that's all you're dealing with. The rain by Woodstock, that is a pocket of heavy rain. Let me just take a look here. So that is pockets of heavy rain, but mostly moderate to light rain throughout, and it's dying off as it's continuing eastward. You can see that all kind of dying off southeast of Brantford. So again, things are weakening at this point. And we'll just go back to our storms here just near Oshawa. They are basically just south of the 407 corridor and west of the 115 going up to Peterborough and through Bowmanville. But the heaviest of rain is on the north side of Oshawa at this point. So okay, Veronica just sending me a link here. The NTP is confirming that there is a tornado that occurred in the Lindsay area. That was the one that we had the video on and that we called for shelter on. It did not get warned by Environment Canada, unfortunately. So people watching this stream or other platforms, if they warned for it, that's the way we got the warnings out. So that is confirmed. It's not a strength. They're not going to put that out. They have to do an assessment of that. So they will go out and assess the Lindsay area for a tornado just to give it a strength rating and obviously just figure out the damage path and direction and all that kind of information. So that'll happen over the next week. They'll get out there and get that done. So again, Lindsay area, NTP confirming that that's a tornado, and I suspect again the Woodstock area will also get some kind of confirmation there as well. So still smoking, saying there's storms are building off the Rockies. What the? What? Okay, they've put out a tornado warning for our storm south of Woodstock. Let me just take a look at this. I'm just going to see if they've put any information in there. Okay, let's go through this. I'm just going to see which way this is tracking, and then I'll update you guys on it. So we just got this tornado warning. Actually, let's do this back here. So this will be our box. They're highlighting this area of rotation. I'm going to bring it up. Basically right in here is what they're concerned about. On that. Out of an abundance of caution, we're going to say that you do take shelter within our orange polygon. So you can see this very large red box. I will highlight it. The red box goes all the way to the north through Woodstock, Ingersoll. This is moving east, southeast at this point. It is, if you are back to the west, if you are to the north, you have nothing to worry about. This is moving eastward at this point. Again, the rotation I'm seeing in there is outside of the storm. So where my hand is, I'll draw a thing here. This is the area that they're probably concerned about. If you look, that is outside of the storm. There's no storm above it. It also looks very meager, but again, out of an abundance of caution, we are going to say take shelter on this storm. If you are in our orange polygon, if you are in Woodstock, you have nothing to worry about. Tavistock all the way to the north. Brantford, if you're getting the warnings, you don't need to worry about it. London, Dorchester, Tillsonburg, Crampton, Ingersoll. We'll just take a look here. Wording from Environment Canada at 5:17 p.m. is that they're tracking a severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado, that is possibly producing a tornado, I should say, and damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall. And again, that red box that you're seeing there, we are narrowing it down to our orange polygon here. The rotation is completely gone on this next scan of any intensity. So yeah, I'm going to say one more scan and then we're going to tell you don't have anything to worry about if it doesn't intensify. This is not indicative of strong rotation. We are not very, and the storm itself doesn't look correct, but that would be the area, this orange polygon again, that's where we're going to say that you stay in shelter. Shelter means in a basement. If you don't have that as an option, then ideally a room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And a bathtub gives you a little bit of extra protection, and then put a mattress over yourself, a small one, in case the worst case scenario happens. It protects you from debris, but that's basically what we're talking about at this point. We're going to review the rest of the storms right now. Again, our level of concern with this storm is on the lower end of things. The rotation is extremely broad and extremely mild based on this. It's also not in the correct spot on that storm. Still lots of precipitation south of Ingersoll as well, but that's the biggest threat at this point. So let me swing back and take a look at our storms that are along the lakefront here, north side of Lake Ontario. We're just going to take a look at those storms. So we have north of Cordis, 418 and 407 area, kind of heavy precipitation in there, not the strongest of winds. And then along 150, or sorry, what is that? That's, 35 up to the 115, but that's 115 heading into Peterborough. You have heavy precipitation along that area, and that is it basically. And then we have our one storm here by Stouffville. Basically moderate heavy to heavy rain in there. So let me see the winds. A little bit windy in there as well. So that is a storm that has more intensity on it than probably most of the ones that we're looking at. Things to the east are starting to break down. Everything by Kawartha Lakes to the north, Fenelon Falls up through Queen Elizabeth II Wildlands Provincial Park. That is just heavy rain to down to light rain for the most part. It is moderate to light rain. There are a few small pockets of the heavier rain and a few other storms that are starting to pop in the Barrie area, but these are non-severe showers at this point. Still getting a line moving up through North Bay east of there, coming into Mattawa shortly. This is non-severe at this point, so not as concerning, and that is moving, continuing to move eastward at this point. So that's where we're at for storms. Again, if you're jumping in because of the tornado warning that just came out down here, I will highlight what area we are talking about. This is near Norwich, and just basically mild or broad rotation on this. We will see if the next scan, if things continue to subside. I am just going to take a look at some things here. I'm just checking social media to see if there's anything showing on rotation or anything like that. Yeah, I'm seeing some more footage of the Woodstock area around 3:30. That definitely was a tornado, so that will be confirmed there by Northern Tornadoes Project as far as intensity. I'm just looking to see if there's anything on these storms that we're talking about right now down by the Norwich area. Not seeing anything currently. Okay, just double checking everything. So again, we're getting Environment Canada putting this report out at 5:17 p.m. We're going to wait for another scan and double check that rotation has subsided on this. This is at 6 minutes into our 8-minute cycle down by Norwich. This is south of Woodstock, northeast of Tillsonburg is our area here with this orange polygon. That is the area that we're saying out of an abundance of caution to be in shelter. We will wait for the next scan and see what happens from there. And then we're watching the stuff on the east side of the GTA and kind of to the north through Aurora, Stouffville area, southeast of Newmarket, basically northeast of Richmond Hill. So we'll watch that and we'll see what's going on. Everything to the east basically looks to be weakening, and our storms, the last of these are over kind of Newcastle, Bowmanville, Courtice, and this is our latest scan in here. So let's just take a look. Those are just moderate heavy to light rain depending where you are, and then our storm that is packing a bit of more of a punch over Stouffville, that has moderate heavy to light rain throughout. And there are some winds here just to the northeast of Richmond Hill over Gormley. We're going to watch that as well. And then I'm going to take a look at our storm here down by Woodstock area. Very broad rotation on this. Again, not seeing anything really tightly rotating on this at this time. There is, again, just near Norwich, there's a lot of broad rotation in this. Let me just take a look. Okay, I'm just going to check a couple of things. Okay, so this is how it's progressed. And right now, we're going to still say on this one, it has picked up a little bit of intensity. You see how the line has connected to the remaining storm back to the west. You can see how isolated everything was, and now it's kind of connected into one. I'm definitely not as concerned about rotation on this one because it is being interfered with from the west. Generally, that impedes the rotation, but abundance of caution, again, stay in that orange polygon. So if you are in Woodstock to the north, Stratford, Brantford, back to London, down to Tillsonburg, this is not, you're not in the danger zone right now. We are just saying in this orange polygon that you are in shelter out of an abundance of caution at this time. We will see what the next scan brings up for that line of storms there. So we'll swing back here to take a look at everything else. Right now we have our storms just kind of marching eastward. Just to the northeast of Markham is our storm that probably has the most intensity in terms of precipitation, which would be our storm right east of King City, northeast of Richmond Hill, northeast of Markham. There are some stronger straight line winds on it from in the Gormley area, and the rest of it is again just along that 401, 407 corridor, but this is definitely losing its intensity as it moves eastward at this point. So moderate to moderate heavy rain in pockets within the storm here north of Bowmanville, north of Newcastle, and along that 115, 401 interchange and 407 interchange. The rest of this are non-severe storms, basically something that Mattawa doesn't want to see as any more rain. They've definitely had some storms move through there in the summer and they've caused damage, but these ones are non-severe at this point. They are updating the severe thunderstorm watches. Let me just take a look. Expires in 2 hours, but they've highlighted the entire thing. Oh, they've shrunk the box back. That's what's happened. So down here, the severe thunderstorm watch was all the way out to Kincardine and Goderich. They have backed that out, so they are moving that away. So once these storms are out of the the area. Environment Canada is basically their thought process is that there's nothing behind this anymore, so they have adjusted the severe thunderstorm watch for that. That's why it was just flashing. So again, up in Mattawa, just a non-severe thunderstorms coming through. They won't last very long. Heavy precipitation with some lightning, not a lot of wind on that, so that is the good news there. And let's just take a look at out in Alberta. I'm just keeping my eye on things coming out of the foothills there. Let me just take a look here. Few storms trying to get established out there, but we are dealing with a lot of smoke out there from wildfires in BC. That will impede things somewhat, so we'll have to keep an eye on that as we move forward here. Okay, so that's where we're talking about. I'm just going to re-highlight. We have that tornado warning from Environment Canada. This is south of Woodstock. In the orange polygon is where we are saying you need to take shelter out of an abundance of caution. We are 2 minutes away from our next scan at this point. So I just saw something. Tornado over Holbrook. Where's... Okay. Apparently the wording on the Environment Canada website, let me just pull it up here. I'm going to check whether... Bear with me for a second. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing something from Environment Canada. Yeah, so Liv, that's okay. So this is the comment. Liv saying the new warning says a tornado is spotted, tornado location over Holbrook. So when they put that out, the wording in the leading edge of it is that that is possibly producing a tornado. And yes, the tornado location is very misleading because it says it's over Holbrook. But again, the wording in the warning leading up to it, it says possibly producing a tornado. They should put possible tornado location instead of saying tornado location. I've seen that many times, and it's a little bit confusing at this point. So again, the main wording says possibly producing a tornado. So yes, I have seen that before. I just wanted to clarify that. So what's going on here? So again, the warnings from the Environment Canada site, I'm right on there double checking it to make sure we haven't missed anything. It says that is possibly producing a tornado. And again, they do put tornado location, unfortunately, because they don't change the wording in there to say possible tornado location. But the leading information on the warning says possibly. So I'm sticking with that. I've always seen that with the warnings. The first sentence is what leads things as far as that's going on. Getting a question about Princeton, Ontario. Let me see what's going on there. So you are in the tornado warning, but the storm is to your south. So this is all moving southeast from there, or east-southeast, I should say. Not moving very quickly, but in the orange polygon is the only area that we are saying that you need to take shelter in. And it's only out of an abundance of caution. If you are north of here, Woodstock, you're back to the west, Ingersoll, London, up to Stratford. There is no concern here. This is moving away from you. You don't need to be worried about it. So just making sure that people are aware of it. Even down back to the southwest, Tilsonburg, not in the area as well. So we are good at this point. So Right now, the orange polygon is the only area of concern out of these storms. And again, I am far less concerned about the rotation on this than earlier. There is some rotation in this storm, but again, it is fairly broad. And we're just going to take a look here, 5:29 p.m. So we're just going to say again, in the orange polygon, that is the area to take shelter in. And it's out of an abundance of caution at this point. So we're going to continue to monitor it, and we'll see what progresses here forward on the next scan. Just seeing some confusing comments. I just got to send something to one of my moderators. Okay, we're back. So let's switch out here. We're still watching this line. Again, south of Woodstock, we're going to keep an eye on that. Orange polygon is the only area that we're saying shelter is required out of an abundance of caution. Anywhere back to the west or northwest or even back to the southwest, you need nothing to worry about because this is moving away from you. Again, you can see how this has progressed, and it's just basically moving in an easterly direction at this point. And the warning box is definitely far larger than where that storm is actually located. So that's what we're dealing with right now on the Woodstock area. And then we're going to take a look here, 5:29. We should have a new scan here in about 2 minutes or so. And we'll look at that. Excuse me. Are they updating the Quebec side? The severe thunderstorm watch is gone on the Quebec side, so no longer Western Quebec is no longer under a severe thunderstorm watch of any kind, and they've shrunk the box back on the Ontario side just around the North Bay area while these storms move through Mattawa. So they have shrunk that box back, and I expect to see more of the thunderstorm watch or severe thunderstorm watch being dropped as this afternoon and evening progresses at this point. So the last of the intensity again would be in the kind of north of the GTA, kind of Richmond Hill area. We do have some heavy precipitation, some winds north of Markham, northeast of Richmond Hill. There's some heavy precipitation in there, and then heavy rain north of Pickering, Ajax, along the 407 near Green River over to Greenwood, up to Balsam. It looks like there's just very heavy rain in that with some lightning. And then we have pockets of heavy rain along to the north of the 401 through Bowmanville, Newcastle, and then what's up here, Starkville. That is where we have very heavy rainfall pockets with those darker reds and lots of lightning, moderate wind on this, but nothing too concerning. The rest of this is all regular showers, folks. Again, not of major concern. We have a few cells going through Algonquin Park, but these are non-severe storms. They are just heavier rainmakers for a short period of time with some lightning associated on them. And Ottawa area is all clear at this point, and then we have a few storms going through Montreal, basically just to the southwest, through Beauharnois and Mercier, Saint Isidore, heavy rain in that area. let me just take a look at this. And then around the Blainville radar to the south through Saint Eustache, we have quite a bit of precipitation, but that's the last of it. Still non-severe storms at this point. So let's just take a look here. And I'm going to look at our storms there. I need to send something out here. They're updating the severe warning, so I'm going to go take a look at that for our storm around Brantford area. Okay. Okay, so let's take a look here. 5:35 p.m. Let's see if our velocities have died off. Yes, so I'm no longer concerned about it, nor is Environment Canada. They have dropped the tornado warning on it. So that is no longer an issue around the Norwich area, and honestly, they've dropped the severe warning on it. At the same time, the only area of heavy precipitation is to the east of Norwich, and that's why this severe watch or severe warning went up around Brantford, down to Port Dover and Long Point. And here you see why this warning system is flawed at this point, just because it goes from such a long area that has nothing to do with this. So again, we are talking about heavy precipitation to the east of Norwich, and that is a very heavy pocket of rain, but there is no hail in that. The winds, let me just take a look here. Winds are not really strong in that either. And so again, it's just basically a very heavy rainmaker dropping southeast from there. Let's take a look at our storms here by Richmond Hill. So we do have a cell here by Richmond Hill, north of Markham. Very heavy precipitation. Southeast of Gormley, a little bit of wind as well embedded in this, but heavy rainmaker, lots of lightning. That continues to move southeast at this point. That will go over, where's that going to impact? Ajax, Whitby, Oshawa. It's going to cross over onto the lake at this point. And our storm to the east is moving eastward at this point along the 401, just to the north of it. So still very heavy precipitation within this storm north of the 401 corridor. And by Starkville, Crooked Creek, that's where we've got some very heavy rain in that. They obviously have a squall watch out over, or warning out over the Lake Ontario, just to do with these storms that are potentially going to cross over to the water. So squall warning out for that. And that is it. The rest of it is, again, behind this is falling apart. There's nothing of any concern back to the west at this point. Just going to look at our radar and play it out here as things continue on here. Yes, getting a question. Quebec is safe. Montreal is safe. Yes, I mean, there are storms going there, but they are, for the most part, non-severe. They may have heavy rain and a little bit of wind associated with them, but for the most part, there's no concerns out that way. So, okay. Okay. we're caught up on chat. If there's any questions, I'll get my best to get to them. But right now, things look like they're pretty decent as far as the chat is concerned. I'll show you what's transpiring here, kind of just to the north of Toronto and to the northeast. And you can see how these storms are drifting eastward. They're losing that coloration. We no longer have as much red and orange. We're more yellows, greens, and blues. So again, that is all showing intensity dropping down on that. So definitely doing much better as far as the afternoon or evening is concerned. And we just have our little line here down by Brantford, south of Woodstock, Norwich, Tillsonburg area. Again, primarily just a heavy rainmaker with a little bit of wind in that as well. So that is the two areas of the greatest kind of intensity. Everywhere else, we do have some severe warnings in Alberta, so now I'm going to have to shift. Okay, let me just see here. So this is out in Alberta, folks, so we're going to switch over here. Southwest of Rocky Mountain House, very large hail indicated on this storm. It even has a TBSS. We even have a pixel or two of purple. This is going to be golf ball to ping pong to golf ball sized hail. This is south of Rocky Mountain House, southwest, I should say. And it looks like it's turned a little bit, but we have to watch that. So this is near Rocky Mountain House in Alberta, west of Red Deer. That is very intense hail core on our storm, west of Swan Lake by 752. So that is one area. And then north of Edson, let me just see what this is doing. It's just parked itself. There's a storm that initiated here off the foothills north of Edson and is just sitting there hailing and raining. So that's why we have our severe warning for our storm north of Edson, north of Highway 16. So that is two storms that have come off the foothills that are just sitting there. And I shouldn't say come off the foothills because that storm is sitting on the foothills, but it's just parked itself. So flooding is going to be an issue and hail is going to be an issue on that storm as well. So I will monitor these over the next little bit. We'll see if they sustain. Again, we were wondering, and this is at 3:41 p.m. We are Eastern time. Just anybody, I know we have a lot of people that watch from Alberta when storms get going. We are definitely covering this, and the clock is Eastern time right now. So let me just adjust here. Okay, so that is in Alberta, and they are not moving very quickly right now. The biggest concern will be the storm southwest of Rocky Mountain House. We even have some winds on that one, so we are going to have to pay attention to it. And then we'll swing back here to southern Ontario and watch that area as well. So 5:41 p.m., we just had a new scan, I believe, over here. Let me just take a look at things from Exeter radar. What's closer, Exeter or Buffalo? No, Exeter still. Just heavy rain embedded in this line in certain areas. The most intense would be here southeast of Norwich, north of Teeterville. That is just prolific heavy downpour. We do have a little bit of lightning associated with it. Winds are moderate in there, so definitely a little gusty as things continue along. This is all by Brantford, south of the 401, 403 area. As this continues to move southeast at this point. So that's what's unfolding there. Let's take a look at our storms around Markham. This storm looks like it's dying off to they just shrunk back the severe warning. You can see how big this storm was over the last couple of scans. Watch what happens here. So very organized, very together, and then it breaks up and it's now into two separate storms. We have one here that's just to the north of Markham, losing a little bit. It's still very rainy in that storm, but it is breaking up. And then our other storm that is going through Greenwood, Kinsale down to Pickering, that has a bit of wind, but crossing over the 407, coming up to the 412 and then the 401, heavy precipitation on the leading edge of that. And let me see, is there any there's some lightning in it as well, so still maintaining that lightning intensity. And then through Bowmanville, that is where we have our most intense precipitation between Bowmanville, Newcastle just to the north, and then basically from Garden Hill back to Crooked Creek, all the way to Brownsville or Newtonville is where our rest of our heaviest precipitation is. There are some moderate winds in this, and that is the last of it over here on the eastern side of GTA area. Just looking to see if we've got anything happening up north. Algonquin Provincial Park, a few couple of cells going through there, and heavy rain going through Mattawa, but again, non-severe, a little bit of wind in there, and lightning associated with that, but very heavy rain for a short period of time. Hopefully it doesn't cause any damage up in that area. And then back to Montreal, we've got the storms are breaking up. We're starting to see that there's less precipitation associated with it, so things are improving. You can see this is dying off significantly, so those storms are not going to be a concern. Very little rain left in that as well. So let's just go back out to Alberta. We'll wait for our next scan, and then we'll do the lap again. 5:47 p.m. That just came in, so that's perfect timing. More purple in this storm. This has got very, very large hail on it. This has got some rotation on it as well. This is a very strong updraft at this point, so bear with me for 1 second. I'm going to see if there's anybody on this storm out there. Not seeing anybody reporting on these storms right now as it sits, so we'll keep monitoring some of the social media and go from there. Okay, so this again, 752 by Swan Lake. This is southwest of Rocky Mountain House. This has prolific, very large hail and a lot of hail in it. We have a TBSS on it. This spike that you see southwest of the storm, it's what's called a three-body scatter strike. Very, very large hail in that, and we're going to say golf ball to hen egg sized hail out of this storm currently. It intensified on the last scan. Let me show you. You had a little bit of hail on this. Scan was at 3:35 p.m. and Alberta time. Then we had 1 pixel or 2 pixels of purple, and now we have several. We have about 10 or 12 pixels of purple. So that is definitely getting intense. Our storm here by Edson just seems to be parked there. It isn't really moving off the foothills. So it is hailing out here. I don't know if there's anything I can pinpoint for you. Northwest of Edson at this point is where that is, and it's the hail core that's the severe warning, and it's just stationary at this point. It has parked itself out there, so not coming off the foothills at this point. Our storm back to the southwest of Rocky Mountain House is the one to be paying attention to. That definitely has some very large hail on it as it's coming out of the foothills. Let's move back down here. Let's take a look. So we have some basic non-severe showers by Ridgetown, east of Chatham, Kent, going out over Lake Erie near St. Thomas. Again, these are just basic thunderstorms. There's no lightning on that, so that's just a rain shower to the west of St. Thomas, moving kind of east-southeast, and that's going to go towards the lakefront at this point. And then by Tilsonburg, we do have to the northwest some very heavy rain pockets of red in there, and the same thing kind of northwest of Waterford, southeast of Norwich. There's very heavy rain within that with some winds as well, so that is what we're watching there. I'm just looking to see what they're updating. They're updating the warnings out in Alberta, so I'll jump on that shortly. So our storms are kind of still severe warned here by Waterford area just because of the very heavy precipitation. Not seeing any indicators of hail on that, so that is good news. Our storm over Richmond Hill, I think, has almost evaporated. You can see what this looked like, and then, oh no, that's a new updraft that's come up, sorry. So there's a new updraft just north of Richmond Hill. We'll see what that does. Our other storm here to the northeast of Markham, it's still a bit windy in there, moderate winds, but very heavy rain throughout these dark oranges and red pixelation within that storm, so very heavy rain, and then ton of rain moving through the Ajax area and moving northeast from there along the 412 up to the 407 and kind of crossing over there up to Myrtle, where those oranges start to turn into yellows and that kind of stuff. So, okay, just getting a message here. I'll share this with you guys. We've got a camera out in Alberta, so I'll get back to that in a second as soon as I can. So again, Ajax, Whitby area, there's very heavy rain within this. Winds are not too concerning, moderate to light winds within the storm. And then Hurton, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Newcastle area, Newtonville, just very heavy rain in that, moderate winds at most. And then north of where have we got here? This is southwest of Garden Hill, north of the 401, northeast of Newtonville. That's where we've got, between there and Gardenville, we've got, or Garden Hill, I should say, we have heavy precipitation in that area, but that's the last of it on those storms. The rest of this are just regular showers at this point. I'm just going to double check everywhere around. Continue to watch the stuff going through Mattawa. It's almost through Mattawa at this point, just moderate to heavy rain throughout, and our storms in Algonquin Park. A little bit of lightning on it, less precipitation than the scan before, so those are losing a little bit of intensity at this point. So let me just skip back out to Alberta, and they just updated that, so I bet you they've gone. Just saying they're tracking a storm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail out of this storm here. So let me just take a look. We haven't had a new update. 5:47 p.m. We're 1 minute out. Actually, it just popped up. 5:53 p.m. Still got pixels of purple in here, so this is going to be chucking, golf balls or smaller hail at this point, and continues to kind of move. Let me just see here what it's doing. It's moving slightly southeast at this point. So again, this is southwest of Rocky Mountain House. Very large hail in this. There are some stronger rotating winds in this, but we are farther away from the radar, unfortunately. So we are seeing pretty high up into this storm. And let me just take a look here. So we'll continue to monitor that, but right now severe warned southwest of Rocky Mountain House. And then our Edson storm, we do have a photo, we have photo from one of the NavCan cameras, one of the airports. Let me just take a look here. Can I go? No, I can't zoom in. So I'm just going to share this. This is the storm for Edson. This is from the NavCan camera. This was taken at, what time is this? We are... That should be about 4 o'clock. Yeah, that's about 4 o'clock, just before 4 o'clock this scan was taken. So this is just a still image. And again, we are looking at the Edson storm on our radar that we have right here just to the north of Edson, that's just kind of parked there, sitting and hanging out. So it has not moved. It's just literally sitting there, hailing away, sitting on the foothills, and has not come off the foothills. The rest of the storms are just minor, to say the least, I should say. And our Rocky Mountain house storm is the one that has the more intense hail core on it. So let's swing back down here to southern Ontario and just see what's happening with our storms down there. And I'm going to update a couple of things here. The good news is the storm by Waterford is weakening. It still has a heavy rain precipitation core. Just to the northwest, there is some lightning on this as well, but it is slowly weakening as it's moving east-southeast, so that is good news. Still heavy rain, but not severe, warned by Tillsonburg to the northwest. Just to the east of Markham, north of 407, there's a pocket of very heavy precipitation going through Greensboro, Markham Village, and Cornell, continuing to move east-southeast. And then we have very heavy rain through Whitby, just on the edge of Oshawa, moving northeast along the 407 up to Raglan. That is where we have the heavy rain in that storm. Let me just take a look at some winds. The winds are moderate to light within that. And then we have rain along the 401 corridor by Newcastle, Newtonville, and then over to Port Hope area. And just going to look, both Connor and Rick are driving looks like on the 401, so they're chasing these storms a little bit eastward at this point, but they are definitely not maintaining their intensity at this point. So what have I got here? Banana Milk asking if anything's heading for Edmonton. Right now, nothing is heading towards Edmonton at this point. Storms are still on the foothills. We will have to take a look at that later. Nothing up in Fort Mac area either. I think there were maybe minor storms up there, but nothing severe warned. So you've just got isolated popcorn, very minor showers up in Fort Mac area. I can check that real quick for you as well. So just coming back to Ontario, and we will continue through the chat here and just take a look. But right now our storms are all along the 401 corridor, essentially east of Toronto at this point. And then we have one storm back to the southwest, which I'll go over through. What does the red mean? The red basically, when we have red within pixels of rain, that is the heavy side of precipitation. So when you see red, that is very heavy downpour. It's on the higher end of the scale. So Connor has run out of land, as he says. The storms are heading out over the water, so he can't even chase these anymore. The Ford is not waterproof where it can skip across the water, and where Connor is. So unfortunately, they've run out of real estate. Okay. Okay, so that's basically it in the chat. We are good there. Okay. Let's take a look here. So right now, one cluster just down here by Brantford, and as you can see, most of the red has made its way out of this storm. These are essentially non-severe storms at this point. Moderate to light winds within it. And they just keep continuing to weaken off. So I'll show you over the last few scans. You can see how much red is in it, and then now it's completely starting to break up. There's a lot more orange, a lot more yellow, green, and blue. So again, these are non-severe storms at this point, south of Brantford, north of Simcoe, Tillsonburg area. Let's take a look at our storms continuing here. A bit of rain through Oshawa going out towards the lakeshore along the 401. So this is south of Whitby, Oshawa, Thornton Corners. That is just heading towards the lake. And then the same thing here, Newcastle, Newtonville, kind of east of there. There's very heavy rain, but that is heading out over Lake Ontario. And through Port Hope, same idea. That rain is heading out over the lake slowly but surely. So that will be over the water. The rest of it is just basically light rain, moderate to light rain through Quinte West, Belleville, and I would say that's light rain at best. And let's just take a look. They've just updated the severe warning down here. They don't say anything, just strong winds, quarter-size hail, and very heavy rain. But again, our storms down in this area are weakening dramatically as this moves southeast. So again, non-severe storms on this line that stretches from St. Thomas over to Caledonia. That is not anything to be too concerned about. And let's take a look here. Mattawa should be out of the rain. It's just on the very edge of it, so storms are through Mattawa. They're moving over to Quebec, and we just can see that there's very isolated pockets of heavy precipitation, some lightning and thunder associated with that, but overall that is non-severe, and they are moving eastward. Watches have been dropped on the Quebec side for those severe watches that were out earlier. So let's move back to Alberta. And let's take a look here. This is 5:59 p.m. Still 752 highway. We've got pixels of purple. This is chucking very large hail out of this storm, just crossing over 752. Obviously, if you have anything in the path of this, it is moving southeast essentially. You want to make sure that if you've got vehicles, farm equipment, pets, livestock, anything you can get inside, I would highly recommend you do so. It is heading towards Swan Lake. It'll cross to the north, I think, of Boundary on 591, but that is very large hail that is within that storm. This is southwest of Rocky Mountain House, and then we have our one storm here by Edson. Has had hail, significant signature of hail for a little while here, and now on the last scan, all the hail on it basically has come out. We have dark reds in here, so we may have pea-sized hail still within it, and we have a couple pixels over here to the northeast, but overall that is a weaker storm by significant amount compared to the one by Rocky Mountain House. So that is the story out in Alberta at this point. So again, just Rocky Mountain House moving southeast. It's hugging the foothills essentially. Need to adjust my chair. Well, I'm fighting this a little more than I need to. Okay. Okay, let's get back to this. So, again, storms in Alberta starting to fire off within these watches. The only one that is of any major concern would be the one that's southwest of Rocky Mountain House with all this hail on it. That is the bigger portion or threat. Out that way. So let's swing back out. We'll take a look here. We're about to get a new scan for all our radars. And again, most of this line is non-severe, folks. 6:05 p.m. that just came in. Look how much orange is in there, and there's far less red. This is, again, non-severe line of storms moving southeast at this point. You can see that drift on it. That will head towards the north shore of Lake Erie. And right now, nothing to be concerned about. They just dropped a severe warning as I was speaking about it. We've been saying that those are non-severe for a bit of time there. These are just thunderstorms that are going to move through with some moderate rain. Let's take a look at our storms along the east of Toronto, and they have mostly moved over the lake, essentially just edging on the lake shore here, south of the 401, just south of Newtonville, Port Hope. Very heavy rain in that, but that is heading out over the water, and the rest of it is just regular rain showers. You can see the severe thunderstorm warning box has been isolated down from basically Ajax, just west of Ajax, moving eastward all the way towards Colborne, Brighton. That's where the box is located. But our heaviest of rain is obviously where these dark red areas for your precipitation are. That's the last of the severe warnings out this way in Ontario. And Mattawa now out of the rain, essentially, might be very light, but showers moving over into Quebec at this point and moving eastward from there. Let's just take a look at our storms. Oh God, they've basically died off. There are some pockets of rain here, but near Boucherville and Terrebonne, just coming through Montreal, Saint Leonard, heavy rain in there, but non-severe. So these are just regular Saturday afternoon, evening showers with some thunder and lightning with that. So things are definitely subsiding on the eastern portion of Canada. We no longer have any intensity compared to what we had before 6:05 p.m. Michael, thank you very much for the donation. And I just think I spoke about Terrebonne just as you put that in there. You do have a bit of a shower going through, a little bit of wind in there as well, but overall this is very minor. The heavy precipitation will be over very quickly, and then southeast of you in Saint Leonard, there's more heavy precipitation, but that's over the Montreal Island. But that is it. It's over with and done with. As this moves through, you can see that this is dying off quite significantly. To the south of Montreal, those storms have basically choked off. And the last of it is what we're talking about here on our last scan. So let me just stop it. That is the last of the precipitation. This is non-severe, heavy rain with some lightning and a bit of moderate wind within that. But that is it. And it's over and done with. So things are looking very good for this part of Canada. And again, we're just dealing with rain on the northern edge of Lake Ontario that is going to cross, that is dropping southeast at this point. So this is all kind of dropping over the water in the next scan or two, and that will be gone and out of the way. And then we're just dealing with what's going to happen out in Alberta. Did they drop? What are they doing here with this severe squall warning? Did they put a squall out for this? What the? Interesting. So they've put a squall warning for this storm moving out over the water just to the southeast of Ridgetown over Lake Erie. So that's why there's a squall warning just for these little pocket of storms there. But that's basically it. And then let's head back to Alberta and we'll wait for our next scan here, 6:05. We're about 2 minutes out. I'm going to start with our storm here southwest of Rocky Mountain House, and we'll see if the hail core continues on that. So I'll keep an eye on it. just going to flip over back to this. You need an adjustable desk to raise it up so you can stand for a bit. Yes, we are looking at that, working on it. We'll see if that comes to fruition. Definitely agree with you. I need a sit-stand desk or whatever they call it, just to give me the ability to be able to stand up. We are 7 hours, 13 minutes into this broadcast, so definitely starting to feel it a little bit. We'll see what's going on here as far as Alberta goes. We're not sure what's going to develop there just because of all the smoke that is out in Alberta. I'll actually pull that up. Just look while we're waiting here. So this is why we're a little bit skeptical on storms in Alberta. I'll share this up with you guys. Lots of smoke anywhere from Edmonton up to Fox Creek, down to Red Deer, then through Calgary, Lethbridge, and Medicine Hat. You can see where there's smoke, all that gray. That is all to do with wildfire smoke. So again, a little bit skeptical of anything happening out there, but we do have a couple of storms that are ongoing, so we will monitor them. This is our latest scan from 4:11 p.m. Alberta time. We broadcast from Eastern Ontario, so again, there is some significant hail through Swan Lake area. This is northwest of Boundary on 591. Again, back to the southwest of Rocky Mountain House. Still showing purple in here. This is going to be chucking probably golf ball sized hailstone or maybe even bigger. Quite prolific hail core, so you do need to pay attention to that. The rest of the storms are dying a little bit as they come off the foothills. Our storm by Edson re-intensified the hail core here. You can see how it just kind of sits here. It's dropping a little bit south, it looks like, very, very slowly. Let me just take a look here. Yeah, just very slowly, but still north of Edson, we still have hail in there. That's going to be loony to maybe toonie-sized hail out of that. The only storms of concern in the Alberta area right now, you can see all these gray boxes. This is all to do with air quality warnings, obviously to do with wildfire smoke. So you can see that it's quite prolific through southern BC and then along the foothills and the Rockies on the Alberta side. So that's what's going to come into play here possibly for storms. What the? Give me a sec here. Interesting. So right now, 6:11 p.m., we have, again, these are all non-severe storms at this point. Very isolated areas of heavy precipitation by St. Thomas, but most of it is moderate to light rain throughout this whole entire line, and it's continuing to die off as it moves southeast from there. Let me just take a look at a couple of things. Winds are moderate to light within that storm line at this point. Let's move up towards Oshawa. Okay, everything is moved out over the water. The last place between Newtonville and Moorish, I believe, Newtonville and Moorish, that is just by Port Hope. Heavy rain throughout that. Those dark red areas are very prolific downpours. And that is heading out again over the water. You can see how this has progressed right now. So that is no longer going to be on land. You don't want to get caught out on the water with some of these heavier downpours and lightning. That's just asking for trouble. Let's take a look elsewhere. Still kind of raining in the Belleville area, but extremely light. And most of our storms have disappeared. You can see that here. The last of it is up through along the Ottawa River east of Mattawa. That's where we have basically lightning with quite a bit of heavy rain in a very small pocket, and then it eliminates from there. So once it's through, it moves through fairly quickly, and the rain is done and over with at that point. So Okay, so I've got a couple of questions here. I'll just jump back here. Quick question. How do you get an alert? How do you get an alert when you get a tornado warning in WeatherWise? So you go into your settings. Well, when there's a warning of any kind, you can have different sounds. So I have it set up for Canada. When I get a tornado warning, which is right in here, you go into your settings and there's a sound that you can select here, which I have. That's the sound I have when there's a tornado warning. Obviously that's not ongoing. I'm just showing you guys what sound it makes, but it's in your alert settings under WeatherWise. They have a great YouTube channel with good ways to set things up, but when I hear that sound, I know that's a tornado warning. Everything else is much more docile. It's designed to get my attention regardless of where it is in Canada at this point. So hopefully that helps answer your question. Getting about Oshawa, let me just take a look here. Storms are pretty much overdone with. Cheese and crackers for the Oshawa area. There's a little bit of a shower back to the west, but storms are basically done at this point. So if you're not afraid of the water melting you when you go outside, you'll be fine. Most of the heavy precip has moved through the Oshawa area at this point and looks to be dying off. So what else? Okay, perfect. So we've answered all the questions there. Like I said, at this point, I'm going to be mostly shifting our focus to Alberta. I'll keep an eye on a few things here in Ontario, but the Ontario storms are basically done with. I believe, I'm just going to double check here. Connor's on his way back towards Ottawa or Eastern Ontario. Rick is doing the same thing, I believe. I'm just going to double check. I think they're both eastbound on the 401, heading back to home base for them. So the storm chasing is over and done with. 6:17 p.m. Wow. Whew. Sorry, this is putting out some very large hail. So northwest of Boundary, my earpiece is dying as well. So let me switch out earpieces and let's continue on here. So where we see all this purple just south of Swan Lake, northeast of Boundary, that is extremely large hail in there. That is going to be hen egg and possibly even bigger tennis balls. You may be getting into that with those darker purples. Obviously, very significant TBSS, which is a three-body scatter strike. Scatter strike. Losing my mind. Been on here for too long. Anyways, lots of hail moving through this at this point, so that is the storm to be concerned with. It is moving southeast. It will be crossing 591 there very shortly, southwest of Rocky Mountain House. This is just to the northwest of Boundary at this point, so if you are anywhere in that area, this is going to be dumping some significantly large hail as it moves through. There is even a little bit of a hail marker back here on our storm to its west, so we have to pay attention to that. Let's take a look at our Edson storm. Edson storm still producing hail, just sitting out there on the foothills. So far, these storms are sticking to the foothills. They aren't moving off the foothills, so that could be a good indicator. We'll have to see if that's the case, but right now, still got decent hail, nothing compared to the one by Rocky Mountain House, but this is going to be loony or smaller hail as that continues north of Edson area. Just going to look at the rest of kind of things here by the Dawson Creek and basically Alberta BC border. A couple of storms north of Grand Prairie at this point. A little bit of hail on them. They've got fired off a Boundary, it looks like. So let me see what's going on here. Yeah, so there's very heavy rain north of Grand Prairie on 59 and Highway 2. Those are not severe warned yet, but I suspect they might get a severe warning here shortly. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. So right now, Rocky Mountain House southwest of there, north of Boundary on 591. Prolific hail on that storm. It is chucking some very large stones. This is going to be Let me just see here. It's saying Strathmore is closer. Interesting. Both radars right now showing very large hail on this. We are obviously far from radar, but this is going to be chucking probably golf balls to tennis ball sized hail possibly out of it. So quite significant hailer at this point coming through, and it is dropping southeast at this point. So eventually, once it crosses 591, it'll cross probably 22 somewhere north of Sundre and continue on from there. But we'll watch to see if it can sustain once it comes out of those foothills at this point. So. Okay. V-Baller Lefty just got updating us on the Ottawa area. Definitely warm out there, sunny. Storms have moved through the Ottawa area, and they have pushed the severe warning, obviously, southeast with this storm as it's moving through southeast of Rocky Mountain House. So we've just been highlighting that. I'm going to take a look here. We'll jump back down to the storms. Just one last scan down here in Ontario. But again, most of this is dying off at this point. So things are looking pretty good in the Ontario area throughout. And then we'll see whether things pick up in the Alberta area from there. So. Aaron, just noticing this. Thank you very much for the donation through E-Transfer. Really appreciate it. Goes a long way towards helping support the platform. So thank you very much for that. Okay, we're good there. Check some social media channels, make sure I'm not missing anything. Few eyeballs on this storm out in Alberta, so we'll keep an eye on it as well. We're just waiting for a scan down here in Ontario. Actually, all our radars, the scans come out at the same time, basically, so we'll get an update on all of them. Our line down here south of Brantford, north of Simcoe, east of St. Thomas, that's all looks to be dying out and weakening, and then we'll see where our storms are to the east of GTA Toronto area. But things are definitely taking a downturn at this point, so we are definitely in a good place in that regards. Okie doke. Wow. 623. So here's our latest scan, and yes, things are dying off quite dramatically. The only area of any real heavier precipitation would be west of Tilsonburg here, or northeast of Elmer. Heavy rain in there with that darker red area. But that's basically what we've got going on there. So this line is dying out as it continues to move southeast, no longer severe. And they have reduced the severe warning east of Toronto. All the way by Port Hope is basically the last of the heavier rain as it moves over the Lake Ontario northern shore, and it's going to cross into the lake here. That is the last of it. Most of the rain is basically leaving land at this point, and the rest of the storms here, again, non-severe. Just along the Ottawa River here between Mattawa and Laurentian Hills, roughly, we have heavy precip moving through, moderate. Some wind in there. We are getting further away the radar, but this is non-severe warned at this point. And they did put out a severe warning for a storm by Drummondville, Sorel Tracy down here, basically St. Guillaume. Just for that heavier precipitation, I'll show you that. This is in Quebec, moving northeast, and so a heavy pocket of very heavy precipitation on this and moving northeast, so that's why there's a severe warning on that storm. The rest of it around Montreal, again, has basically died off. There's nothing really left anymore, so nothing to talk about there. So let's just take a look, and we'll go back to Alberta. That's where our things are transitioning to. And what time is this? 6:23. So we're about 3-4 minutes. So our large hailer out here by Boundary, that is the big storm right now as far as causing, large hailstones to fall from the sky. That is what we are going to pay attention to here. This is south of Rocky Mountain House, along west of Highway 22 out in Alberta area. So yeah, everybody's talking about this storm on social media just because of the very large hail that it's possibly producing. Again, we're talking tennis ball sized hail to probably golf balls, somewhere in that neighborhood. And we should have a new scan here in about 3-4 minutes. Let me just take a look. It is now just starting to rain in Boundary, and northwest of there we have significant hail. And still got hail in the Edson storm to the north of Edson as well. So it's dropping kind of south as well. Very, very slowly that hail core is moving south at this point. So yeah, the chat's a little bit quiet because Eastern Ontario and Quebec have kind of died off at this point, which is where our broadcast started. But let me switch over. I'm going to actually do something and change the clock. I'll see if that changes things around here, just because we're focusing on Alberta now. So I got to restart my radar. Just bear with me for a sec. We'll kill it off and start it back up. Let me pull that in. Okay, so now the scans are showing mountain time, so Alberta time. Obviously, we're changing our focus in that general direction, so the clocks will make a little more sense. Unfortunately, the clock at the top of the stream, I don't think I can. I've not figured out a way to get it to adjust while we're on the live stream. It usually just stays stubborn and stuck with the time that it had when it started, unfortunately. So without killing the live stream, I can't do anything about it at this point. So let's just take a look here. 4:23. We're about 1 minute out from a new scan here, so I'll stay on top of our storm here north of Boundary, essentially. So yeah, I appreciate anybody that's been sticking around here. Obviously, 7.5 hours is a long time, so I do appreciate those that continue to watch the stream and stick with us. It goes a long way towards helping us, so... Mike saying that the storm may impact my sister in Olds and Didsbury, and yes, it could get down there. Obviously, moving southeast in that general direction. We'll have to watch as it comes off the foothills how much intensity it maintains. The hail core did go down on it a little bit on this scan. The purple is still there, so still chucking very large hail, but you can see here there's quite a bit of purple compared to pink, and on the last scan there's far more pink than there is purple. So again, we're lowering a little bit. I mean, we're splitting hairs, but this is still going to be chucking very large hailstones at this point. Let me just see what it shows from Strathmore radar. Still showing very large hail from Strathmore radar. We have two of them west of Edmonton, and then east of Calgary is where our two radars are. Still throwing very large hail just north of boundary at this point, and continuing to move southeastward here. You can see that trajectory. So it's going towards Burnstick Lake, and that is where it's headed currently, and it will cross 22 somewhere around the Sundre area, maybe north of there, and then continue on. But we will update you as it does that. Excuse me. Okay, north of Edson, still showing a little bit of hail within that storm. This is going to be loony or smaller. I would probably say grapes to loony sized hail north of Edson at this point. And it continues to slowly drift southeast at this point. So I'll keep an eye on it and update you guys, but that's the only two areas of concern right now. I'm going to take a look at our storms up here by Grand Prairie. There was a couple. One is dying off. The other one still has a few pixels of pink in there, so maybe some small hail. Heavy precipitation just north of Grand Prairie, east of Highway 2 at this point. So, yeah, Sean, just noticing that as well. I did see them earlier, just want to see what they're going to do. Storms are struggling somewhat because of all the smoke that is in play in the Alberta area, especially on the southern portion of Alberta. There's significant smoke in there. So, Maria, yeah, happy to do so. Glad you're here. Thanks for sticking with us. So, V-ball or lefty, please. We've toughed it out to 2 a.m. before. So, yeah, it could be one of those nights where we're up late, and I think some of you are crazy to stick with the stream till 2 a.m., but I appreciate it, and whatever floats your boat, as they say. I'm not going to complain. Okay, so that's what we've got going on in Alberta. Very minor stuff right now, just two small areas of concern. Hopefully it stays that way, but we'll definitely keep an eye on things and go from there. So let me just take a look back to southern Ontario. Rain around Tillsonburg area. That's the most that we're talking about. There's obviously some moderate heavy to light rain throughout that area. Everything east of there is insignificant. There's no lightning on it. And there's just a tiny pocket of red here by north of Simcoe, but mostly yellows, orange, and greens and blues. So that is just extremely minor rain throughout that area. And then our last scan here through Port Hope. This was just for 6:29, so 5 minutes ago. Rain has almost made it out of the Port Hope area and out of Cobourg onto Lake Ontario, so that'll be done and over with. That's why we have our severe watch, our warning still out there. I apologize for Port Hope and Cobourg for that heavy precip. And let me just take a look here. And we still have that one little storm here by St. Guillaume. This would be where are we? Southwest of Trois-Rivières, southeast of Sorel, Tracy, and it's moving northeast just with very heavy rain in it. Let me take a look at velocities. A little bit of wind, moderate to moderate wind in there for sure. So a little bit gusty, but overall pretty decent. So they are still continuing that severe warning to the northeast as this storm continues. It'll probably pass south of Trois-Rivières if it continues to sustain, but that's basically it out here. So I expect the severe watches to be dropped here while they expire. Thunderstorm watches expire in 24 minutes, so all of this is going to disappear here very soon. Actually, I'll just do a refresh. Still there, but they're out in 24 minutes at this point for those severe thunderstorm watches. Okay, let me go back. They've extended a severe watch on the BC side of things. So let's just read what they're doing here. So Environment Canada just updated 11 minutes ago on in BC. Conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms that may be capable of producing strong wind gusts and heavy rain. So they're talking about wind and rain on that one. No mention of hail. So that's what they're going to be potentially seeing later on today. Would be just that wind and rain essentially. So north of Edson, what time are we? 4:29. We're about 1 minute out, so we'll wait for our next scan here and then we'll update everybody from there. Okay, here is our scan at 4:35 p.m. Alberta time. We are talking just north of boundary, only 1 pixel of purple. So the hail is still significant in this storm by any stretch of the imagination, but we are probably talking golf balls or smaller at this point. We were talking tennis balls earlier. So Andrew, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate the support. So boundary, north of boundary, Alberta, definitely got a lot of hail in this. This is heading towards Burnstick Lake. And right now, I would say we are golf balls or smaller in this storm. So still significant hail. It is moving southeast again. So you can just see how this is going to cross 591 here shortly. It has lost a little bit of that indication of hail, but still significant hail within it. So let's just take a look, and then we're going to go back up to our storm by Edson. And all the hail has disappeared out of it on that last scan. So it has been cycling. You can see that we had a few scans where there was no hail, and then the hail came back. And now we're on a scan here with a lot of dark red north of Edson, but no hail indicated. I would not be surprised if maybe there was pea-sized hail within this. But right now that hail core has subsided on the storm north of Edson. Let's take a look at Grand Prairie area north of there. Still a couple of minor storms, non-severe, just heavy rainmakers within this. Not looking at a lot of, what are they updating here? That's what that beep is. Oh, there's a severe warning out east. I'll take a look at that quickly. And then just minor storms around, BC, Alberta border. Nothing super significant at this point, but we will walk through this with you and keep an eye on things. So. Okay, so let's recap here. Edson storm showing a little bit of hail over the last number of scans, and this one it's basically very dark red on the edge of having hail in there. I would not be surprised if there was small pea-sized hail. And then south of Swan Hills, north of Whitecourt, there's 1 or 2 pixels of pink in there, so maybe pea-sized hail, maybe slightly larger on that last scan. You can see how this storm has developed over the last hour and a half. So this is an hour and 20 minutes worth of radar, and so not a lot of movement out of these storms. That's the main thing that we're seeing right now. So and then we have our big hailer back by Rocky Mountain House near Burnstick Lake. Let's take a look at our storms just quickly here. Let's take a look at our winds. So storm around Tilsonburg, we've got moderate heavy to light rain throughout. That is the last of it. Non-severe at this point, and that is continuing to drop southeast as you can see here. So continuing to head out towards the north shore of Lake Erie and slowly weakening, that entire line weakening as it does. You'll see the stuff to the east is just going to evaporate here. It's almost done that already. Let's just take a look here. A couple of a little updraft trying to get going here by Richmond, Markham, Vaughan area. Those right now just rainmakers, no lightning showing on that right now. We'll see if that continues. It's going to quickly head for Lake Ontario. And then we have our last little area here, just still raining in Port Hope and Cobourg, but almost out over the water at this point, and that's the last of it. And then we move north here. I'm going to switch radars. A little bit of hail on the Quebec side. It looks like we are far from radar, but north of Highway 17 and the Ottawa River Valley, we do look like we have a tiny bit of hail on the Quebec side. The rest of it is just heavy rainmakers, non-severe at this point. And then we have our storms that are just going through the Quebec area. Only by St. Guillaume do we have any kind of significant precipitation with this darker red area, and that's basically it. It is moving northeast. All the storms that came from Ontario have mostly died off or weakened to the point where they're just extremely minor. And let's just take a look up here. I did see a severe warning by Montjoly. So they have, this is right by the radar up that way. And let's just take a look here. Storms are trailing north. They're right over the radar. This is just for very heavy rain. Let me see the winds in here. Not a lot to worry about the winds, but very heavy rain by Sayabec and St. Noel. And these are moving north basically at this point. So just very heavy precipitation for those storms. Let me just take a look if they just have damaging winds, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. I'm not seeing hail in this storm. I'm just seeing very heavy rain at this point. So what else have we got here? That's it. Okay, let's move back. Oh, well, they just dropped all the boxes. There's only ones left are the severe thunderstorm watches left. They've extended for 2 hours along Woodstock, Brantford, kind of west of Lake Ontario, and then along the shore, north shore of Lake Ontario, all the way up to Picton, Napanee area. And then they've left one severe thunderstorm watch here. Let me just see. That's for another 2 hours. That is around Pembroke, Petawawa, Deep River, just for these storms that are ongoing currently, I would suspect. But that'll be the last of the watches in the Ontario area. So let me swing back out to Alberta and let's take a look here. Okay, so we do have hail still showing in this. Let me just take a look. This is from Strathmore radar. So the purple is gone. So the bright pinks are starting to subside a little bit. This is going towards, again, Burnstick Lake. It is along 591. This is between Boundary. It's northeast of Boundary and the Tay River area. And then Caroline here along 54 is to the east of that. But this is dropping southeast. It will cross the 22 just north. Where are we? Give me a sec here. North of Sundre. That's what I was trying to line up here. So basically our storm is moving through, but you can see the hail is starting to break up as it's coming out of the foothills. So that is a good sign. As it comes out of the foothills, it's losing some of its intensity, still chucking decently large hail. However, it is showing signs of losing intensity. And the storm by Edson now has 2 pixels of pink, so maybe pea-sized hail. This is northeast of Edson at this point. And then our Whitecourt, between Swan Hills and Whitecourt area along 32, a little bit of hail up in there. This will be grapes or smaller, more than likely, within that hail core, just continuing to cross 32 and heading southeast from there. Let's take a look up by Grand Prairie area. And these storms are just sitting there. These might get severe warned for just a ton of rain. They're not moving very fast. We'll see what happens here, but these are just very heavy rainmakers. There's not even any lightning on them at this time, so that is also indicative of not being very strong storms. So right now, 2 areas in Alberta that need our attention. That is basically it at this point. So what else have we got in the chat? Joel Fisher asking if Saskatchewan is going to get any bad storms. No, we have nothing on the docket for bad storms out in Saskatchewan as far as models were concerned, and outlooks as well. These are the, I can click on that. These were the outlooks for the today as far as Environment Canada was concerned. Your yellow is your moderate, and you can see there's nothing in Saskatchewan for any kind of severe thunderstorms for today, so that's good news. Waddling in the rain, yes, we are covering the hail coming out of the foothills, absolutely. Definitely on top of that. I know that comment's a little bit older, so we are paying attention to it as things go through, so... Getting a question from Guillermo whether it's going to storm in Edmonton. You are on the edge of a severe thunderstorm watch, so the chances are there. I think they are slim, especially with all the smoke that is out in Alberta currently. And I'm actually going to change over my satellite imagery as well with that. But I believe with all the smoke that's out there that it's on the lower end of the scale as well. So... Oh, CC Brooks, yeah, that's the box that they updated. So you got, for Cobden, you got a notification. I'm going to swing back to Ontario. When they change the boxes, you unfortunately get a re-notification of a severe thunderstorm watch, which is what's happening out here. I just kind of went through that. They just reduced all the boxes for severe thunderstorms to 2 of them. One along the Ottawa River here where these storms are located, and then along the north shore of Lake Ontario. But that's all it is that they've just extended that further out, and that's why you've gotten that watch reissued to you on your phone. Okay, let me jump back into the comments. Okay, so we're caught up on that, and let me just take a look here. I do want to make people aware, if you're joining us from Alberta or you haven't been there, below me is we have a new email address. We now have our own domain. We are getting our own website built by the end of the month. So we have a new email. Instead of being a Gmail, it's info@canadianweatherlive.ca. You can reach out to us through there. So please, if you use email to communicate with us, update that. We still have our old email address, but we are slowly but surely going to wean our ways off of that email, and it will be info@canadianweatherlive.ca. So just letting people know that we have changed that. We also we have a new tool for ingesting media, meaning if you want to submit a photo or a video, you can see the chat bot will throw it in there. I can actually put it in the comments as well. Give me 1 second here. So if you want to submit photos, I'm going to type it out here. Bear with me for 1 second. I've thrown it in the chat. That is the link that will allow you to be able to post a video or a photo. You can tag everything in there. It gets uploaded to us, and then we can display it on the screen for you guys very easily. So it's very easy to use. You can also scan the QR code at the top. That brings you to our link tree, which gives you all access to all our social media, but the first link on there is also the one for submitting photos or videos to us during the live stream, or even outside of the live stream. You can do that. So that is our new tool that we built over the last week while we were off as well. So just wanted to kind of reiterate that since we've been on here for quite some time and haven't talked about that. So 4:47 p.m. And this is our latest scan. So still a lot of hail here by Boundary, west of Caroline, coming over Burnstick Lake. That is definitely still throwing some significant ping pong ball size, golf ball sized hail or smaller would be my take on it. Still significant hail in that as it continues to drop southeast here. So we have to keep monitoring that, showing significant TBSS on there as well. So that is the strongest storm right now now in the Alberta area, and the storm by Edson to the north, east of Edson, the hail indicator has come off of that storm, so it may be weakening. It's still got heavy rain in it. Let's take a look at our winds. Winds aren't too bad in that, so that is what's happening. But the Edson storm lost a bunch of hail pixelation off of it over the last number of scans, so hopefully that continues to be the case. Our storm, which is southwest of Swan Hills, just over 32, definitely showing some hail indicated on that as it's about to cross Highway 32. This will be probably loony sized or smaller at this point. So, and then let me take a look at our storms up by Grand Prairie. Still same thing. These are just very heavy rainmakers with a little tiny amount of hail possibly northeast of Grand Prairie at this point. So, Flames Girl asking if this is coming to Strathmore. So right now, nothing is on the south end of Calgary. We are dropping south. This is significantly far from Strathmore at this point, so I can't tell you exactly whether it's going to make it there. This is just moving slowly southeast. This is the last hour and a half of radar coverage. I don't think it would get to Strathmore, but we're significantly far from that area at this point. So just moving southeast, as you can see on the radar there. So. Yeah, I'm curious whether the new warning system will come out and what it's going to look like when it does come out. They are talking about storm-based polygons versus this based on counties or townships, imaginary lines, so we'll see whether that's the case. Jason just saying a weak storm passed through Montreal for about 30 seconds of heavy rain, and that's the line that came from Ontario and moved over there, and it has died off as far as things are concerned. So okay, perfect. Caught up in the comments. Oh, I want to switch over my visible satellite imagery here. So I'm going to switch from Eastern Ontario to Alberta. And let's do this. Why won't you let me? Oh, I'll be okay. Okay, so I want to show you satellite imagery. As you can see, the southern portion of Alberta, all that grayish kind of stuff in there is smoke from wildfire. That is definitely going to inhibit storms from getting anything going for the most part. You can see right on the Alberta, BC border, you can see our storm that is by boundary west of Caroline. You can see that updraft in there, but it's in the smoke, and I'm curious whether it'll be able to sustain once it comes off those foothills. So that's what we have been watching here, and things definitely look to be struggling a bit, but we are only at 5 p.m. Alberta time, so still lots of daylight left, but that is what we're looking at there. Let me switch over all of my radars here, or all my satellite imagery, I should say. There we go. Let me see here. Connor still driving. Yeah, Connor going down the 401. Nothing exciting there. Storms are done for Eastern Ontario at this point. And Rick has probably dismantled his at this point as well. He is heading to home base in Eastern Ontario as well. So I'm just going to update all of this. We'll come back to it. And let's just keep an eye on things. 4:53 p.m. This is our latest scan. Wow, look at all the purple in this. So this is now throwing very large hail again. So it has pulsed down and weakened a little bit. Now it's pulsing back up. Over Burnstick Lake, we have very large purple indicators of hail on this. We are talking again tennis balls roughly, I would say, out of this storm, maybe even a little bit larger. This continues to move towards Highway 22. It is just about to cross over the lake. When I say the lake, I mean Burnstick Lake. And it is continuing to drop southeast. So re-intensified on the hail core on this latest scan. And it is definitely continuing to be a dangerous storm in that regards. Let's take a look at our storm over by Edson. This is now back to the northeast. This is weakening as it comes off the foothills right now. The last two scans definitely have been showing no hail indicated on there. We will see if that continues to be the case. This is just north of Highway 16, Yellowhead, I believe. So it is moving eastward off the foothills slowly now. So it did sit over north of Edson, dropping south. And now it has taken an eastern trajectory, so we'll see if it sustains as it comes out of those foothills. Still Swan Hills 32, moving very slowly across Highway 32. This will be grapes to loony-sized hail in that, so a small pocket of hail. It is not severe warned at this point yet by Environment Canada, and then around Grand Prairie we just have rainmakers, very intense rain in very small pockets. That's basically the way I can describe it here, and we can see what's happening as that moves out. So yes, Connor and Rick are headed back to their respective stables by the look, and that's absolutely what's happening. They're headed back there. So so I'm getting a couple of, okay, let me take a look here. Let me switch back over to radar. I'm going to switch to Strathmore. So a little bit of rotation on it, but this is quite elevated still, and it's outside in front of the storm. So right now, still not concerned. I've just got a question from Still Smoking. Can I check velocity on the Red Deer storm? So I'm just double checking that here, but Hurton, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I just realized we just crossed the 8-hour mark just because of that donation. I didn't even realize it, so thank you. Which reminds me, I have to restart the Facebook page because it only goes for 8 hours and then it kills the live stream. So that should happen any second here. If you're on Facebook, we will restart the live stream. I apologize. I cannot control that. It just cuts it off after 8 hours. So we'll see here in a second. It will come out. And once it does, I will restart it up if you are on Facebook right now. So just bear with me. It'll take about 30 seconds to a minute to reestablish that. And we'll go from there. So storms popping somewhere near Toronto is what I'm getting as well. So let me take a look here. I know we had a couple of small updrafts. These are very minor. There's a little bit of rain here through north of Scarborough area, but those are just regular storms. There's no lightning on that. Nothing of major concern at this point. So nothing to get excited about as far as storms in the Toronto area, just so everybody knows. Still got moderate heavy rain around the Tillsonburg area. That is continuing to slowly drop southeast, but everything east of there has died off all the way to Cayuga. There was a line that is dead as far as the eastern portion of it, and we just have rain here south of Tillsonburg and around the Tillsonburg area. Moderate winds in there to light winds at most. And then let's just take a look at our storms by Port Hope and Cobourg. It is just remaining over the Cobourg area. Most of the red has made it out over the water on Lake Ontario. So again, that is almost done with and over with up there. They have severe warned on the Quebec side because of possibly hail. There was hail in it before. Not seeing that right now. What is... No, that's too far away. So right now, just showing a severe warning on the Quebec side for this very heavy precipitation. Lots of lightning, interesting wind velocities in there. Let me just look to see what the other radar is showing. We're on the edge of it. Interesting. Let me just take a look here. It's far from the radar, but let me just take a look and just see if there's anything. We're at 4 kilometers up, almost above the surface. So I do expect some. So this just came in, and there's 1 pixel of pink here just on the Quebec side, so that's going to be very small hail. Just Rapide des Joachim, just crossing at the power dam there. That's where that's located. There may be a very small pea-sized hail out of that at this point. So they did put a severe warning for it. Let's just see if they've put any information. They're just saying damaging wind, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain for obviously our storm right on the Ottawa River essentially at this point. So, excuse me. Okay, so we've covered all of that. Let's go back. They no longer have the storm by Edson severe warned, and it's strictly our storm here just southwest of Rocky Mountain House. And again, that is throwing some very large hail out of that for these things. So let me just check. I'm going to see if my Facebook has gone down. Yes, it did. So I'm going to restart it here. Bear with me, folks. Okay, let me. Veronica, thank you for sticking around as long as you did. You guys are amazing. I can't believe 8 hours. But let me just take a look. Error failed. Why did it fail? Connor, are you just coming in? Yeah, I can hear Connor. I can no longer hear Connor because he muted his mic. He jumped into the Discord. Anyways, bear with me for a sec, folks. I don't know what's going on here. Modify. Let's try that again. Okay, I think we're we're going to be live here in a second. So let me just send that back up to Facebook, and then we'll be back on it for another 8 hours. Okay, start that. Come on, Facebook. Of course, technology doesn't work when you want it to work. 4:59, so we're still waiting another 2-3 minutes till our next scan here on our storm southwest of Rocky Mountain House. So again, Veronica, thanks for being in here. I know you weren't feeling well, so I appreciate you sticking around. What's going on here with Facebook? No, not working again. Come on. I hate technology sometimes. Tornado warning. What the? What? Okay, there's a tornado warning on the Quebec side. I've got to switch to this. Yeah, all this noise, I definitely noticed that rotation. It's quite aloft, but let me just take a look here while I'm trying to get sorted. We are back in Quebec, just for those that are watching the confusion. So they are tornado warning this storm. Let me see what they're going to write here. Just Environment Canada at 7:05 p.m. Eastern are tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. So again, that's always the word we look for. It's possibly producing a tornado. And let me just take a look here. It is very far from the radar. They're going to be talking about this. That's at 3 kilometers up. Let me just take a look here. Okay, so area of rotation. Let me move this down. Let me do this. Okay. So down through here, just to the edge of Deep River. This is where we're going to put our polygon. And again, obviously they've tornado warned. It's a very large area. The polygon is along the river, and I'm just going to make sure that it's making sense the way this is moving. Probably should be a little bit tilted a little bit more eastward. Let me read what they've put out. Basically, the storm is located near Rapide de Joachim and is tracing eastwards at 40 kilometers an hour. And it says possibly producing a tornado. So again, not... I'm just going to adjust my box here. I didn't like the way that was. So that's going to be our box for the tornado warning. If you are in here, that is the area for recommended shelter. What that means is basement if possible. If you don't have that as an option, then an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub gives you a little bit of extra protection, and then put a small mattress over yourself or something to protect you in case the worst case scenario happens. But that's what the mattress would be for if there's debris flying around. So again, you can see how this is moving, and they are warning this. So again, anywhere in the orange box, the red giant box, you don't need to worry about. That is not indicative. This is just over the Ottawa River area and moving eastward along the Quebec side of the Ottawa River. So again, just in that orange polygon is where we've got everything going on there. So I'm just now I'm going to try and get my things going here for the Facebook side, because we've lost that, unfortunately. So let me do that and start back up with that. Sorry guys, a lot going on. Okay, this took a lot longer than a minute, but Hopefully we'll get Facebook back up and running here. This will be frustrating if I can't get Facebook back up and running. There we go. It says we're live now. So hopefully that is the case. I'm just going to double check. Yeah, we are back live on Facebook, and I'm sorry that it took that long to get it up. We had a tornado warning jump out here, so anybody who's jumping back into the live stream on the Facebook side of things, we are definitely got a tornado warning that was for just to the north of Deep River or northwest of Deep River. Our orange polygon is where we're recommending shelter. The rest of the red box you don't have to worry about. It is just in this orange polygon at this point. Let me also make sure that the chat is available, and we've got that up and running. Perfect. Okay, so we should have the chat working as well. I don't know if there's anybody watching the Facebook live right now. Obviously we were cut off there. They do cut it off at 8 hours, and we just crossed that 8-hour mark a short while ago. So right now we do have a tornado warning out here in Quebec. We are watching that, and I'm going to switch back to Alberta here. Definitely in the area with the orange polygon is where we are recommending shelter. I'm actually going to wait here. We're about 1 minute from our next scan. I just saw that, so I'll wait here till our next scan comes in. This is very elevated rotation, meaning very far from the radar, about 3 or 4 kilometers up in the storm, but there is not much as far as radar coverage is. There's no lower radar coverage here, so we are blind basically below that, so we're going to stay on top of it and go from there. So okay, so it's now updated here. Let's take a look. Quite broad rotation. We are still going to say, out of an abundance of caution, in that orange polygon to stay in shelter. At this point, again, that means a basement. If you don't have a basement as an option, then interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub gives you a little bit better protection, and from there, put a small mattress over your top of yourself in case the worst case scenario happens where there's debris. It'll protect you a little bit as far as that's concerned. So, okay, so this is Quebec, just on the Ontario-Quebec border, northwest of Ottawa. I'm going to flip back over and take a look at what's going on in Alberta and take a look at our storm here. Just that is a big hail core. Just southeast of Burnstick Lake, right south of Caroline, I want to say. We do have a significant hail core, and I'm going to tell you, let me just measure the size here, but across this hail core is 12 kilometers across roughly, so very significant hail core. Right now this is going to be ping pong ball or golf ball or smaller, heading towards Highway 22 north of Sundre. So Sundre just down here to the south. This is north of Sundre where it's going to cross Highway 22, and it is continuing to drop southeast along the foothills, essentially is roughly what it's doing, but it's dropping southeast. Eventually will cross north of Sundre, probably towards Olds, Didsbury area in between there, but we'll have to see if it continues to track in that general direction. But that's what we're looking at. That is our one severe storm, severe warned storm on the Alberta side of things. I'm going to switch over. Nothing going towards Edmonton of any significance right now. North of Highway 16 between Edson and Knighton Junction, we do have a storm here. It is not severe warned. It does have very heavy rain on the southern end. That is it. That is all. And south of Swan Hills, we have another heavy rainmaker with possibly pea-sized hail that has crossed southeast on Highway 32 and is continuing to track towards 658. This is northeast of Whitecourt, also as a reference point. Some hail on it. Let me just take a look at wind velocities. Nothing there that's concerning. And And then let's take a look at around Grand Prairie. These are just showers. They aren't even thunderstorms at this point, not showing any lightning on any of this at this time. So I can show you how these storms have unfolded. So nothing really able to quite sustain. We'll see whether that's the case, but again, we may have a couple of storms that make it close to Edmonton, but they are still quite a ways away. Just to give folks in Edmonton a heads up, I know we have a lot of viewers usually from that area. Our Edson storm or Knighton Junction storm is 170 kilometers away, and then our storm up by Whitecourt or Swan Hills area, 150 kilometers away. So moving very slowly at this time, not moving quickly at all. And so they're hours and hours out from Edmonton area at this point. If something changes, they speed up. We will try and update you guys and keep you going on as far as giving you the updates on it. So again, our biggest threat right now in terms of severe is just north of Sundre at this point, approaching Highway 22. This is going to be basically, we are talking golf balls are smaller as far as hailstones are concerned, and it is a very large area, 12 kilometers across on this scan as far as the hail core is concerned, from north to south essentially. So a very significant hail core. Yeah, a bunch of people jumping in here from Deep River. Again, we do have a tornado warning out that way. I know some of these comments are coming a little bit later. I'll switch back to there just because we don't have a whole lot going on in Alberta. We are saying in the orange polygon north of Deep River on the Quebec side is where you would be in shelter. The rotation is very elevated on this storm. We are far from any radar, unfortunately, so it does not read very close to the surface. We do have some broad rotation indicated in here. So again, out of an abundance of caution, we're saying that you should be in shelter in our orange polygon. The rest of the red box from Environment Canada or polygon, you don't need to be concerned about at this point. So we will continue to monitor it here, and we should have a new update in about 2 minutes, and then we'll switch back to Alberta again. So Casey, that's awesome. I hope you didn't break your ankle. So you're pretty good at this point. Again, it's out of an abundance of caution. I think they threw that warning out for this storm. It is very elevated where that rotation area is. So just keep that in mind. So. Sarah asking if Shawville is in the red area. Absolutely not. You have nothing to worry about in Shawville right now. There's no storms. You are way to the south of this. This is all the way northwest of you by probably 100 kilometers or more. Saying you're unsure what to do. My phone. So wait, only my work phone went off. No one else phone went off. Yeah, Deep River area, but you are again you're outside of the box. If you're in Deep River, you're on the Ontario side. So it depends where your work cell phone is pinging. Right now, the rotation is on the Quebec side. So hopefully that helps you. It is north of the Ottawa River at this point. So yeah. Okay. Perfect. I'm glad that we got. I'm getting a comment from Facebook that everything's back up on there as well. It took a little longer than I hoped. Just technology doesn't always want to cooperate as far as that's concerned. So. Okay, so that's the storm here that's got the tornado warning and moving eastward at this point. I'm just going to go back out to Alberta and look at our storms out there, and we'll take a look here. This is our latest scan. Let me just double check here from Strathmore. So 5:17 p.m. Alberta time. This is when our latest scan come in. The hail core has broken up somewhat. So we have seen this where it's gotten a big hail core, has come down and weakened on a few scans and then has pulsed back up. It is approaching Highway 22 just north of Sundre. We are probably now down from ping pong balls or smaller, and the hail core is scattered or broken up somewhat. Very heavy precipitation still in it. You can see these dark purples in there. Very big hail core right here on a couple of scans, and now it has broken up, so it is losing some of that hail core as it drops southeast along the foothills, and hopefully that continues to be the case at this point. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let me just take a look here. This storm just kind of by Knighton Junction, in between Edson and Knighton Junction. This is just a rainmaker at this point with a small intense rain core on the south portion of it. That is it. That's all. So, Mike, not sure where you're getting your information for 8:30 p.m. For Edmonton. That would be some kind of Futurecast radar. Not sure that that's the case. We don't really use Futurecast radar just for the simple reason that it is a model, and there are many models out there, so every platform has a different version of it. We will walk you guys through it. It does look like it's going to drop southeast if it does go anywhere, and it'll go southeast of 16, and I don't know that it would get to Edmonton unless something changes here. So not something that, like I said, again, that sounds like Futurecast radar, not something that we typically use just for the sheer fact that it's only a model. Still got our storm here north of Whitecourt or Blue Ridge area, south of Highway 32 with a little bit of hail on it. So another storm that we do have to pay attention to. This is moving southeast from the Swan Hills area, and we'll continue to monitor that as it kind of drops southeast from there. Still maintaining a bit of hail on there. That is going to be grapes to loony sized hail at most. And then let's take a look back here around Grand Prairie. There are just some rainmakers out there, nothing too intense for storms. They are very small, very isolated storms at this point. So let's just take a look here and swing back, and then I'll be able to jump in some comments here. Mike saying Weather Network. Yes, that's a Futurecast radar model on Weather Network. That is only their interpretation. Again, there are many, many different models out there when you're looking at that kind of stuff. We just don't tend to use it because there's so many different variations of it, and only one can be right out of the whole bunch. So what are the odds, right? So anyways, we'll walk you through it. If it does head towards Edmonton, we'll let you guys know in that regard. So and so we are looking at the storm near Caroline. There's the tornado warning in Quebec. I'm switching over to that immediately. Sorry, guys, covering a lot here. Let's see what they're doing here. Still tracking a severe thunderstorm at 7:21 p.m. Eastern, possibly producing a tornado. Damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall are also possible. Let's just take a look at our latest scan. I don't think this has changed much. It's very dirty or noisy. I'm not seeing any rotation in there that looks concerning. Again, we are very high up from the radar. We are about 9,000 feet at best, maybe 10,000 feet, which is 3 kilometers above the surface. So we can't see what's below this. Let me just take a look at something here, go up through the rotation scan. I'm just reading up high into the storm. I'm looking through different levels here. Again, we have said within the orange polygon, basically on the Quebec side, if you are anywhere in there, that's where we were calling for shelter at this time. And it's reduced from this giant red box that gets put out by Environment Canada down to our orange polygon here. Let's just take a look. This does not look like rotating winds that are dangerous. These are very broad for the most part. So let me just take a look here. Okay, so again, we're going to stay out of an abundance of caution in the orange polygon, stay in shelter, but I'm starting to kind of feel good about the rotation, meaning that the does not look as threatening as it did earlier, just the shape of the storm and the shape of the rotation at this point. So again, orange polygon, right now we are staying out of an abundance of caution, stay in shelter. That is it for the Quebec side of things. That is right on the Ontario-Quebec border. Our warnings and watches have disappeared in southern Ontario along the lakeshore. All the severe thunderstorm watches have died off. Storms are dead around the Simcoe, Tillsonburg area. That is a rain shower. And then we have, let me just take a look at if there's any rain shower going through Ajax, Whitby area, and then nothing severe along the shore of Lake Ontario. So we are done with everything in eastern Ontario and southern Ontario other than our one little area up here by Pembroke, Petawawa, Deep River area for this last little cluster of storms that are sitting on the Ottawa River and just kind of tracking eastward from there. So again, reminding people in the orange polygon, just be in shelter at this point. We are feeling better about it, not as concerned as we were earlier on. And we will probably on the next scan, if things don't intensify, we'll say that you are good to not need shelter anymore in that area. We will update you on that as on the next scan. But let's come back out here to Alberta and take a look at things and go from there. So 523. So this is the latest scan. Hail continuing to break up or lose its intensity here compared to what you see here. Obviously, this scan, this was some serious hail core going on this storm, but as it's coming across to Highway 22 north of Sundre, it is losing that intensity on the hail core. This is now probably toonie-sized or smaller hail. Obviously, still very heavy precipitation at 587 and 22 as this continues to move southeastward along the edge of the foothills there. So we'll see what happens. It looks like it will be kind of going towards maybe Olds area, but right now it is weakening. So that is good news. The hail is coming down on this as it's getting to Highway 22. Let's just take a look up here. A little bit of hail on our storm here by Knighton Junction and Edson. Just by Highway 32 and 16, there's a tiny bit of hail showing on it. We're probably looking at pea-sized to maybe grape-sized hail. I think that might be stretching it a little bit. And then we have our storm south of Swan Hills or northeast of Whitecourt, just north of 43, southeast of 32. This is picking up hail on it, definitely getting some bright pinks in here. This is going to be loony to toonie-sized hail out of that. So what else have we got going on? So that's basically it on the Alberta side. Just one storm that is, going a little bit nuts with the hail as it came off the foothills. We're going to see if there's anything else happening around Calgary area. Coming off the foothills, nothing there. So we are pretty good. So this is the only storm again that is still indicating some hail on it, and we will monitor that. We should have a new scan here in about 2-3 minutes. Okay, so we're caught up on that. Again, we still do have a tornado warning out in Quebec. I'm just going to reiterate that. The rotation is looking far less dangerous on it than it was earlier. We are waiting for another scan here. We should have one in 2 to 3 minutes. Our orange polygon is the only area that we are recommending that you are in shelter. This is on the Quebec side, north of the Ottawa River, and this is north of Deep River for reference point, Laurentian Hills area or Rapide des Joachim, and I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but that's basically where it's located, and again moving eastward at this point. So we'll just continue on watching this. We're going to wait another 2-3 minutes and then go from there. Just gonna message Connor. Okay. Okay, everything's working good now, so that's awesome. Okay, we will continue to watch this. 5:23 p.m. Sorry, this is 7:23 p.m. Eastern. We should get a new scan, which I think we just did here. Let me just take a look. Yes, we did. The rotation on this is not concerning at this point, so we no longer need our polygon box here. Everything has broadened out on this. So again, not concerned about rotation within this storm along just north of Deep River. Very heavy rain coming into the Deep River area, but right now rotation not a concern on this storm anymore as it moves kind of along that Ottawa River area. So again, not concerned about the rotation on that storm at this time. And I'll just double check all the rest of the storms here through Picton. These are just rain showers. Oshawa, this is just but to south of Whitby, Oshawa, that is moving out over Lake Ontario at this point. So let me just see here. Also double checking our storms down by Simcoe area, just about to go over Port Dover into the north side of Lake Erie. So definitely things looking very good throughout the area. All of our warnings have dropped essentially on the east coast everywhere there, and we are just concentrating on storms in Alberta at this point. So we are looking pretty good, folks. Let me just switch over here. And 5:29 p.m. So this is our latest scan. Almost all the hail indicators are gone off of this. So this storm continues to weaken as far as the hail core is concerned. Still very heavy precipitation in this with those dark reds. Let me just take a look at some velocities. There's no real rotation indicating on there either. So this storm has definitely subsided dramatically over the last number of scans. We've gone from some very dark purple scans, which is extremely large hail, and then we're down to maybe 4 to 6 pixels of pink left within this storm. So definitely looking much better. Still very heavy rain within this, so that is still something that people need to pay attention to, but the hail threat has gone down, and I suspect if it continues to do so, the severe thunderstorm warning will go away as well. So right now we are still showing our storm here by Knighton Junction. No hail indicated on it on this last scan, so that is good. And then we still have our Blue Ridge storm north of Blue Ridge or south of Swan Hills, still indicating hail on that. This is going to be loony size, maybe slightly larger as that continues to drop southeast at this point. It is not severe warned at this point, so that's just something to point out. And let's take a look here by Grand Prairie. Anything up that way? I just keep looking back just to make sure I'm not missing anything. And we are looking fairly good at this point. So, okay. So we are going to just monitor Alberta at this point. The tornado warning again in Quebec along the Ontario-Quebec border definitely looks much better than it did, and we're not as concerned about it as that goes. So, So yeah, radar scans are actually the reason they take 8 minutes. They are 6-minute increments, but they take a minute to be processed and then a minute to be sent out to the different platforms, whether it's WeatherWise, Radar Scope, Radar Mega, any of those platforms, anybody that's getting the data. So that's why it's an 8-minute window, but the scan in itself is 6 minutes roughly. So hopefully that helps explain it. Just getting a question here for Fort McMurray area. I don't believe there's anything up there. These were just regular. There's nothing up there. Those are showers at best. Right now, nothing heading for the Fort McMurray area whatsoever. So hopefully that helps. And we'll continue to monitor this from Strathmore, and we'll see it's raining in Red Deer. Obviously, the yellow and the green, that is very light rain at this point. Once you start getting to orange, that's where you get into the moderate rain. But that is basically what we're looking at there. And while it's quiet here, I'm going to grab my dinner. Give me 2 minutes, and I'll be right back. Okay, one of my lights crapped out for the studio, so one is still doing a good job, but I'm going to have to replace that light, which didn't last that long, to be totally honest with you. Anyways, okay. Another tornado warning alert on the phone in Deep River. Yeah, that's definitely frustrating because nothing has really changed out that way. We'll take a look at it and just double check it. Yeah, we haven't seen an update because you normally all hear the siren. I don't know why it just came out on your phone. Just still saying basically possibly producing a tornado, and that was 16 minutes ago when it was last updated. And again, the rotation does not look concerning at this time on this particular storm. So just going to give you the heads up on that. And they just severe warned our storm by Whitecourt for that hail. Like I said, I was wondering why it hadn't been severe warned north of Blue Ridge, but still picking up some hail on that. This is going to be loony to toony sized hail in there. A little bit of wind on it, but that's the new warning that just went out on our storm here just to the north of Blue Ridge, south of Swan Hills. And what else is being warned out here? Oh, did they drop the tornado warning? Yes, they have dropped the tornado warning in Quebec. So that may be why you got the tornado warning again as it expired. I have no idea. They have a severe thunderstorm warning for these storms that are moving along the Ottawa River. It is only severe warned on the Quebec side of things, coming through Deep River here very shortly. Very heavy rain with that. That is the only thing I'm seeing in there with lightning, of course. So that's the last of it out that way. And I'm glad to see the tornado warning was dropped on that storm as well. So let's take a look here. Our storm is quickly dying in terms of the core or the precipitation core on this storm. 5:35 p.m. This just came in. There's 1 pixel of pink left, and we're now starting to see a lot of orange in there, which is indicative of this weakening. You can see the difference on this storm in the last number of scans as I back it out and then move it forward. This storm is weakening significantly, and I would not be surprised if it came off the foothills and started to die off as well. So I'm going to switch modes here just to do that, and we'll continue to monitor it, but it is currently just north of Sundre along 22 and 587, dropping southeast going towards Olds. It might even reach between Olds and Bowden, what was I going to say? But right now we're losing all the hail off of it. If there's any hail in there, I'll be very impressed. So Cheryl just asking about the tornado warning that was issued a few minutes ago in Quebec. It actually got dropped, so I think it got accidentally sent out on the ready alert system, which is frustrating. I'm just going to swing back here just to verify for anybody asking. There is no longer a tornado warning out here in Quebec. That red box is gone, so no longer a tornado warning in Quebec, just so that we're all clear on that. The no issue out that way. That is just a severe thunderstorm at this point. So I did hear that some people got it on their phone again, which is weird. Like I said, it may have been just as they were adjusting the box. So definitely nothing to worry about tornado warnings, guys, out in Quebec. Banana Milk is asking if anything's going to Edmonton. The only storm that might come down towards the Edmonton area would be our White Court storm or Blue Ridge storm to the north. We'll see if that sustains. West of Edmonton, this is dying off. You can see that there's barely any red. This is by Knighton Junction at 5:35 p.m. So we will see if that continues to be the case. But the only storm with any intensity right now is way northwest of the Edmonton area, and we are watching our storm here southwest of Red Deer, just north of Sundre, and we're going to wait for our next scan here. Cheryl Carroll saying lots of heavy rain in Deep River and wind with those storms on the Ontario-Quebec border coming down the Ottawa River Valley. So thank you for that update as well. Absolutely glad you jumped on and checked it out. At least we could give you the right information so you didn't have to worry about it. There's still a storm in your area, but the tornado aspect is not there. That's the main thing. 1 minute or less, we should have a new scan here, and I'm curious whether this continues to weaken at this point out in Alberta. Just because of all that wildfire smoke, it creates havoc for storms, which is a good thing. Like I said, the flip side is that it's from wildfires. This storm is on its way to dying. Sorry. This is very evident that this storm is coming apart and is just weakening, and it's going to completely disintegrate in the next 2 to 3 scans by the looks of it. Still has heavy rain in certain areas, but you can see the yellow starting to perpetuate into the core, and it's going to just start breaking up. So this is right now, they're still maintaining the severe warning, obviously, to watch it to see what's going to do, but if in the next scan or two it's going to start falling apart, it's going to get the severe warning will be dropped on this storm when things go over the next few scans here. Storm by Knighton Junction. This is just a rain shower at this point. There are some areas of heavier precip, but for the most part, just a very regular shower at this point. Nothing to be concerned about. Our storm by Blue Ridge on Highway 658 crossing there. This is going to be Toonie-sized hail or maybe even a little bit larger, and that hail core is expanding as this moves southeast. So right now, this is the storm to be paying attention to. You can see that hail core expanded significantly on the last scan. So that is our storm to pay attention to as it drops southeast. Let me just measure the distance from downtown Edmonton. So this is right now 140 kilometers away from Edmonton, so still a long ways off. And we're not, it's still hours and hours out. Right now, 5:44 p.m. I think it gets dark somewhere around 9:30 out there. Let me check. 9:17 the sun sets tonight, so by 10 p.m. it's basically pitch black in Edmonton. So we're still about 4 hours and change from that happening, but as the sun goes down you lose diurnal heating, and again that does weaken storms after hours. When that sun goes down, it does keep storms from maintaining their intensity and dropping basically at that point. So I think with the smoke, we're going to see that this is going to die off even quicker, but we'll see. I mean, still lots of daylight left right now as these storms continue. Okay. So what time is it? We are 5:41 p.m. Alberta time. We're 5 minutes into our 8-minute cycle, so we'll see what happens here on the next scan. And we've shifted our focus, obviously, from Ontario and Quebec into Alberta. Right now, these are the only two storms that are severe warned, the one by Whitecourt and the one southwest of Red Deer at this point. Those are the only two that are showing any intensity, and the storm southwest of Red Deer is dying at this point. CC Brooks, thank you for being in the chat. Really appreciate it. Have a good night, and we'll catch you on the next one as well. So. Sorry, bear with me for a second. Just getting a notification about something. I'll look at that later. Okay, 5:48 p.m. We should have a new scan here very shortly. Within a minute, we'll start with our storm down here by Sundre Olds area. Green Club has been here the whole time, man. That's amazing. Really appreciate you being here that long. Impressive, considering we're just closing in on 9 hours here. So yes, this storm is dying off. This is no longer a severe warned storm or severe category storm. No hail left in it, and it is completely disintegrating. So this storm between Sundre and Olds, kind of to the north, that is going to be a dead duck here very shortly. We are just going to watch our storms up to the north. Give me one sec. I want to see if that was from Strathmore. Okay. still same story, a little bit more rain in it, but this is a storm that is dying at this point. Just going to double check the winds. I was looking at a different radar than I thought I was, but no, it's looking like it's a dead duck. Our storm by Knighton Junction, same thing, that is definitely weakening and losing its intensity. Our storm by Blue Ridge still got a hail core on it, moving very slowly. Everything is good in that regards for the slow path of this storm. However, the problem being is that it is dumping some significant hail. This is going to be probably loony to toony sized hail northeast of Blue Ridge at this point. So also showing a little bit of hail just north of 43 here. We're going to have to watch that. That's northwest of Whitecourt or east of Fox Creek to see if they severe warn that. But our storm that is north of Blue Ridge coming across 658 still showing some significant hail on that, and again we're talking loony to toony sized in there roughly. So that is the story at this point out in Alberta. Getting a comment from Tara saying that there's a tornado warning in Western Quebec. That is over and done with. That was a while ago. Just so you know, I'm not sure why your phone is only getting that or the warning is only coming out. There is no tornado warning in Quebec at this point. That is just a thunderstorm. It is considered a severe thunderstorm on the Quebec side. So they do have a warning for it. But Tara, you're okay. There is no tornado warning out that way. So getting a question about Tichborne, Ontario, but I don't think there's anything out that way right now. Zoom in here. Yeah, there's nothing happening. There's no storms here. The only remaining storm is along the Ottawa River down by Deep River, so you're okay in Tichborne. So that's it. That's all. So we are looking at storms in Alberta right now, and again, watching our storm by Red Deer and then our Whitecourt storm for hail on it. That is the last of it for these two areas. And again, our storm by Red Deer, I think, will lose its severe warning here very shortly because it's dying off. So Cassie Campbell asking where in Quebec. So the tornado warning was north of Deep River on the Quebec side of the river, essentially, but is no longer there. It is just a severe warned storm at this point. And you can see that this is northwest of Ottawa. And you can see the storm here just moving eastward as it crosses the Ottawa River. So they have a severe warning out for it because of the very heavy precipitation. It did show a little bit of hail in it. No tornado warning on this anymore. That ended a while ago. This is just a severe thunderstorm going through across onto the Quebec side. The Ontario side, they have not severe warned this storm. Just the Quebec side has that severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, let's take a look here. 5:47 p.m. Alberta time, 2 minutes till our next scan update. Really appreciate the comment. Thank you for that. You've really helped me and my family. I'm glad to know that this definitely has an impact. We try and be as on the live stream as much as possible. Obviously, not always the case. Generally speaking, if there's only one storm that's severe warned, it's really hard to have a live stream that we just sit and wait for 8 minutes constantly watching one storm just to see what it's going to do and update. Obviously, bigger event, I can cover more stuff with it. But anyways, that's what we try and do. We try and be on as much as possible. Winds in Red Deer, let me just take a look here. Right now, above the surface, we're talking 10 kilometers an hour. So nothing of any significance around Red Deer. These are single-digit wind speeds for Red Deer area. Based on what the radar scan is showing here. So single-digit speeds. Okay, storm is continuing but dying off for the most part. No hail in this. Some areas of heavy rain, but that is basically it. No real wind in it. Continues to move southeast at this point. You can see the difference. It actually looks like it's turned east now that it crossed Highway 22. When it came out of the foothills, it has now turned eastward by the looks of it. So this will probably cross Highway 2 between over Innisfail and Bowden area, and head eastward from there. So again, I'm skeptical that this will maintain its severe warning just because there's no hail left in it, there's no strong winds, and we'll give you an update on the rest of the storms here. So our storm, Knighton Junction, that thing is dying. That is a rain shower at this point with one area of heavier precip. Our Blue Ridge storm, though, is picking up hail. This one is definitely picking up intensity. We now have a purple pixel in here northeast of Blue Ridge. So again, this is dropping southeast. That storm is picking up intensity as it continues to drop southeast. It has crossed 658 and it is heading to the north of Mayerthorpe, where it will end up next over the next few scans. Oh, excuse me. And let me take a look here. Hail has kind of died off on the storm back to the kind of west of our initial hailstorm. It has 1 pixel, so very heavy precipitation. This would be northwest of Whitecourt and east of Fox Creek, just north of Highway 43. That's all we've got left on that storm. So we are essentially down to 1 storm, essentially, that is going to be dangerous at this point just because of the hail. If you are looking at our storm here by Whitecourt, that would be, now that we've got purple in there, we're talking probably ping pong ball to maybe golf ball sized hail within that storm. So if you are southeast of this, it's about to cross the river and continue southeast from there. If you have pets, livestock, vehicles, farm equipment you don't want damaged, I would suggest that you get it into shelter if you have that opportunity. It is coming that way, and the hail has been doing nothing but picking up as it does. So we are definitely going to be seeing some decent sized hail out of this. It is moving in this general direction, just so everybody knows. And that is the path where it is headed. It is going to be north of Mayerthorpe in a few scans here. And we are saying that we're talking ping pong to possibly golf ball sized hail out of that storm. Waddling in the rain, 2.3 miles an hour from the weather station near Red Deer, or just south of Red Deer, 2.3 miles an hour, which is like 4 kilometers an hour barely. So Soleil du Nord, you're welcome. Glad you could tune in. Really appreciate that. Again, no warnings, no tornado warning issue in Quebec at this point. I know we've had a few people asking about that. Right now, it is not a concern. They have pushed the severe warning for our storm back to the southeast, but our arrow is where this is headed, so that is the only area you need to be concerned about. If you're in Whitecourt, Mayerthorpe, back to the south or west of this, it is not a concern. Let's just take a look here. We should have a new scan here in about 3 minutes or so. I'll stick with this. It is dropping southeast, so we'll see whether it sustains and if it changes direction at all. So that is our 1 storm that is packing a bit of a punch. Let's take a look at our storm down here, 5:53 p.m. So yeah, 2 minutes. I really hope this storm starts to die off here down and loses that severe warning down here by Sundre and Olds area. Michael saying, yes, this could be the last weekend. Well, I'm going to let the cat out of the bag a little bit about warnings that are coming. They are maintaining the old warning system and they're just overlaying the new warnings on top of the old warning system. So if there's a severe warning, for example, like we have here currently, they would basically draw a new polygon, so the big yellow box would still go out, but then they would draw a new polygon just for the storm itself and overlay it like I do when we have tornado warnings so that I can narrow down the area. That is the rumor of what's coming out, that the old warnings will still be there with new warnings laid out over top of it. That's basically what they're apparently going to be doing. So we'll see what comes out of that at this point. So let me come down to our storm. Where are we here? Down. Yeah, this is continuing to weaken here. We've got quite a bit of the storm breaking apart here. There's just a little bit of heavy rain just to the west of Bowden, or Bowden, I should say. And that is it. There's no real wind in it, moderate to light rain in the rest of it. So this is dead. I'm surprised the severe warning is still here. Just double checking to see if they've killed it off, but they haven't yet. So that is going to continue eastward towards Bowden and cross on Highway 2, but that is, again, a storm that is dying off at this point. So let's take a look at the rest of it. Storm here by Knighton Junction, that is continuing to die off. That is a regular rainstorm. Let's kill our drawing off here. And let's take a look here just to the northeast of Blue Ridge. So the purple has come out of it on this last scan. So the storm has cycled down a little bit in terms of the hail, but there is still hail in this. This is going to be toonie to ping pong ball size hail in here. It is continuing to move southeast as the storm moves. So it is headed in this general direction. Just so we're all clear. And this is coming, it's basically going to parallel Highway 43 to a certain extent just to the north of it and continue down in that general direction. However, that is the only storm that's carrying any kind of impact at this point. So let's see here. Okay, so that's basically it. We've just got one little hailer left on the map here for Alberta. The rest of the storms are definitely struggling. I'm not honestly surprised with all the smoke that's involved within that area of Alberta. So not really surprised as far as the storms are concerned that they're not maintaining or not being able to sustain. So let me just take a look here. So this just gives you guys an overview of what's going on. Just getting a question about weather-wise. So how do you see the severe warnings on the app, or is it a Pro Plus feature? I believe it's available on all of them. Let me go full screen. You have to go into the little triangle that's at the top here. It could be a different place because you're on a device. You have to go into settings, and then you have to toggle alerts in Canada, and you have to click enable on this little box here. So if you turn that off, that's where your alerts are turned on and off, but you have to flip over to Canada because normally it's defaulted for US. Flip to Canada, click enabled, and then your warnings should pop up and you should have everything there. Hopefully that helps you out as well. So Carl asking what for north of Ottawa right now. North of Ottawa, there's nothing. There's no storms. When you're getting way north, let me just show you here. There are storms that are still severe warned, but it is moving eastward here. and it's just tracking east, way north of Ottawa. So this is going to be through Kazabazoa, Maniwaki, Notre-Dame-de-l'Eau, Messines, but that is heading eastward. For the most part, this should be on a very low end of the severe scale, not something that's too dramatic as far as wind. Let me just take a look at our wind profiles in there. A little bit of wind in there, but nothing too crazy. Heavy precipitation, and there may be a small amount of hail just east of Deep River, it looks like. Excuse me, sorry. East of Deep River, we have a lot of prolific lightning, a little bit of hail, and very heavy precipitation. That's what we're looking at right now, but this is way north of Ottawa. So I just want to be clear because, that's up for interpretation. When you say north of Ottawa, I may take it one way, you may take it another way. So, right now, Eastern Ontario, definitely nothing happening there. Storms are done around the GTA area. Southern Ontario, we have one storm here near Quebec City that just got severe warned. This is near which one do they severe warn? Notre-Dame-de-Lourdes. Probably that is the storm moving northeast. You can see it's got decent precipitation on it. That's why they have severe warned it. And that box goes quite far. So it is for this little storm that is right by Notre-Dame-de-Lourdes, why that is severe warned. So coming Tuesday, we'll see what that looks like on the new system. Hopefully that's an improvement. And I'm just going to switch down here. We are 5:59 p.m. Alberta time. We are 1 minute out from our next scan here, so we'll see what this looks like here, 1 minute or less. And then we'll update to the north, and we'll see what's going on. So as I suspected, severe warning has been dropped off this storm. This is a regular non-severe thunderstorm. It is continuing to sustain a little bit moving eastward, but for the most part, it is moderate to light rain throughout this. There's not any real wind, so things are looking very good for that storm. And then let's take a look back up here to the north. Storm to the northeast of Blue Ridge, still maintaining some hail in there. It does look like it's gone down a little bit, but I just want to double check. It is. It's coming down a little bit as well. So slowly but surely the hail is coming out of this. We are continuing to track roughly in this area here. This is all north of Highway 43, and that's the last of the severe side of things. Again, the rest of it is inconsequential. And let's just take a look up at Grand Prairie area. These are all just non-severe popcorn storms, I call them, just that they pop up and they die off, they pop up again. So you just get this repetitive action, but those are non-severe storms, and they're barely storms at that. Let's put it that way. Okay. So we will watch this and we'll continue on here for a little bit. If this is going to be the only storm and it's starting to die off, I may end up pulling the stream at some point because there's no point in just sitting here watching one little storm do its thing. But if it does continue to intensify, I will stick with it for a little while here. And if something went crazy, we would jump back on here to start the stream back up. I've been 9 hours and 10 minutes talking here, so obviously getting a little fatigued, but if there's a reason to stay, I will stay. If not, again, we monitor things, so when we're not on the stream, I've still got all my stuff open so I can monitor it and then continue to pay attention to it even while I'm doing other things. And if something warrants us jumping back on, we will jump back on. And I appreciate anybody who's subscribed today as far as becoming subscribing to the channel. I mean, so thank you very much for that. If you did become a member of the Sunshine Club, also really appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who donated. It helps us out a lot. Really appreciate all the support we've been getting. So we're almost at 40,000 followers between Facebook and YouTube, which is crazy for me to say that, considering I remember when we broke 100 followers, so it was only a year ago. So anyways, just loving that people are enjoying the platform. We love doing it for you guys, and yeah, so what else? Okay, just gonna jump in here. 6:05 p.m. We're about 3 minutes out from our next scan. So, like I said, we don't have. It's the only severe warning storm on the map at this point. And again, I suspect it has a lot to do with smoke. I'm just going to double check the smoke status right now. Yeah, it's becoming very clear where all the smoke is here. I'll show you guys this over the day here. So this is the progress of the smoke from the wildfires throughout the day today, and you can see where all that grayish haze, that is all wildfire smoke, which is obviously through Lethbridge, Calgary, Red Deer, Edmonton, all the way up. Okay. If you guys have any questions, obviously fire them in the chat. I'll do my best to answer them. As long as it's weather related, that's the main thing. Other than that, we'll continue along here just to update you guys, but obviously much quieter than it was before. Again, we only have one storm right now doing anything. In Alberta, we had several tornadoes in Ontario today, so I'm curious to see one by Woodstock and the other one by Lindsay. So I'm curious to see what happens there. Okay. I always have so many warnings on my phone after alerts, I should say, on my phone while I'm on live stream, because I barely ever check it while I'm on the live. Let's take a look here. Yeah. Even people chasing storms haven't posted in over an hour, just things dying off for the most part by the looks of it. So, yeah, nothing exciting happening on there. So, on social media, I should say. Okay, we have a new scan here. I'm just going to switch over. So this storm continues to be there. This is, again, a non-severe thunderstorm. I'm going to stop updating on this because there's nothing in it other than moderate, heavy to light rain. There's no real winds associated with it, and it's slowly drifting across Highway 2. Let's take a look at our storm up here north of Mayerthorpe. We are losing some of the hail on that. And let's just go back to it. So we've got less hail in it. Pixels are still bright. So again, I'm going to still say toonie sized or smaller as far as hail is concerned on our one storm here, just to the east or northeast of Blue Ridge. Continuing to travel in roughly this general direction, but it is losing intensity. So like all the other storms, as they come off the foothills, that seems to be the story today. They start to lose their intensity, and they are just regular storms at this point. So So yeah, that's basically all that's happening at this point. Oh wait, we've got a little bit of hail here just east of Bezanson on 736 north of 43. That storm picking up a little bit of hail on this last. It looks like this last scan it kind of exploded. It's sitting in the same spot. You can see that it just kind of pulsed up. So a little bit of hail. That's going to be loony-sized or smaller hail within that, and then we have a few other popcorn storms up north of Grand Prairie, and then we have nothing happening up by Fort Mac area. So we are just watching our one little bean here, which I think, like I said, is going to die off here. I think it's going to weaken and die off as it comes off the hills. Edmonton is going to get a soaker. What about winds? Right now, I don't even know if how much of a soaker Edmonton will get. These storms are dying off as they're getting off the foothills. As I was just saying, there's just this little one that's got a hail core on it. That is the most intense part. The winds, again, within these storms are not intense. This is not going to be anything like you guys have seen that we've live streamed for the last 4 or 5 events that went through Edmonton over the last 2 months. This is definitely right now showing extremely weak potential as far as storms are concerned, and they're not picking up in intensity. That can change, but right now I don't think that's going to be the issue. I got a question down here whether Alberta, Maria's asking whether you think Alberta will break the tornado record this year. With the wildfire smoke, that probably is going to keep it from happening, but you never know, because one event can happen and you'll have multiple tornadoes out of it that add up very quickly. So it just takes one event for you to get a lot of tornadoes out of it. We are still in July or in August at this point, so the window is closing here, and if that wildfire smoke stays out there, it's less likely that it's going to happen, I'll be honest with you. So Tony from Toronto saying Toronto continued to stay out of trouble again today, Tom. Absolutely. All the storms were around the GTA area, back to the southwest or to the northeast. Like I said, Woodstock looks like it got a tornado today. NTP will confirm that. And then another one in Lindsay has been confirmed as a tornado, just not the strength yet. So they'll do an assessment on that. And we had one here in Kemptville that we caught just 1 kilometer from my house. Literally, I chased it. So that was on Sunday, August 2nd, and NTP confirmed that on Friday, yesterday evening, that was indeed a tornado and about 1 kilometer long. So I have a tornado intercept on my 2026 season, which I'm not chasing, so I never thought that was going to be a thing. But when it's coming right for your house, you got to pay attention. So anyways. Yeah, Mike saying I've been hammered so many times. Good news as far as Edmonton area is concerned for strong winds and heavy rain. Like I said, I know you guys have gone through it this summer. Usually it's Calgary that's getting all the storms, and Edmonton, just gets the minor stuff. We are completely backwards this summer. Edmonton has just gotten everything. Calgary has barely seen any real storms. I mean, we did some coverage in Calgary this summer, but not a lot. So yeah, definitely Edmonton getting its fair share this year. 1 minute out from our next scan update. And I'm just going to look to see if there's anything else going on anywhere. Still got our severe warnings here on the Quebec side just for our one storm. I'm just going to look in to see what it's doing. There's definitely some hail to the east of Deep River as it's crossing that waterway. It's probably picking up some moisture and dumping it as hail. So it is continuing to move eastward. So there is one severe storm just east of Deep River, north of Petawawa on the Quebec side with some hail in that. If it continues, it's going to head up towards 105 105, Kazabazawa, Masin, Blue Sea Lake area, Maniwaki, and so on. So we'll continue to kind of check back on it. It isn't really high-end severe, but it does have heavy precipitation in it with some wind as well. So and just like I said, I'll just switch back and forth there once in a while to take a look at it, and we'll see what it shows here. So here's our latest scan. Let's take a look back to the northwest. Hail still sustaining on this storm at 617. It kind of shifted location. I'm curious what is going on there. So it kind of dipped to the southwest, or to the south, basically. It wrapped around in there. Let's see what our winds are doing. There's a bit of rotation on it, but nothing super strong at this point. So again, we do have probably, again, toonie-sized hail, maybe slightly larger than that, just north of Mayerthorpe, east of Blue Ridge, and continues to drop southeast where that orange arrow is indicated. Everything else is basically nothing worth talking about at this point. Those storms are insignificant, and the hail on our storm east of Besançon has lost all the hail other than 1 pixel in there. So still heavy rainmaker, very heavy rain, but a small cluster at best at this time. So, and yeah, we'll see where things are going. Flames Girl, anything by Strathmore? Nothing by Strathmore at this point. So you are pretty good in that regards. We just have, let me just take a look here. East of Calgary, there's absolutely nothing going on. Everything's to the north, and there's maybe a little bit of a cell here by northwest of Cochrane, but that is basically it at this point. These are non-severe storms. And let's just take a look. So, yeah, we're pretty good. Well, I'm glad that severe storm season is almost over. Obviously, losing sleep over it is not a lot of fun, so I don't envy that. That is not fun, and that's why we're here. We try and kind of help with people's storm anxiety, because we know there's a lot of people that deal with that, and we don't try and hype or scare people with it. We try and actually turn the temperature down, keep it a little bit more realistic in that regards, but it's no fun to lose sleep over it. Alex just saying that over 510 millimeters of rain in Edmonton this summer. Yeah, there's June. You guys shattered the record for your wettest June on record ever. And July came within, I think, 19 millimeters of breaking the all-time record for the month of July. So you've had 2 extremely wet months in Alberta, or Edmonton specifically, and not a lot of fun. I am Zuckerberger. Good to see you from Smith Falls. We're just watching stuff out west. We only have 1 storm right now that we're watching, so just getting a comment from Karen saying bad in Trent Lakes, lightning hit a tree, and it sounds like it fell on a car, which that would be really horrible. Sorry to hear about that. Hopefully everybody's okay. That's the main thing. Obviously, we worry about with storms. Not fun to lose your car if with a tree falling on it. But again, hopefully nobody got hurt or any loss of life in that regards, because it can happen with these storms. We had a young man perish in where was it? Bob Cajun area, somewhere in Ontario, I believe. That he was camping in a park and a tree fell, and unfortunately he passed away from it. So you never know, and that's why we try and get these warnings out as soon as possible, and as many avenues as possible, so people know what's coming at them. Even if we're not talking tornado, that was just straight line winds. A tree got knocked over, and the tree's big enough, it lands on you, it's going to be a problem. So 2 minutes till our next scan or less. So I'll just keep up with this, and we'll see if this continues to hail at this point. But that is basically it that we have on the live stream at this point. There's not much else to talk about, unfortunately. Is just our one storm here by Blue Ridge area. Okay. Next, I gotta stretch my legs. Oh my God. I've been on here for, how long has it been? 9.5 hours. The record is 12 and a half, but I don't think we're going to break that today because these storms look to be dying off. So I don't think I'm going to be here for 12 and a half hours. But 9.5 is still long enough. Okay, here's our storm moving southeast at this point. Let me just hit delete on my drawing and update things. So still maintaining a hail core on it. Toonie sized or maybe a little bit larger here north of Mayerthorpe. And it is continuing to, whoops, drawing that terribly. It's continuing to drop southeast. And so that is the big concern right now, is just obviously this hail core just north of Green Court, north of Highway 43, north of Mayerthorpe. And there is a little bit of rotation, nothing super strong in terms of winds. The rest of these storms are essentially pretty weak for the most part. We have our storm to the south here, that is just a rain shower at this point. A little bit of lightning on it, not much for winds within that. So definitely just one area here of rain or heavy hail it's a fairly small storm at this point. So. Oh, that's very cool. With your help, we made it all the way home from Sudbury to Ottawa without significant rain, this time taking our time. Allowed us to stay behind it. Thanks again. I'm glad to hear that. We always love hearing that it's helping people out. That is the whole purpose of why we're here, so definitely appreciate hearing stories like that. So thank you for letting me know that, and glad we could help you out with that as well. So I'm just going to take a stroll here, take a look at storms. Nothing really severe on the BC Alberta border by Dawson Creek and Fort St. John. Those are just rain showers. East of Grand Prairie, again, rain showers. And let's just take a look here. Down by Calgary, nothing of any significance. And I'm going to just double check here. Still got our storm here north of Petawawa and Pembroke area moving eastward. It does have an area of intense precipitation on the leading edge of it. We have a little bit of hail within it, lots of lightning, some wind as well. So that is definitely something to be paying attention to. It continues to move eastward. It is not moving rather quickly, but it is maintaining a moderate pace. So definitely something to keep an eye on if you do get a severe warning out this way. That is the area of concern. It is, again, a small area, but it is moving eastward at this point. So, Alex, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. And again, we'll see if things pick up. But right now, I think the storms out in Alberta are going to struggle quite a bit just because of all the smoke that is present out there. So let's just take a look. They've updated the severe warning for this one storm. Let's see. They changed the box size. That's what happened here. Just continuing at 6:27 p.m. Mountain, tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. I definitely think this is throwing more than quarters at this point, but we'll see what the case is here. But they have changed the shape of the box and pushed it southeast. So Chris, thanks for being around. Really appreciate it. Definitely been a long day. This is 9.5 hours in. So again, thank you very much. And yes, be weather-wise. That's why we like the platform. So. Oh, wow. We are in a perfect example of why your service is so valuable. We are in Ottawa and got the tornado warning from the public broadcast system for the earlier storm by Deep River. So yes, that's significantly different. Deep River, obviously almost 200 kilometers northwest of Ottawa. So yeah, that definitely, I'm glad that you could jump in here and get the accurate information. That's really good to hear. So getting a question if I have any concerns with the storm of Pembroke in Western Canada, north of Pembroke, I should say, in Western Quebec. Good God, you can tell I'm getting tired, folks. Sorry. There is some rotation on it, but it is very elevated. That's one thing. The shape of the storm is the other. I'm not as concerned about it just based on reflectivity and velocities. But right now, it is pretty high up as well. So I believe we're reading about 3 kilometers above the surface there for the storm. Just I can zoom in while I'm waiting for the update on the other stuff. Let me just double check here. So we are 2.5 kilometers above the surface. So obviously, whatever you're seeing here, significantly blind below it. There is some broad rotation. I'm not concerned about it at this time, just based on these velocity scans that we have and the shape of the storm as well. And but there is definitely quite a bit of hail indicated on there. So heavy precipitation and lots of lightning. But the rotation doesn't worry me on that storm just now. So let's go back and we'll take a look at Edmonton area and just double check everything. So we should have a new scan here in about 1 minute. So right now, that hail is continuing to sit there. It is moving southeast. There's nothing else going on as far as storms are concerned. Everything else is just regular thunderstorms. I could sit here all night, but being that I've been on here for 9.5 hours, I think I'm going to pull the stream right now. This will continue to move southeast. If you do get a severe warning for this storm, obviously take it seriously with the hail. I think my educated guess is that this is going to start to slowly weaken. It isn't intensifying. That hail is just staying there. I'm just going to double check and take a look at things. I might stick with this for one more scan. I'm just going to look at my velocities here just to see what's going on. It's had broad rotation on it for quite some time. But we're gonna stick. So anyways, again, there's nothing else that's happening on our map that's of any significance. These are just regular pop-up storms back to the northwest. Around Edmonton, there's nothing happening. Storms to the west of Edmonton, those are just regular showers. We only have this one little storm that has hail on it. Basically, that's all it is at this point. And then south by Red Deer, there's a couple of storms, but nothing severe again. So we will monitor this even after I get off the stream. Like I said, I tend to monitor things. If anything goes crazy, we can start the stream up and go from there. But with all the smoke that we've been talking about, again, Yuli's World, I appreciate you becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Thank you very much for that. The other storm to pay attention to would be on the Quebec side here. This does have heavy precipitation in it with some lightning. That is the biggest thing. A little bit of wind in it as well, but overall it's on the lower end of severe at this point. So that is continuing to track eastward, as you can see here, and we are getting towards dark in eastern Ontario. So that's another reason that I'm feeling a little more comfortable. As we get the sun goes over the horizon, we lose that diurnal heating, which means the storms don't have as much energy to sustain, and then they tend to weaken off and die off after dark. So that's another reason I'm not as concerned about this storm. So I got the tornado warning from Gatineau. It was in Montreal. I don't know why it did that. You got a tornado warning for Deep River, which is northwest of Ottawa. Like that's 200 kilometers away from Ottawa, and then you're another 200 kilometers away from Ottawa. So that's weird that you got the warning on your TV, but that's technology. Sometimes it doesn't work as one would expect. So again, right now you can look across Canada. We only have 2 severe storms, one of them on the Quebec-Ontario border. There's one here, very minor severe storm. Again, well, actually, this is no longer severe here by Quebec City. So there's not much to talk about. So again, I'll thank everybody at this point. We will, if anything happens, we'll jump back on the live stream. I will get it going again. If there's anything of any seriousness happening, we will jump back on. But right now, our only 2 storms that we're talking about is on the Ontario-Quebec border, and then we have one hailstorm that is all by itself, basically, by Mayerthorpe, moving southeast. At this point, it would look like this would stay west of Edmonton and kind of skirt the west side of Edmonton at this point, if it sustains that long. So, again, we'll see where things are at. I don't think, you know what? I didn't even look at what the next few days are bringing up, so bear with me. I'm going to take a quick look to see if there's anything. So there's, what is this? This is for Sunday. So there are storms in Alberta potentially around Edmonton. This is the outlook from Environment Canada. They're talking 30 millimeters of rain, 70-kilometer-hour wind gusts, and 1 to 2 centimeter hail. That's borderline severe. Like that would not be considered severe storms, but we will see that. And then there's potentially some stuff in southwest Ontario, but we will see that in the morning. We'll put updates on our Facebook page and all of that. So I may be live streaming tomorrow as well. Thank you everybody for who's been on the stream. Again, we've been 9.5 hours, almost 10 hours at this. Appreciate everybody. And we will, if we are here tomorrow, we'll definitely make sure to turn on notifications on YouTube so that you do know when we go live. And if you're watching on Facebook, then obviously monitor our Facebook pages and your alerts on there. So again, thank you to everybody. I appreciate all the support. We will monitor this in the background. If anything happens, we will jump back on the live stream and go from there. So again, I hope everybody has a good evening, and we'll catch you guys on the next one.